as a shadow hidden from view. 끝없는 길 위에서 lost in the noise, I didn't know how to speak, but I was bolder than they thought I'd be. All the stars try to keep peace, but I couldn't find my own way. They call me fragile, said I'm too wild, but now that fire is reconciled.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today it's all on the line. Two teams will get their third strike and have to watch Masters Santiago from home. Hello and welcome to week 4 of VCT Americas Kickoff, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I am Zoe, and on the desk with me today are Ender, Mimi and Emily. Guys, we got quite a day ahead of us. 2 back-to-back elimination matches. Blood is in the water. How are we feeling?
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to sell me on that, because all I'm thinking is, how is that road in the Scenics not a roundabout? That was like a 6th Street intersection without a roundabout. Okay, now sell me on why I should care about the games today.
Because we're on the West Coast, Mimi. We don't drive in circles here. Okay, we're going a straight line.
Okay.
As roads intended, as cars were made to do.
And now segue this to the Valorant.
Valorant, we go ahead. There are no more second chances. There's no circling back. If you lose here today, you're done.
That's true. And even if you're winning, you're still not out of the water, right? Because tomorrow you have to do it all over again. We do have Cloud9 as well as 100 Thieves waiting in that lower bracket and for their chance and for their next opponent. So it's not going to get any easier from here.
No, for these teams, really consistency is going to be the key here, especially going up against teams that already look really strong like 100 Thieves and Cloud9.
Yeah, it is weird, though, because you have two teams coming into these games, both having just made big changes. Envy with the last-second one, Leviathan just getting their full roster back. So these teams have absolutely no time to fully right the ship and put together the way they want to play.
They're looking for the old-fashioned honeymoon phase right here. Let's just come in, everything is perfect. It only needs to be perfect for like 2 weeks, and they'll be good.
Is that how it is?
Well, then you have to put Santiago if you make it that far.
Well, what about that if you get there?
Exactly. Cross that bridge then. And now we do, of course, have some stacked matches for you today. We're kicking things off. We're kicking things off with Evil Genius taking on Envy, and then afterwards we do have Leviathan going up against Sentinels. Which match are you more excited for?
Honestly, the second one for me is so exciting. I think that Leviathan, they didn't get tested very much in that game, but what we saw was insane individual form, and it's a great opportunity to see if SEN has actually fixed those issues and can match that raw talent.
No, I completely agree, but I want to focus on LEV specifically because what we saw was really good out of them, right? We saw them going back to their kind of comfort roles, having Neon back, and kind of saw the game plans that they were wanting to have early in the stage, but they couldn't because they were accommodating for their sub.
We definitely have a lot to talk about for both of these matches, but before we are getting into all the weeds for our upcoming matches, there's some other stuff on our agenda that we need to get through.
Okay.
Yeah, like we're adults here, we have a lot of responsibilities day in and day out.
Yeah.
We're showing up here.
Are you gonna do our taxes or something?
Exactly, taxes. I have to take care of another little human being, and then I have to take care of these little human beings here on the desk as well. And on top of that,
we're just gonna let that slide, okay? Move on.
I'm wearing heels as well. That's the worst part of it. No, but like on top of that, I'm also in charge of the We're Back department in this arena. So there's a lot, and especially with how some of these players played the last few weeks, I think there's some claims to file here, and I've heard, I have it on good authority that you guys want to pitch us some players to be nominated or considered to be back. I will be the judge of their backness. Don't know if that's a word. Also, it kind of sounded naughty, and I don't know why. I don't like that. Either way.
It's just you?
Maybe that's a me problem. That's an exclusive me problem. Emily, who do you have? Who do you want to pitch?
I have the one, the only Superman, the veteran, not only of just in Valorant, but for EG, going into his 3rd year here on the EG roster. But he had a phenomenal performance, literally the MVP of their first match win of Kickoff, right? And on top of that, the thing that I want to highlight him for is his ability to accept accountability, right? He even said in his post-match interview with, I believe it was Athena, that, you know what, if we were playing like a full 5v5 rather than a 4v5, they would have won 3-0 right now. And I feel very confident that he's going to keep bringing that into the rest of Kickoff.
Yeah, I think he took a lot of responsibility for the performance first 2 weeks, which shows a lot of leadership, and he more than redeemed himself. I'm approving of this one. You kind of have our nifty little stamp right there. Big news. Superman, everyone.
Wow, they got a big budget for that.
Back. There we go. He's so back that I had to put it on his forehead. Didn't know it's real.
That's so exciting.
That says approved.
It's
For anyone
But it
that
means he's
can't
back.
read.
Yeah,
He's back.
approved to be back.
Now, that's one. Who you got for me?
I've got the one, the only, Spike Zine. I think he really got forgotten a little bit coming into Leviathan because all this excitement was around Neon and him coming back and them having the full roster. But people forget he was the long-awaited player in Neon's position last year, and despite the failures of 2G, was still really good individually. Lev started tough this kickoff, and he didn't play great individually as a result, but in that first game with the full roster, his individual performance looked really great. Switching on to the kind of like flex role, playing that Viper, I thought he looked very comfortable there as someone who previously had mostly played the Duelist. And as Lev gets better and really gets situated with their new roster, I think he's only going to become more back.
You know, I'm feeling the Backness. I'm sold. I'm sold. Improving of our second case.
Nice.
I just got
Right on the neck, okay.
right on it. That's how the kids wear it these days.
Ah, I didn't know that.
There you go.
Today we learned.
I mean, you're
as a youth, you know, we're wearing it this way. Ender, we do have more spots available. So.
And you know what? I'm going with a person you mentioned, Neon.
Well, how is he back when he's
Well, because he's literally back. By the way, Spike wouldn't be back if Neon wasn't back. His roles wouldn't be fixed if Neon wasn't back. Right? Neon couldn't play, right? But now, as soon as he gets back on the stage, all of a sudden, things are great for Leviathan. And I know you said he's not actually coming back because he didn't play with them. That's not true. He played with them in the off-season, guys, and they were crushing overseas. So yes, he's back with Lev.
But did his performance ever leave? Because I feel like...
He kind of
Well, no,
did not.
he physically left.
Oh,
He's always
okay.
been great, but he just
But this is
couldn't
performance
physically
based, though.
play.
Like, you gotta be in pain. You're doing some mental
he's
gymnastics
literally
here.
back.
I don't know. He is, but no.
I don't understand what's so hard to understand.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I think
Sorry.
You're gonna rip my God, you just took his head off.
I think he didn't understand the requirements to be
I see.
filed back into the we're so back.
That's horrible.
I mean, he's back on stage, I guess, but he's never been on
It
stage
is
before.
literally
so he's
true.
not-
Yeah.
But is the baseline then excellent? It's fine. He's
I
already
think I'm being
ripped up.
gaslit.
We don't know.
He's already
You
ripped
might-
up.
you
It's
might
over.
be.
He's
I don't
back.
know. But chat, let us know what you think. Either way, his performance was great, and we hope to see much more of that. Another thing that is back, I have it on good authority, is pro tips from bearded casters. That's right. So let's send it over to Riff and hear what he has to say.
And in this edition of How They Do That, we're going over anchor smokes. How do the pros use them effectively? And I'm gonna show you how you might experience one here on Abyss with Brimstone real quick before we look at some of the pros and how they've used them during kickoff. So let's create a scenario where A is getting hit a lot. You've tried to play up front. You've tried to play retake with the team, but it's not working. So let's employ the smoke for the anchor. So you hear them, that familiar noise of them running through lobby, running through A, and you put your first smoke out, and as soon as you hear that util start to hit site, you put the second smoke down, covering yourself from Sova utility, other initiator utility, and also playing the back of the site, making your opponent feel uncomfortable as if they have to take the site again or plant without taking back site, which is in your favor because it should in theory make an easier retake. All of these can be played on different maps, and I'll show you that right now as we check out how the pros use it, because it is very, very effective in many cases. Here, our first one comes from Vic playing it on Pearl, and he actually uses one in the battle. He just puts the smoke around him, and you'll see him here in the smoke, and Envy is looking. He creates his own angles, actually, to find his first kill, and then goes back into the smoke, still anchoring almost alone on the site, finds another one, and Envy do not want to enter this. That's the pressure anchor smokes create. They eventually find him, but it's after he's already done the damage and brought that game to OT, helped the team. Here we have another one where you're going to see Ethan. He's all the way over on B, and he's going to be smoking towards A, and he throws one in for Brock. And now 100 Thieves is still trying to hit. This is their second take, so they're a little light on util. They're going to go ahead and neon ult in, but who's hiding in an anchor smoke? Brock. Instantly dropping that neon. The rest of the team now has the site cut off in their favor, and they just wipe down 100 Thieves. Our third one comes in. I love this one because it is again a team where they're trying to take the site again. Crew already tried to hit the other side, so they're light on util, but they use Infiltrator's ult to go in. Now this smoke is an anchor, but it's almost just becoming the default because it's so strong on Abyss. It funnels everybody from crew over to that left side because they know someone's there. They try to get to the util, and if you look towards the back of the site, you have Nerve easily rotating all the way to the left side, no problem whatsoever, free of anything, and their Sova has to jump through on crew because they just don't have the util to get there through the anchor smoke, get the pressure into their favor, and make sure it works. So it's always in your favor as a defender if that moment happens, get that smoke out. As a final note, the anchor smoke effect can be achieved in a variety of ways. It can be a Cypher cage, it can be a Viper orb, or even a well-placed wall if the moment calls for it. Let's send it back to the desk.
TIL, thank you so much, Riff. Now let's get into our first match and start with the news that kind of set the internet on fire just last night. Hot off the press, Demon 1 has signed with Envy. Inspire is out for now, so that's some huge changes coming in for their roster in their elimination match today. Yeah,
this is a really pretty unprecedented move, I think, that only speaks to something deeper than just his performance wasn't good, because it was good. Inspire, I would argue, is probably the best player for Envy through the start of their kickoff run here, but something internal in the team, they've deemed it's not the right path forward. So now, Emily, they take a humongous risk of changing the team with basically no time to prac.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good pick here, though. We saw Demon 1 play on stage for Cloud9, and he filled so quickly and just really fit the team, and I think he could do the same thing here for Envy. The only concern of mine is that, is this really Envy anymore? We have 2 core players that we saw kind of be the players to come in as SEN, and now we have 3, I guess, subs, if we want to call them that. I don't know what they are anymore, and it just feels like they have this new identity again that's not really them.
No, I mean, you're right. They are a new team now, but the question isn't really like whether they're Envy or not. It's, can they win? Can they stop actually being in the face of elimination? They have the tryouts against Demon 1 last week where they got spanked by him. So now they bring him into the fold and try and put him on the roster. And now it's about creating a system built around Demon 1, because we talked to Emmy a couple weeks ago about how it was working Demon 1 into that C9 team. And so much of it was about allowing him the freedom to play the game he wants to play.
But I think my concern is that this is not a team that is built like Cloud9. Cloud9 was already built to put so many resources into Oxy and really enable him as an individual. I think Envy already has some very resource-intensive players who want huge flexibility in how they play. I think Keznit is a peak example of that. I think you can even look sometimes at the plays they're setting up around Eggster, in that there are a lot of preset ideas and ways that they are dumping things into their players that now they have to implement a super resource heavy player in Demon 1 in, and I just don't know how that's going to work with like no prac.
It's actually easier than you think. No prac means they just get to play like ranked, which is a comfort zone.
Okay. Exactly.
That's
that's the aggression we know Envy for, right? So if he just fills that spot and just comes in aggressive and they all just play to their comfort and probably not dig too deep into the strap book, they should be fine, and the Envy we know and love. Now, in less than a month, we'll be at Masters Santiago, and there is one player in the server today who has something extra to fight for. So let's send it over to Dryad and hear from Keznit.
Hey guys, I'm here with Keznit ahead of his match against Evil Geniuses. And Keznit, I want to ask you, it is the dream of many players to play in front of their home crowd, but for you to make it happen, you need to go into this lower bracket run. It wouldn't be the first time that you make a lower bracket run, and it's also not the first time that a team that you're part of makes changes last minute. So how do you feel, and what is it going to take for Envy to make it happen?
Bueno, yo creo que algo muy impresionante es jugar alrededor de toda tu familia, así como en Santiago, y después del 0-9 que tuve con Cruz, creo que nada es imposible, así que vamos a hacer lo posible para llegar a esa Master y jugar con Demon 1. Yo creo que va a ser insano, así que bora nomás.
I think it's something very beautiful to play in front of your family and just have your family right there. But also, after that 0-9 that I had with Corrode at some point, I know that everything is possible, and playing with Demon 1 is going to be insane. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah, the home buff actually goes hard. We've seen that in esports across the board. That does something to some players, and Keznit definitely has the grit to really want it. Now, if we're looking at some other individuals that will be playing today, Eggster, he had an incredible debut starting off this season, really, really strong, but kind of went quiet after that.
Yeah, I feel like he's been struggling a bit more, especially with all these changes that Envy has had, to kind of find his footing like he was in the Tier 2 scene before he ascended, right? And I would honestly love to see him change up the roles a bit, or just play a different duelist, considering with all the changes that they have. Like, I feel like their play style.
Do you think that's ever gonna happen?
I'm praying for that day, because just nothing's the same. game, right? Like, they need to take risks. They need to change something because they haven't been finding success with what they've been doing already.
I will say the one time we did see him really pop up was during week 1. That was specifically in the opening match versus Evil Geniuses, who he's facing again today. It was a completely different story. He was topping out the kill feeds. He looked phenomenal in that game, and hopefully he can find that in the rematch here again.
However, I think it is somewhat of a bad sign if he's the top performer today. I think the win condition for Envy is making keznit and Demon 1 comfortable to have the best individual performances they can have. And I think part of that might require Eggster just going in and dying for the cause.
I mean, we don't quite know, obviously, what to expect from Envy. They did not have much practice time with the roster as is. Now, if we're looking at the other side, their opponents for today, Evil Geniuses, they took them down once. However, week 1 to week 3, I think that's a very different look for Evil Geniuses. They really started to mesh, you know, the synergy started to be really on display.
No, it did. I felt like it was a complete 180 versus what we've been seeing in their first few weeks. I was honestly doubtful a little bit of the chemistry that they presented early on, but last weekend, they showed a whole new team. I felt like they were actually playing together outside of their pre-planned stuff, right? I saw them kind of, maybe it's an improvement on comms if I had to say, just because of how well, like specifically look on these site anchors, how well they were kind of playing around each other with that.
I do think it was an improvement, but I still think we see issues in those later rounds. They had nice set plays. I think especially their Haven exemplified that. But when they get into these stressful late rounds where the team has to take initiative and action on something very quickly together, I still think we see EG fumble in those moments, and I think that might have been obfuscated some in their last game because of the clutches that they were getting from players like Supa and Com, which I don't know if is replicable today.
Whereas that was on full display in their opener versus Envy the first time because of how chaotic Envy were allowed to make those late round situations happen. So this is something that's going to be very tested throughout the match today.
I think EG was very aware of their shortcomings though in those first 2 weeks. They knew exactly what they needed to work on, right? We had chats with the individual players, also of course with Coach Potter. You mentioned it as well, right? Superman, he's one of those individual performances who kind of didn't show up in the first 2 weeks, but really redeemed himself.
No, he did, and I think alongside Superman, we really saw EG just kind of come together and be the team what I kind of hoped we saw at the start of the year.
Yeah, so they have a trajectory. So far, it's going up, but they do have to go up against the team that actually knocked them into the lower bracket to begin with. Now, let's send it back down to Dryad and hear from Coach Potter.
Hey guys, I'm here with Potter, and Potter, we know that the Evil Geniuses players, they have insane potential, but how do you balance the coaching of the individuals and the little things that they have to do, and also the countering what MV is doing, knowing that you already faced them, and I mean, you know Demon 1 very well.
I do know him well. You know, this week it's been a lot about adapting and improvising and kind of rolling with the flow to be able to build our confidence. We've been really focusing on ourselves, and a lot of the heavy lifting for that sort of prep for the macro side of things was done before the kickoff started. So this week it's been about activating my players and making sure they have the confidence.
Very excited. Good luck.
Yeah, but it's going to be against a team they didn't expect to see in the form that they will be facing off today. So it's going to be an exciting match for us to watch.
It absolutely will be. I think it's going to require a lot out of Com today in particular, because even more than usual with Envy, today is going to be about sight reading. You're going to expect Envy to be switching around compositions, trying to prioritize getting Demon 1 on that chamber if you can at all possible. And I think that's going to be a big ask for who is still a very new IGL in the EG camp.
Now, I want to know, based on the information we were given, we were all having an opportunity to change our predictions.
Yep.
Did anyone change their predictions?
I don't know.
I pre-predicted EG and I stuck to it.
I stuck with it too.
Me too.
Look at us. We're committed.
Yeah.
We're committed to potentially being wrong, and I love that about us.
Mimi's still a Sentinels believer. A lot of people have jumped ship off the Sen train in match 2.
Right.
Yeah, I did this just off of vibes, and it was kind of a punt. I assumed I would be in the minority here. I think that there is still... I was very impressed by the talent from Leviathan in their first game. I haven't seen enough of like what the team actually has, and I wasn't crazy impressed by their macro. So I still think even with Sen's struggles, that's going to be a close game.
But you told me Spike was back.
He is back.
And now you're saying that he's going to lose?
You can be back and lose. He is
mutually exclusive. What does the audience say?
I said Superman was back, and I'm still confident in
Is that surprising to you guys? So much envy love in chat?
Demon 1 is incredible, and EG, they are not a firepower heavy team compared to some of the field, I think. So I can understand it.
Well, I'm excited for this one. I want to see what both of these teams have in store for us today. Everything is on the line. Today, 4 teams will take the stage, but only 2 can move forward in this competition. VCT Americas Kickoff starts right now.
No way. But still, 10 seconds left. This is going to be a hide. Oh, he's got the 1v1 now versus Luke Show. He's going to end the game. Com already did around the world. Can he put it on his shoulders?
Com getting the revenge on Luke Show. Man, did that flank get so much value.
Definitely felt good. Felt like rolling back the years in a way. I think everyone was like, he's flanking again. You know, that's kind of been my thing over time. Now it gives me more confidence going into all my clutches. It's something that everyone will have to look out for, and we'll see if I can play mind games with it.
I think EG are pretty good. They have a lot of issues though. I feel like they try to play too structured. They're like too rigid, and I think that's pretty bad for them. Us on the other hand, we're like very loose and free. We do what we want a lot of times.
This is NB!
I think we just need to trust each other more. When I hear my teammates talk about like adjustments for what the enemy team is doing, I'm like, wow, these guys are so smart. I actually think we have a really good chance of making it if I personally can get my stuff together. Like, I feel like I'm bottlenecking really hard right now.
I think MV are kind of doing their own thing right now while we're kind of improving. We'll see what happens. What I'm expecting in this game is a 2-0 for EG.
Evil Genius has put in the work the past couple of weeks, and they're a different team as of last week. They're on the right trajectory, just in time to avoid elimination today.
That they are. For EG, this is a really big test. This is a team that came in with... How many times am I here? There we go. What was I saying? This is a big test for EG today. They are a roster that has had questions about the firepower, about how well they can put it together with really some weird pieces. And I think that they've looked good in their early rounds. They've had good plans, but now they have to execute against a team that is going to be so chaotic, so firepower heavy, and who they've already lost to.
And mission number 2, find Demon 1. Mission number 1, kill Demon 1 somehow.
Or just don't go to Demon 1.
Avoid at all costs.
Yeah, that's the hidden third route, but that one's a little tougher to do.
True. I don't know, but it seems like there is a clear game plan at least in place. All right, and their opponents for today, fairly last-minute changes, of course, to their core roster of our Ascension team, so they might have to bank a lot on comfort and individual hero performances.
And then there were two members from the Ascension Envy squad still here. But hey, Demon 1, the super sub, is sub for basically every Oregon VCT. Put him in the mix, you're gonna get the job done.
The last time we saw a roster move this crazy, this unexpected, was when Demon 1 joined EG in 2023.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say when he joined C9.
No, literally, like when he first joined, remember, they made a drop that everyone was like, oh, that's a crazy move. Why would you get rid of BCJ? And then he was like, the best thing ever for EG. This is another move that is coming in the middle of very weird circumstance, and we have to see if they actually can make it work.
All right, and here is your map selection. What do you make of this one?
These are all maps that I could see Chamber being ran viably, right? Like, these are maps where we could see Demon 1 just kind of insta-locking Chamber and locking it down. And I'm just concerned with how much EG has kind of struggled with that macro. Are they going to be able to put down and push back an operator no matter where they want to go?
Yeah, it definitely needs to be a focus for them, but also something they would have only found out about yesterday, right? At the same time, looking at the rematch in the map pool, both Corrode and Bind were 2 maps from that original pool. Both of them went Envy's way. That was where the series was won, so Evil Geniuses are going to have to go back and study that tape too.
And looking at Demon 1, the last time he played on Pearl, dude dropped 37 kills in overtime to beat Envy. Now they've gone, picked him up, and are like, okay, your turn to do that for us today on Pearl.
Take us home now.
Yep.
Yeah, can't beat them, be them. That's the way to do it. Exactly.
Yeah, can't beat them, buy them.
In this economy, I guess that's how you do it. Yeah, what do you want to see composition-wise from either of those teams?
Demon 1 Chamber.
Chamber, Yoru, Jet, keznit. Give me the triple.
I actually think that would be good given the circumstances. Or the keznit Neon. I actually like him on that role too.
Yeah, and coming in from EG, let's see if they run the same comp, exact same comp that they ran last time. That didn't work out great for them, but I do like the pick on the Sova. I think the dart and the drone give you a lot of information that they could kind of play around with, but will it be enough to kind of clear out every spot on Pearl and also default properly? That is my question.
The big elephant in the room the last time EG was playing Pearl and also the split against SEN.
Demon 1 Astra.
What?
Wait,
they're actually EG.
No, Demon 1, Potter's on the other side of the stage. You don't have to lock in the smokes anymore. She's not forcing you to.
That is a wild move. I mean, he has played it before, like you're saying. He won champs playing Astra Brim.
We're going to see his Brimstone on bind, I'm telling you now.
Yeah, lock in those compositional predictions. The teams are getting ready and so are we. So let's send it over for this elimination match to our casters. Here's Riven and Silly.
Thank you so much to the desk. Great setup for the day, and it is going to be, as you said, Zoe, that elimination match facing these two teams that are also facing some changes, but EG is feeling good about their position right now. So can they topple the Demon as he now comes into play for Envy?
There's just so many changes going to this game, actually. Because, yes, Demon 1 comes into the roster for Envy, and you're adding arguably some more firepower to this team. But then it comes down to, is there going to be a lack of preparation? Is there going to be any dynamics issues? Now going to this game, it's also going to be role potentially issues as you have Demon 1 going into this Astra. He hasn't played Astra since his Leviathan days. I think the last time he's played that Astra was actually on March 30th, where they lost 0-2 against and once upon a time Furia. That doesn't look like the Furia of today.
Back then with Rossi.
Exactly. And now, yeah, he gets to get reunited at least with Rossi, but Rossi also switches into a role going into the Senti.
Yeah.
You have to also underline for EG though. They keep the same comp, but they are also switching roles. Okeanos is now going to be the tip of the spear, playing this Whaley for the team, and Digizine to support them on the Yoru.
Have swapped before Digizine, no stranger to that Yoru, but we have seen Okeanos fragging on it, so can we expect the same from this? Envy taking space already as EG do the same long, and it looks like they are going to put their foot down here just from Art right away and sign off on it.
Double mollies too, so that's no alarm about a middle. This is why you're playing so passively for EG.
Ears
already
are ringing.
Superman, yeah, is under heavy trouble.
Still gets it. A little bit of help from the team there as he was very concussed up. They're trying to push through the smoke. Nice job holding the defensive side as Envy continues to push forward, but it's not enough. It's falling flat, and Digizine hits the 3K.
EG was ready for that, despite them being spread all across the map. Again, they were expecting for Envy just to continue to be aggressive in the post plan. They held their lines where you're trying to cross over to find information. You needed some util to at least help out onto keznit to move towards that pit fight. And he runs into a crossfire setup, and there's just too much to deal with here for Envy.
Nice, boys. There we go. Hey, that's a...
It looked red. Looked like they had the cover for each other for all the util that Envy used there. It was very nice.
One thing that's for sure, though, at least for Envy, is once they take the defensive side, it would still be a very difficult game for EG because you're still looking at a roster across the board that has some heavy firepower. Okeanos is already running under trouble. A drive-by from keznit with the Sheriff.
Yeah. Forcing an error there, and they're still going to push in. The rest of the team is trying to pick up the pieces. Almost a little too much, but EG does come out with the 3v3 now. Have to be careful of how this works. keznit with the Guardian is able to go back and forth. Gonna keep focused on those guns in sight.
And there's no util right now for EG. They have to move in as a group.
Another. Looking to tempt some shots, draw some eyes, and they leave Bao to run in. The Phantom purchase for the round is gonna clean a few up, get that return on investment, and good patience to slow that one down, recognizing Envy was putting a little bit of chaos in there.
And that's one thing that we're gonna keep underlining in this game. EG, they wanted to brush up on their micro against Loud last week, and they looked excellent in that series. Now we want to see if they're going to be able to continue this against a team like Envy. Again, they've learned from their opening kickoff game against this very team where that aggression from Envy kind of took over for them. And for Envy's a win over EG. But now so far so good. I love how we scaled back towards that map, playing the buddy system on that retake, despite this being an anti-eco and probably doable for Envy's side because it was a very nice 3v3 in the end. That was doable on the side of the attack. But now for the gun round of Envy. It's going to continue to be slow, playing a little bit more of a default on a 2-2-1, trying to prod to see if there's anybody pushing aggressively as you have this bonus for EG.
Nice pressure for Okeanos to follow the drone. They have Calm on that Odin at double doors for a moment to keep the spray down, but he backs down street as Envy doing a little bit of play so they can get themselves into the hallway towards Art. They've gained a bit of space here, but no real movement towards the map side of EG.
Might have to come down to the activation on this B long so far for the side of Envy, because you've made so much noise in the first place. Now you finally push them back. Actually, this is perfect look for EG right now. They could split into a 4-1 setup on the B site where there's a very weak side. They had to TP out.
Oh, keznit. Oh, gets torn apart by the Superman Bandit, and Calm does make that Odin sing. Envy getting a little bit of ground in sight, and they are going to use all the time in the world on EG's side to walk this one back in so they can have the right hit from every side it looks like they're going to be able to come from.
They're a little bit separated, though. There's so much good util on Okeanos, but look at him flanking all the way towards that long B side. So really, you're looking at a flash, hopefully a recon that comes back for Calm for that fuck retake, but they're losing the timing.
A quick trade. Okeanos needs to move, but he can't make a footstep yet. He doesn't know if somebody's in range. Now he's kind of activated, and he can start to head down long.
There's that dart.
Spike's about to hit medium tick here. Calm's off is going to play off that utility and easily get the spray down. The last shot from Bao. They have 3 alive still, and EG grabbed their bonus round.
That's surprising as well from EG. Set up in a position where they're just trying to react on EG coming back, and once they realize that EG are fairly slow, they're not trying to group up here. You saw, at least on the sidewalk towards the street, Rossi did try to find some information in the pulse plan to try to cut these rotates, but the rest of them staying anchored up, staying in individual positions though, just gave so many 1vx's in favor of EG to retake.
EG have shown now A is closed and B is closed. It's going to take more than some regular hits to get in, so how can Envy start to really split this defense?
Envy will go for a 5-man hit.
Yeah.
It's a half buy. You're trying to get some value here off this Bucky wall slicer and a slide from keznit. But now Digizine has that outlaw.
One clean shot. They know Spike's on the left side of the map. They can at least bring one more over as you see that lean coming in from Calm to protect the site and just reassure that they're in the right spot. Oh, this is going to be tough. Seeing stars as Digizine, but he gets out on the gate crash. keznit's forced to run through, taking a bit of damage in the same moment, and that damage is finalized by Bao.
Plant is good at least, but they're looking fairly strong for EG for the retake. At least this time around, it looks like they want to try to push towards street.
A little side kill there helps. They got to look, break the crosshair, but Bao is able to get one. It still means Envy is trying to be active on this. EG goes for the dimensional drift to find the rest of the members, and Exter looks like he might get cracked on this one. He goes to hide again, a Stinger, a Bucky. He's got an arsenal back there, but does he have the answer for everyone staring him down? He does not. Digizine grabs another one. And already, dimensional drift in this round into some more kills. EG are flowing.
I love the confidence from Digizine just to stay in that. There was, what, a concuss from the Astra on the side of Demon 1. Yet he still stays in and tries for a shot before he TP's out and makes it out safely. If he actually died, though, that's an outlaw left in the post plan, which would have been dangerous there for EG.
Yeah.
But thankfully here, despite the damage being done for NV side on this half buy, they're still flowing with a lot of money for EG, for most of the crew. What a shot from Demon 1, by the way.
Phew, he still has that Sheriff. He's playing smokes. You remember his Brim on Fracture, even this Astra, he's still always hitting those Sheriff shots on the lower buys. And it's going to be a timeout as it's quickly 4 rounds for EG.
And that shot from Demon 1 just brings into the confidence that Demon 1 brings in for this team, right?
Absolutely.
He's mentioned in so many interviews in the past, it's like, hey, I don't mind whatever team I play with, I'll make it work. And whatever agent I need to play, I'll make it work. He makes it work here because he brings into the firepower. But then now it comes down to the preparation of Stunna and his assistant coach on how do you build around now the synergy with that. Yes, you have that firepower, but if you don't have that util that really helps out the team into these moments of chaos, that's where the opponents can really take over these things. Thankfully, though, I think, you know, Demon 1 played in that week 2. Oxy came back, and then now he probably had like a 2-week stint now to be able to scrim with Envy to build things up. And hopefully it'll shine for that side for Envy this time around here. But I mean, it's a big ask right now for this team to move deep.
To figure out what all of that looks like, as well as they might change duelists around, change smokes around, change the sentinel. Who knows? They could really toss things up.
So far, disappointment, though, for not seeing a Chamber.
Oh, my. They release a video that has Chamber's face, his card, it's his name on Demon 1 with Chamber there, and we get Astra. We better get a Chamber in this series. We better get a Chamber. Let's see what they have for round 5 out of this timeout for Envy.
It's been a pain point for Envy so far, but you understand here, you lose a bonus, things start spiraling, but the retakes have been really good for EG. So you have to iron these out on the pulse plan. And despite that, trying to play it slow, trying to force EG's hand to find the info first. That's a solo push-up from DJZ. And there's 3 players over, maybe not even 4 at the beginning on that B side, yet he still comes out unscathed for EG side. Beautiful start for EG after this timeout from Envy.
And they're ready to play towards A, too. No, they'll have to delay and get a retake here. Superman playing safe in the back, goes for a bit of a smoke, gets a kill through 3. Somehow Poppin takes a pie to the face past his teammates. And now they're holding in the side Digi with another one. He's just popping out of the woodwork. You can hardly see him when he's hitting these shots from the side of Envy. And they are lost in this one as Bao gets a little bit of a KJ diff there on the lurk, and it is 5-0. The timeout will not work for Envy.
And you have to understand here why we have these role switches going into this map as well, to see Rossi on this KJ. When Demon 1 plays a Chamber or he plays a Brimstone and Astra, Brimstone and Astra is going to be with the team or he's going to have to play pulse plans. But when he's playing a Chamber, he's more like a rotational pickoff type of player, while you need lurkers. That's what was one of the key components that Envy's working around the map, forcing rotates and being able to pump back into a different site. It was because of Enspire's lurks. Now you're giving it to Rossi, who's also very good in that role, which is probably why now he's playing this KJ and not giving this Senti role to Demon 1 just because of the map layout here of Pearl.
All right. Confirmed entry with the dimensional drift. They can see Bao on the back side. We'll say we'll put this right on point.
Simple.
Easy kill. Yeah, really just going back to basics here on using one ult to favor the other, or complement the other. Still push. They have a reaction for the util. Very nice protocol here from the side of Envy to stop it. But is it going to be too much chaos from EG as the rest of Envy is just ready down the firing line of Secret to bring that in their favor?
When you open it up on that side and you're playing weak for EG on the A site with Bao's util, if he dies, I mean, you've already lost the information on what could happen here towards Art.
Right.
I have the best question marks in the game.
It was artistic.
But there's just so much space that Envy could take here in the post plan. So they all group up towards the end. They all at least try to congregate into one section that they could retake for EG. But Envy just had great counter util in the post plant because most of it was just used by a double ult to take space control, which is great.
Rolled a few off the chin of Demon 1 there, but he still gets the kill as it goes through the metal. So they get one back, see where they can take the money, see where they can take the gameplay. We've kind of had the death ball strategy from Envy here in these past few rounds so they could keep their forces together.
Definitely took a Hail Mary for that round, right? The double ult to get some space. Thankfully now DJZ still has his overdrive so they could cycle a little bit more. And despite them winning the round, a couple of them did die with not too much money left going into this round, so Eggster only has a Spectre to work with. It'll be another very slow start for Envy. Just still continuous different looks and trying to get active information in the first place. Is this drone on this long B side, excuse me. Hasn't seen any position from the Opera yet. They maybe are thinking that the Op is playing towards this B side, but it's actually just Okeanos playing at the orb over A. And the Op was actually posted up on Art. Beautiful mind games here. A call from Calm to rotate Digizine back on the Op line because there's no more deep drone to spot down towards that long B. Digizine has an opportunity for a great opener once again.
He's holding down low. He knows if they hit this late, they're probably not going to do too much on the top side. Oh, he was right, but he moved a little too early, and that's an activation for Envy here. Nice Cosmic Divide is going to make EG feel a little uncomfortable on their sight. As a quick check to the backside, gives them safety. Oh, still Com's going to find you with the shock darts, as always. The next plant to come back in, it's going to be the Killjoy ultimate, going to be a lockdown, though, so we might have somebody caught if you cannot get Eggster out.
It just got theirs out too. Maybe a couple of seconds left, so that's going to force Envy out, allowing EG to flood back in with the Cosmic Divine. You could at least get it halfway, but they haven't wasted a util from the after yet.
Dashing through. Keznit now looking for a first kill as Demon 1 gets bowed down. They are arms reach apart here as the fire starts coming through, and EG finds a few kills for themselves. Is it another one trade down long? They're not putting the pressure on. They're not getting the swings that they need here. It's all up to GG now. Operator there, a peek's going to come out, but it's not going to be enough time. All of the smokes, all the delay. Beautifully played by Envy there. It took quite a bit from both teams, but it's what comes out for Envy's side that matters, that victory.
Envy was not afraid to refight through the Cosmic Divide as soon as that lockdown was depleted on EG's attempt. Look at this. Yes, it's a beautiful shark dart in the beginning, but towards the end, for EG flooding back in his double ult on their side, they haven't tapped Spike.
Yeah,
there's just a lot of util coming back from Envy's side that just
comms, guys. Let's go,
yeah, really delayed everything on the side of Envy, which is perfect.
Just kind of felt like false pressure. You know, you are coming back into the site, but you're not making the enemy care too much about it.
Well, an op is saved for Digizine going into this round. A stack heavier on EG's side as they have this lower buy. Soki with the Guardian.
He's been here a few times, trying to take the fights himself. Another one. No, the saturate was so nice, but Extra and the rest of the team trade back. Hunter's Fury goes through that chaos as well from Calm in the back to get a kill. And there are X's all over A, but it does not mean Rossi stops moving. He's still trying to gain space and figure stuff out while the plant goes down.
The plan was still pretty good for EG. What a shot, though, for Digizine. That's Extra down, advantage for the side of EG as now the alarm bot is sounded. They know at least that one is towards Art. They could start tempoing up here, especially now that Digizine has the ult to confirm where the second player is going to be.
Well, they see the turret. That wasn't there before, so they're guessing it's going to be what they need. Wait! Why are you looking left if there was confirmed no one there? Oh, the last moments are just all in Envy's favor around the dimensional drift, and they snuff that play right out.
And that's a little bit of a slip there. We were talking about EG having to clean up a little bit of that micro and just having to turn left without, you know, flicking towards that right side to really clear both extremities. Because they found that perfect timing to take down Calm out in the open. And then the crossfire to bring immense value from Art after that lurk coming out here from Rossi. And there you go. You see how they were so focused on trying to take down Rossi towards Art that keznit found that perfect timing. You'll count your lucky stars there because that closes that gap. There's only 2 rounds remaining to tie up this game for Envy side. And yeah, you're going to stop the brakes now. Potter calling it for EG to just redraw the plans on how they want to anchor on these sites. I mean, it was still nicely drafted. You're trying to go for, you know, the dash up to find info combined with the Hunter's Fury, but that second layer, they tried to stay on site. They tried to fight with the Chaos against Envy, which was something that they also wanted to explore going into Loud. But going into that pulse plan, it's finally been cleaned up here by Stunner after these after his calls. Because that's what, 3 plants in a row since the timeout, 3 of them won by the side of Envy.
Let's see where they go from this. It does seem to kind of allow Okeanos kind of extremity control and denial of him going down in the same situation, with still Digi being hard on these lines, going for the operator, being the main focus of kind of the defense point they want to hit with if they are moving forward. Here again, that at long C. So we'll see if Oki can get himself going here. Looks like he might be backed up by the drone this time too on Art.
Digizine's going to find, or try to find some value again with the op. I thought he was going to try to move up a lot more where he found some value with the Phantom before, but he'll stay posted up for a bit. As they hear the drone, they re-clear towards Art for EG. Has a little bit of a stalemate, but the ult comes up right away for Extra to find the early information and a quick 5-man pop.
Instantly cut the site as well. Towards the right side, making sure it's safe. They leave 2 in main to insert, but now Extra is fully pressuring here towards the backside, and EG can't even approach their site.
Always seem to be stuck to play the post plant right now when it comes down to these big ult rounds for Envy. What do you have cooked up now for EG as you're a man down already from Okeanos?
Poppin starts it. Safety in sight. Everybody's kind of got a crossfire on each other, and that's the one. Poppin goes for the kill as they get one out. Nicely played by Exter and the team there, just to send EG for a loop. And Demon 1 had an op in the back, by the way, on main. Still opping. Still Demon 1. It's going to be a save for EG as they cruise out to the left side of the map here. And Envy, this was a 5-1 game. It's now going to be a 5-4 game.
Correct. Yeah, again, after that timeout from Envy, and they started having these ult cycles coming out on their side too, they were able to take full advantage of it, even canceling out the big ult round that EG had before on that lockdown in Astra, Cosmic Divide on that P site. So that means now for Envy, they're definitely on the driver's seat for this half. And I'd like to see EG maybe try to change things a little bit more now when it comes down to these chaotic rounds. Because, again, they were looking good chaos versus chaos against Loud and kind of caught their opponents off guard. Now you're allowing Envy to get full setup on these pulse plants, and now they found how they could course correct right over here to fight towards that pit.
Bro, we have Demon 1. She's the best player in the world. Let's go.
As Demon 1 just sits back and sips a mojito and A main for that round.
But you saw how that changed towards that fight on that pit. Instead of the piss round, of course, where you don't have that util, but now you're baiting some players out, you're TPing out, and you're swinging right after the TP from Exter. And EG gets all of their angles broken trying to fight back into the A-side pit take. Now it's a big round that EG could maybe take into their advantage because they have this Whaley ult. It's actually Okeanos using the mini op with the Guardian, looking down the line aggressively actually for info, which allows now EG to focus a little bit more on the crossfire and to getting information on middle.
Just patience now. Exter's probably not going unless he has some util. They're waiting for each other here to make a move. I kind of like this from Envy. They've shown a lot of pressure in the beginning of the rounds before. Now it's going to be very patient to make people second guess if it's actually going to happen. Right. Flash is coming through. Shots going a little wayward for a moment there, but it is going to be Envy trying to push through Art here. Nice shot by Digi to slow him down. Wait, Okeanos is there too. It's only a few trades from Envy and not enough to stop EG's defense.
I thought Oki was going to run down there as he only had the Guardian inside that smoke.
He makes it work. We've been looking to see if he could come online yet this game. They've kind of kept him quiet on this waylay. And now probably don't need to use the convergence path that has come up. Keznit. The shorty on Digi as he's going to slide around here. This can be incredibly effective as he slides into 1v1s. Boom. Saved by Demon 1. He's trying to hide just outside the path. And they're just waiting. Long swing. Ooh, here's a pop-in for you. Bao's going to be able to clean that one up. 6-4. It was going for a few rounds, but EG stopped the bleeding there.
You see the practice coming in for EG as they looked like they're going to align themselves to Demon 1, and they just hit back and said, wait, guys. We have to think about the fundamentals. 3, 2, 1, a wide swing, and then finally they break the crosshair placement, and they even pull out a live bar, all of them. And that definitely surprised Envy when they tried to double run through that smoke. Nice repositioning coming out from Okeanos. And even Bao is the one that gets the kill. Man, they're getting good values with the bandits and the pistols. Remember Superman at the beginning of that half, all the way towards that back of that B site.
Taste of your own medicine, right? 6-4 here. 2 more rounds to clean up this half. Could go either way with the buys coming through. And EG keeps that up.
Maybe orb control will be the name of the game here. Demon 1 would have a cosmic divide if he picks up that orb. Allow for them to go into easy mode on the execution on that B site. Joan hasn't, well, the turret's going to see them at least.
There it is.
Confirm. There's that orb. And there's that pick from Digizine again, though.
He's hardly been on that left side, actually, towards the screens. It's been box, it's been back haul, so always switching it up as the sight hit comes in. Cosmic divide for safety, but how safe is the question? Com already getting one, swings through the wall, is going to be found very quick. They're just not stopping. EG biting down on this Cosmic Divide right away. Oh, Bao! And Digizine there to clean the round up. Crispy there from EG on the hold.
Yeah, I was questioning here Envy running down for that plant, especially when they lost a player, but it's Poppin trying to go for that plant. He already had a Hunter's Fury. He was probably going to be the one that could save the round for Envy, but instead they go through their tried and true, their play style. They tap the spike, they force the players to come out, and they're counting on their aim. They try to win these rounds, but util continues to be too good for EG. They back themselves out into these fights. Tom feeling like it's Christmas.
He's giddy over there. Where are we going? Looks like it's happening fast. They've slowed it down a few times, and now they're going to hit the go button.
Double ult again.
Cruising right through. Digizine's going to try to get in the face of him. He does. The shorty works, and he gate crashes out just to return a little bit later for another fight and play again. Oh, not even able to clear the right side. They're so tunneled on what's happening over towards the util of Evil Geniuses as they continue to clean up Envy. Flawless round so far, and a flawless round to end the first half.
Great cleanup by Potter, sends a timeout as well on their side, and they're making this game in this series interesting. Again, a big elimination game, big changes coming out for Envy. And EG trying to find their championship form. And it's all thanks to this guy. The continuous first bloods from Digizine that gets converted back for EG is the name of that first half.
This first half of Evil Geniuses versus Envy.
Oh my God, Demon 1 cosplay!
Has been in your face, and I don't think it's going to change when we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
We are back to see if Envy can put their stamp on the second half here. 8-4 is Evil Geniuses. You called it right before we went to break. Potter's timeout just corrected everything and anything we were really seeing wrong with them. And they even came out with a flawless last round of the half. So really righted the ship there. We'll see if they can continue into the second half.
Yeah, both coaches actually getting tremendous value out of their timeouts, and for Envy to start a slow comeback within the game. They were really one round away before tying things up on a 5-5 scoreline until Potter called that timeout and at the end of round number 8. Yeah, they could convert the other one too, but then the last 3 looked pretty good. But here's that question mark that looks to be answered this time around as we're about to witness the second half unfold. Envy, 5 players individually, could definitely win these rounds.
Okeanos is going to start off and already shut down 2. Demon 1 says he can have a play at it, and they're going to try to actually protect this. I thought Superman and the rest of the team were going in, but it's going to fizzle out for now. A creep going into the site here for EG as they try to keep things a little quiet until the drone, but they still have quite a bit of control over here. They just have to figure out what's going on in Art. Oh, the peek, the double swing there. Bao is able to help clean that trade up. They're still going. They're still going. It doesn't look like they're going to slow down at all. A jump in coming from Rossi. He's going to throw his aim off for a moment. Can it be popping? It's Bao again! A 3K for Bao on this pistol. A 3K for DG earlier. Like, these guys are cruising.
Especially when you see all the 5Xs for the blue side of Envy just dying here towards middle. It just became an easy, you know, advantageous position from AG's side. Look at how we're trying to push out. There's one flash, and then we're all peeking one by one at that point. Yes, we tried to converge on 2 angles, but EG were just ready for it. They had 3 players on their side and just fought back beautifully.
Bro, yo, Keznit! Keznit Dookie!
He's gonna have to watch his words though, because I remember Okeanos, I think on LEV against Crew, was very loud against Keznit, and then it ended up being a victory for Crew in the end. So we'll have to see if it bites back. So far, so good, though. Yeah. Okeanos continues, shuts down Extra, was trying to look for some warp control. So for Envy's end, they're just trying to maximize as much as they can into their eco so that they could get these ults up ASAP. Poppin's already halfway towards his on the Hunter's Fury, but EG is starting to run away with these rounds.
Pushing in the eyes of Digizine right now as they get Dimensional Drift back online ASAP, but still right side of the map, they're working back on the defensive side. So thinking Envy's going to get a little weird here on their lower buy. A little bit of the anti-ego purpose for EG moving in here slowly.
Turning every stone, though. Yeah. Double swing to break the turret behind a drone, too. That confirms an open site for them to take. I don't know if Rossi will try to go for a timing. He only has a classic to work with, and now it's just find exits, try to go for die in a spike. Don't give these orbs up on the side of Okeanos, who's already halfway. So that means for me, you're gonna have to switch weapons here. Maybe try to pick up the a pistol from Superman or Bao and start having Okeanos chasing for these kills in spawn.
I like that. Looks like they might trade over here. No, they're actually just getting out. Trading positions. So still at least going for the effective person to push. Calm starts off there. And the rest of Envy, I think, are going to try to deny some orbs here as we just get the spike to go off. A nice job by EG to roll through these ones. I think one of the things that pained them in pro... Going forward. There you go. You got the trade finally. One thing that pained them was they played a little too safe on these rounds where they had buys. And they kind of let the enemy team in and under their skin. But not this time.
Good shock darts coming out from Calm. That's like, what, 2 shock darts that he's gotten on this map so far?
Yeah.
So getting value off the credits that he spends for the abilities here for that Sova. He's also getting very close to halfway to his Hunter's Fury.
Jeez. Zoop. Gets it. Of course he's blind when he does it too. He is having a grand old time today. All right, 10-4 here. Digi with the Outlaw. 18-6 for both him and Bao. Just laying down the law today.
Right now, the openers is across the board from EG on how they're getting these values, but on that first half, it was definitely Digizine at the tip of the spear. You know, we talked about 5 first bloods. All 5 of them converted into a round for EG in that first half.
That's incredible.
So think about him right now with this Outlaw. The thing is this bonus round is not going to be as strong against Envy. The Outlaw against 4 full shields across the board here for the players out of 5 of Envy. They could stay alive here in these fights, but they have power numbers on the attack.
Making good space. They're feeling comfortable about their take, actually. A little late on the activation to see if Envy was maybe hiding in the works. Oh, Rossi with the angle. Rossi with a sliver. Forces off that so he doesn't play anything too silly and the team can get back with him. Oh, knowledge of Rossi's position gives him some damage. Now you got to watch coming around the flank, though, as well from our Demon One has a good push inside. Exter doesn't fall prey to it that time with the shorty. And Demon One's good for 2 from around the outside. Now it's just Digizine and Superman. Getting back in from main. And it is going to be a task. That's 1 shot. That's 2.
Oh
Wait,
my
it's
God.
3! No, can't happen! It can! We just watched it! And I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it. Evil geniuses grab another round that was well in the hands of Envy.
And that's on Superman. 17 assists, by the way, on Superman.
Oh my gosh.
And somehow finds the timing out of his gravity well to not allow Envy to get even half the fuse at the start. So they find the perfect timing as the smoke dissipates, and it's Outlaw Classics. And the long range catching players off guard 1 by 1. What a conversion out from the Evil Geniuses.
I think that's a big point where we see that it comes down to the team who's kind of in that veteran locked-in status to a team that then at that point relies on firepower in a moment, relies on swinging on each other. As Rossi said before, we're all calling until Poppin kind of confirms a call. It's very ranked. We'll be back and forth, covering each other, hitting our shots. There's no real method to the madness other than we are aimers, we're good, and we'll get in there when the call is ready.
In macro-wise, when you're looking at how that round unfolded, though, it was so unorthodox in terms of that NV playstyle. They gave up so much space at the beginning. The fact that EG was able to crawl down for a split into the A site and still set alarm bots deep into the jump up towards Sewers, towards Ivy. They had so much information in the pulse plant to win for EG side. And then Envy, well, they used their brute force util. They set these aggressive fights on site. And then they forced the EG players to really fall from a couple of the mistakes until you have this hero round coming out from the Digizine and Superman. So honestly, like, it wasn't the worst of rounds coming out for Envy when how they wanted to flood retake towards the end. They just got very unlucky of not protecting each other when they're trying to get that defuse. Where that's planted towards that fridge, you could still body block your teammate to at least go for a half defuse, maybe even a full defuse, but they weren't really there to work with each other for Envy after they retook the A site.
Well, they're active. Double swing doors, instant control in mid. Tempting a fight. Bao feels it already. Yeah, they actually got it right off of the turret too. Oh, the throw over the wall for the escape. Very nicely played. As Bao kind of calls that one.
Oh, a little hand sticking out.
Took his elbow off and then the hand. We traded back beautifully.
Will they get another peek is the question. Orb grabbing out. EG doing a great job at maxing in these rounds too to make sure they have an advantage to get the round if they are stopped in their initial strat.
Well, that happened towards the beginning of the round. Looks like they already took down Rossi's turret. So you're forcing out players to really move around that map. And that was something that Star was mentioned before. They haven't been too strong at finding mid-round plays, especially when they're still aggressive to get the early space. So they kind of feel like they're off on an island, playing in the unknown that allows their opponents to really close out these rounds. So having EG on the attack with, well, now the dart going towards the A side, you kind of have an idea that there's probably a finish from EG over on A. So that will actually get Demon 1 ready.
Let's see how Demon 1 plays this smoke here. Gonna go ahead and smoke it out so they feel uncomfortable taking that backside of sight. But they're just jumping through as shorties. Fearless are EG right now with the numbers they're able to put onto the site. Seeing one, but that's gonna draw the tunnel attention to the wrong spot. Popping in the back, trading out guns there. And now, in the eyes of Calm here, he's gonna get found out, so it's gonna be the rest of the team needing to help him.
Com's gonna have to dance now in church.
Great crossfire on Art. Cleaned up one. Waiting to peek. Another double here from the eye of Superman, and he cannot get it. Rossi gets two with a Bulldog, and the defuse comes through for Envy. Timeout value up again.
And that was a big play. Keznit just had to get his one while he slides across. That eliminates the crossfire setup.
Yep.
So then the other two are kind of just stuck playing on the staircase and trying to swing on a high-low re-peek out from Envy. Very nice in the end. Good finish here to close things off on Envy.
That's the face of, we just want to close this one out. Not.
No pie, no pie, no pie.
Got it.
Yeah, 4-13 for Rossi. Vibes are still there at least.
Yeah. You know, especially when you're not pieing. They go up. Definite vibe up.
Look at that win round. They win the round here, Guardians and an Ares. Still not out of the frying pan.
Yeah.
For Envy, and EG are just looking to go very quick towards this B site.
No convergence path to start. No, they decide to dive in. Eggster's still there. Calm missing on the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to just rush into sight on this call to still take the space, but Envy's not going to let it happen. A line of scrimmage stands strong, and no member of EG really passes that.
That was huge by Eggster. He was a reason why they were able to anchor that up, and how they were also, despite that 4 versus 2 that they lost a couple of rounds ago, it was all thanks to Eggster finding great value out of his clone. They shoot it out. He flashes on top of that, gets some kills while he's storming back with the team. That was something that was mentioned at the desk where they wanted to see this resurgence of Pompin from that week 1 into this week, because they did kind of falter a little bit in the last 2. But look at that flash after the clone. Even his TP that he forced himself away from was not even far away. Ooh. So he's always there in that fight.
Mini off shot. Feeling good. Oh, Eggster has previously talked about kind of getting hit by the fog of war in a game. It's like, man, I know what to do all the time when I'm playing online, but in the server, sometimes it escapes me, and it seems like he's got that cleaned up in these chaotic situations. Little dismiss. Oh. No fight. They hold their tongue. Oh, I eat crow on that. They don't hold their tongue. They go straight for the fight. And now it fizzles out for a moment.
And look at the differences from TPs from Eggster as well. He stays within the site while DigiZ was always going towards the A side and a very long rotate. So he's always back in the fight too. EG though on an eco, so they're again just trying to maximize as much as they can going into the next round. But this is also a scoreline that could potentially haunt EG. They had this matchup. They had this map against Sentinels in the past. They had a strong lead too. It was an 11-7 half, or a scoreline rather, until Sentinels came back and won it 13-11. And now EG was also on the attack side in that moment, or in that map in the series.
Maybe get an orb here for Superman. I mean, you're going to be going guns. You can't go shy. They do. So at least you get Cosmic Divide out of this too. 4 ults to come out of next round if none are used here. And Envy still can clean up. Setting up their ults too. It can get locked down online if they find one more for Rossi. So Envy in a very good position to keep stringing these together. I think it's important that we see them be able to be down in such a way of 5-1, but still have
the knowledge and the wherewithal on how to come back in that situation.
I'm gonna say they have to make some noise here. They have to plant, staying alive to time towards the end. The Econ won't be there.
Good God. Whoever got there first, really, too flawless.
The thing is, those are important kills for keznit. He's one away from the overdrive now, and you just mentioned before, Rossi is one away from his too. So going into this round here, it would be a huge chaotic round 2 coming up.
Poppin resting. This is Potter saying, slow down the aggression. It is. Potter wants a moment with the team and also just stop this Envy momentum coming through. Seems like they have the idea continuously in playing it at that fundamental level and putting a few tricks in there. Demon 1 doesn't seem to be having any trouble slotting in right now with the way they want to play.
I'm still quite surprised though on this Potter timeout. I feel like it's a little bit too early. They still have 4 rounds of Valorant before Envy ties things up. Yeah, I mean, maybe they want to try some good value out of their ults, but maybe not try to use too much going into the next round.
That could be it.
I mean, they were still looking pretty decent from the pistol to the bonus round that they converted, that they could still trust into comms calls going into this round here, and then maybe pause once you start getting like 11-8 or 11-9 potentially for Envy here, and you see where the ult balance is gonna go for either team. But maybe because Okeanos has been holding on to that ult for a couple rounds in the past when he should have looked like he was trying to use it towards the B side and decided to cancel on that, and he lost that round. So maybe it's just to brush that up a bit. Remember, this is a different role swap for both Digizine and Okeanos. Both of them finding great value on Yoru, but Okeanos struggling a little bit more on the Waylay. This is new for him as well. You know, he is the Swiss Army knife for the team, but maybe the jack of all trades, master of none scenarios here.
And sometimes that KDA follows the volume too. A lot of times we see Okeanos be in that volume that Superman has said has got the team going again. So that would be pivotal right now too, to hear that. Converge's path goes up. Digizine easily able to find Demon 1 out. And this makes EG a little unsure to push more. It's only going to be Okeanos. I was going to say no one's going to follow him, but they're trying to get a kill. Art is the play from Rossi. Well, EG have the site. They also don't want to peek. They're playing it a little scared. It's working out for him for now, but Lockdown's going to hit, and this is just going to be absolute chaos from Egster. Either side of the wall played here. Keznit's just going to wait to see if anybody comes through just outside the lockdown, playing inside his. The plays from Okeanos don't come through onto Rossi just yet here in Bao. They've asked from him before. Can he do it this time? Headshot on 1, swings it, almost gets the second one, has the timing, but he did. Oh my God!
Woo! That would have been insane, but it's once again Egster saving it out for Envy. Coming out of the TP, staying alive, and now forcing Bao to really run around like a chicken with his head cut off, and you know what? The chicken almost won.
They stay alive for a while.
Yeah, it was low HP, the wall bang into that box. I mean, look at the HP remaining for Exit towards the end. I think it was halfway in terms of health.
Oh my gosh.
Clean shot on that flick on keznit.
114, a headshot and a body, so he still hit him in the face. Holy.
But that stops the bleeding. This is a huge advantage for Envy to bring things back. Because you talk about this timeout, they've used all of them on the side of EG, and they couldn't convert it. 2 players that should have escaped when the lockdown came out from Envy's side, and it didn't happen.
Didn't see him. He didn't see him. Oh, he didn't see him either. There's no being seen right now. Ships in the night. All right, we digress there. It might push a little bit more, but the play is towards A here for Evil Geniuses, where Envy is going to be rotating.
It'll take a long time for them to get their ult cycles back too, so I think at this point.
On second thought.
I mean, look at the space you've already gotten all of Envy.
Exactly.
They have the alarm bot. The big gap that they have is a street where they have 0 utility, and that's where EG is running into, actually. This is a great opportunity for them to move into a B-side plant.
Up and over, in clean. And the rotation now coming back in from popping here. EG trying their hand to stop the bleeding, stop this hemorrhaging that's happening right now, and they lose calm right off the bat, so they're gonna have to search the site themselves. The angles are covered by Demon 1, and he is just that.
And after these rounds of Valorant coming through on the defensive side, we talked about it. Individual plays from a lot of these players across the board, they can make this a very tough game against EG. You don't necessarily always need that synergy when you have 5 amazing players across the board that could find these timings.
I don't know how he does it, but he does the thing again.
We're also fans of the thing whenever it happens, every time. 11-9. It's Envy is not stopping, and it doesn't look like the aggression's going to stop for A main here. No, we're not even really an orb fight. They just want the space and give EG a hard time.
It's a big W for Envy, definitely. Talked about ult cycles that EG are desperately trying to get it back on their side. They trade a lot of utility on both ends, though, and EG are just looking to quickly rotate back towards this B side. The turret that was watching mid the whole time that never got broken, it allows for them to now know that there's a weak side towards B.
Drone in, full team. Push into site or aggress at this point because they're kind of waiting out to see if backhall's clean. They still haven't cleared backhaul. 1 minute on the clock, and the rest of Envy is now about to stare down the barrel here of the site. They're in position to go in. Cosmic Divide comes through. Here's the slide in. Keznit, oh my gosh, just shocking plays right here. Drives that one. Pow, right in the kisser, Calm. Exter. Superman trying to play the smoke, trying to play a little sketchy. And they already know. They already know, and it's not enough. Envy are just cleaning up these rounds one after the other.
Oh, that's a fire finisher
That's
right there.
Crazy.
Exter has been popping off for sure on that second half. But right over here, this is where we're seeing those a little bit of those mistakes coming out of EG. Playing to win, not playing off each other, and they're 1v1v1 just through the Cosmic Divide. Nobody there to help out. And Calm unfortunately gets caught with util in hand. Knowing that, you know, you're low HP onto Keznit, you're trying to get a shock dart kill instead of getting gun out. And now Envy are 1 round away of tying things up, and they have the chances on their side. This is a broken economy for EG. Okeanos with a rifle that they want to cycle over as a team. That's why they're staying grouped up now for some art control.
Honestly, in a gun run, what can be an answer for EG at this point?
Yeah, I mean, getting onto sites and the post plans for the retakes, I think it's a similar storyline for both of these teams where they're looking very strong on these retakes.
Just if they can get there.
This is good, though. Breaking the alarm bot on middle from Digizine.
Yeah.
Now they start creating these question marks. They're weakening up the site. Look at the rotate that comes out instantly from Poppin with this Odin. But the Yop is where it's the crutch. You've already noticed it from one side.
Little fakey fake. Running. Oh, no!
That's Spike, too.
The fake is called, no bluff to be had. The spike is down. And you can kind of see they're not moving too much either. Because Envy is still worried that EG has a play in mind. Not that that was the play. Can't Omen TP on it. But yeah, no full rotation just to converge on spike. Still playing it smart. I love that from Envy.
Yeah, just run down the clock down, play your numbers, keep the economy up. This is very, very smart for Envy. Change of pace as well. And as you're trying to find, like we were talking about how it gets difficult for them to find info in the mid round, just let them come to you. Let Demon One mow them down.
He just got a fadeaway headshot walking backwards.
150 HP for all of Envy across the board.
No way. Even on that little fight, too? Good Lord.
Yeah. Contact play denied for that rifle round, or at least a hero rifle for Okeanos. We just talked about the dreadful scoreline for EG that comes back creeping at him. And this is what I'm talking about here. You don't have the timeout from Potter anymore to try to calm them down and be like, oh crap, is it going to happen again?
Yeah.
We're going to lose this lead that we built up against our opponents.
11-11. Keznit not stopping. Keznikober just continuously in these rounds. Into the face of the opponent. Exter's going to double up on that one. It looks like they might even take control of the game this round with a 12th. EG is stumped already on this round, looking for a way to get in a sight. They still have Okeanos to dash in and do some trickery, but there's hardly any follow. It's going to take a big play to make this happen.
You need some heroics. It's up to Bao here with the space that he's just gotten.
That's one. Oki in, Oki down. The rest of them are there, and Supermen. The cape flowing in the wind, but I don't know if it's going to be strong enough this one.
And he is just going to be timed out here for Envy to find him. This is wild from Envy right now. You said they were going to be a lot stronger with the way they could play, how they could lock things down, just being shooters on that defensive side. And man, are they shooters.
Yeah. Com has to dig deep right now for this last round. There's no economy available for EG. There's no timeout that Potter could call out. And this time around they're getting owned here by this op when they're trying to creep up. This aggression coming out from keznit too. It's really catching the timings of what you're trying to do for EG side. When you're trying to say, okay, let's just recall smoke, drone on the top of Long B, try to find the op, and you have keznit just running it down and taking you by surprise. Basically what the Jizine was also doing on the defense, Envy answers in spades. Because that's all across the board that they're finding value on the defense, and that's the individual prowess of this team, of this roster.
Demon 1 Operator R, Extra Outlaw, like, they're having some fun. Enjoying them. At least comfort fun, you know what I mean? They're not trying to troll right now.
And that's the other thing we're talking about, right? You have 3 players that can op right now for this team, keznit, Extra, and Demon 1. That's another pain point that EG will have to face going into the series.
He's already broke 20 kills. We're seeing that he can just play anywhere in any team. Doesn't matter the environment, he makes it happen. And already he'll get the first blood on what could be the final round for Envy here to take Pearl. Cosmic Divide comes in. They sort this out with a bit of a Hunter's Fury up the gut, and that's what they needed. That'll definitely raise a bit of the mental going in. Okeanos breaking space, but they still can't break this line. The site feels weird.
They have
now they're going to get concussed.
Chaos is coming.
Dimensional Drift reveals all. The jig is up here, and the rest of Envy start to make their way into the church portion of site. A 1-for-1 trade. Art still alive and well. You got Com hanging out on the outside as Rossi pushes here. Got to get a tap on the spike.
Superman like playing for his life. Just wants to make sure here that they guarantee the round for EG.
Is it OT? It's creeping ever so close here, and it looks like EG is going to tip us out of regulation.
Well, with that ult?
A few shots. Com comes in, That's going to make it pretty easy once the lockdown comes through, but it's all the Com shot to bring us to OT. That final kill, 12-12, and honestly, that should not have happened in case of EG. This was their game to lose, and Envy took that seriously.
It came down to that one of those rounds again where almost for Envy, where you showed aggression, you caught some players off guard so many times, and for the last round, you're playing as safe as possible. You're trying to force your opponents to make a mistake, but Com's opener with that Hunter's Fury and then the Cosmic Divide available for the attack was everything for them to continue to delay and win off time. Guaranteed, especially Bao after that kill has a lockdown. But wouldn't want any other way. A rematch between EG and Envy, a match that goes into overtime to start the series in this elimination game.
Oh, Okeanos ate that. No, he just got outside. Beautiful shot onto keznit. Relay bolt misses, and now we're seeing Okeanos fire up a little bit at the beginning of the round. Hiding, drawing that kind of towards Secret. So yeah, you're going to get seen by the drone, but the rest of the team is unknown.
Digizine's already teethed across too, and he's playing with the Phantom, so they are looking to just play off each other and fight.
Little taps.
Bangs are good.
Great sprays back and forth, knowing the locations, knowing the angles they need to trade at a swing off the dart. Digizine calls the timing. Catches Pop in half, util out. Com on that spray. Com with the Odin. We know it's coming up with some results. And now the 2v4 pitted versus Demon 1 and Rossi.
EG's scared. They're just waiting for the smoke to disappear.
That's a full nebula, so they got time to work here. A little bit of an anchor for themselves to play on the outside. Got that bubble to work around. Oh, he sucks them just to the left. Beautiful job by Demon 1 to get the gravity well, but it's going to be too many high lows. That's just the way it goes. Evil Geniuses pick up the first OT.
You can see EG, though, despite the player advantage, they were still looking kind of scared. They were afraid of a late lurk from Rossi. So you count down that timer, and you're like, okay, there's no late lurk coming out from the side of Envy. Let's start scaling back in. But Demon 1 almost went for another hero play. The grab well to isolate 1 kill, and then using his own smoke as an extra obstacle to hopefully get a second one, but it wasn't enough, and EG are finally back in the lead.
Digizine up and excited. 2 players with 24 over there on EG. We're gonna get a timeout here. This is a heck of a game. Just seeing the scoreboard comparable against each other, who's fragging, who's up there, it's everybody. And it is taking the full team on both Evil Geniuses and Envy's side to make this OT work.
I think this timeout, I think it's called by EG actually. So Potter calls it to try to close this out, not on Envy, trying to bring this into a double overtime. So looks like for Stunna and crew, for Envy, they're still comfortable with their game plan, knowing how strong they were on the defensive side. For EG, I think the call here, you got to slow things down. I think going into the quick, find the early information where the op could be and try to react off that has caught them with their pants down often with how aggressive keznit has been. I think at this point, you need to show a little bit of an Envy look, maybe stay back towards that spawn, see if anybody's going to push aggressively. Then you could really go into the late drone, mid-rounding calls that you could do here for EG's side to have more bodies onto the site when you're finally planning, because they have lost so many numbers in the very beginning of these rounds before they could attempt to cross into either of these sites.
Setting up 5 seconds before that wall drops, and it already looks like A action with double stars ready to concuss or follow up with this play. keznit, dash out. They're just going loud to actually push EG off feeling comfortable. Not even trying to stay silent here. Yeah. One smoke forward. First one dismissed, second one goes in, and oh my God, cleans it up. Can they keep going? Just... It looks like everybody wasn't even ready for that fight. What an awkward round to start this one off. And they push back right into spawn to check and see if anybody went through art, and they missed the timing.
That kill could have been huge, though, towards that streak, because with that frag, it comes down to a 2v2 that they could retake the spike here for EG and bringing the hopefully favors back on their side. But Envy, after that timeout, I love the aggression coming out of them. EG did stay towards that spawn, but they didn't get caught. They did get caught still by a recon flash. I got so much value for Envy's defense. But Bao, a kill in the plant, gets him a lockdown. He has full kit to work with as well in the Pulse plant. Rossi's already moving back towards this B site because he was so far from his util in the very beginning.
Window? Easy from Poppin. They get the play. Yeah, EG seemed just stunned at the end there. You know, looking at deer and headlight situation as Envy just snapped. And that's, I think, one of the ways they're the best. We've always known them, a team on defense still feels like they're on offense at times.
Now this is a great timeout. I mean, it should be a timeout. I saw two guys just lean back before we went into the replay. Look at that. Just a little bit too late on that slow. The saturate from Okeanos, and they got immediate value out of it in the beginning. But now this last time out of overtime for Envy's side too, just to try to close it out again. I think this is a perfect call for him, for Envy's side. We know how strong they were on defense. They were struggling here on their attack too. And when he got this timeout at the first half, they got so much value out of their post plants. I think it was like 3 in a row in that first half. So again, stay as a group, stay as a team. EG for me. I think they're just gonna have to fight fire with fire, not give a chance here for Envy to set up in this post plant.
What's the best way? Oki first, Digi first. What do you find? Digi on that C line or that B line? He's actually done really good at pushing up, trying to get into the B lobby. Okeanos kind of messing around with A main.
By the way, Demon One's been a silent killer as well. We've been talking about like the explosive plays from Exter and keznit. Demon One has some highlight reels, but towards the end, it's still 24 kills across the board, on top of the board for Envy.
Yeah. And he's been switching around. He's got his guard, his Faithful Guardian, to the Phantom plays, to the Operator rounds. We even saw him with the Op 1 round to drop it for a Phantom next to stay in line with the team. It's working out.
And as you talk about Ops, it's actually not being picked up by Didazine in this overtime, so no glass cannon. They're trying to play the bait and switch for both duelists. They've been hip to hip in the past on this map when Oki was playing on this Yoru. And they're still keeping that same type of play style over on this side, and that was almost a nice surprise onto Exter, but now we cancel things out, and Envy now has the next step that they have to take now into the mid-round.
Oki's gonna have to cover towards Street after that play, but the play is going towards Art for Envy. Running into the bot here, a bunch of util in sight. I think
Two guys shoot it.
Gonna let this play out. Yeah, they've alerted to more than one person. Dart goes up. Can't get a spray on the Odin. Com's just trying to get the right angle. Oh, he wipes out keznit's knees. And the team's still going to try to plant here. A little bit of a fake plant to get that Odin spray out and identify where the exact location is. Digizine sees a lot more people than he wants to and plays his life Very safe to keep the pressure on. Here comes the drone in. They're going to start using this util as Demon 1 fires back. The dust settles. A bit of silence in the fight right now, as nobody's really sure where to look. This one-way smoke's going to be a little awkward, and Bao finds the positive. Okeano finds a +2, and now it's going to be the converge onto the site. EG just methodically tear apart that post-plant defense from Envy.
Okay, they gave a chance for Envy to set up, but they did have a plan on that retake. And it started off with Com into the pit. It was already read, though, I'd like to say, by Envy, because the macro, how they scaled out towards the arc. The last time you had somebody play inside that pit, they had 3 guys just spraying through the staircase to take him down. And they almost got Com down to 7 HP, but he's so slippery. He's able to get tremendous value.
Com's like, eh. All right. Bao close to dropping 30 on the Killjoy. We start off another round here. Can Envy bring it back for another OT?
You see how it's quiet across the board. That's what we were talking about before too. But instead of staying back towards spawn, they're just trying to keep gun out for EG to see if anybody's going to peek in the very first place, because they have been a little bit individualistic for Envy when it comes down to the first bloods that they're attempting. Look at their positions. Demon 1's already up there solo. So that pop-in could watch towards Art.
Oh, right into his star too. You see how aggressive he loves to play there. Ready for the 1-for-1 trade? Even maybe another. And he'll back in the situation as they start to drone. Oh, Superman! Just dodging out, shot over the shoulder, Eggster there.
This sells the fake.
And look, yeah, they're going to insert too and try to sell even more. Oh, that's a good check by Pop-In. Even better by the side of Evil Geniuses to correct the situation. Now they can work a bit of the map since they've been seen everywhere, yes.
30 seconds left.
But the alarm bot just came back up. It'll get chaos on both sides of the map now.
Insta-concusses, very quick util, but what do they actually want to work in this situation? Rossi gets a glimpse.
There's 18 seconds, they have to hurry.
Rossi gets enough info to glean that they should stay towards that B site. Another shot from him would be huge.
Rossi!
He gets himself to safety. Now Rossi on 3, and he could deny the round. He's gonna bring him to OT.
Down B.
The ace sits just on his left. He hears it coming through. Oh my God, he hits the ace. Basically solo in the site.
Oh, we've overcooked for EG. After a beautiful kill by Superman in the beginning, I respect the calls coming out from Com, though, because he dashed into the site. Okeano still spotted players over on EA. They were heavy on that side. You lean in towards A. Superman was already inserted towards B. But it comes down to when you're trying to play your micro and play off each other, you can't play scared. And I was afraid of that going in from Loud into this game. The alarm bot sees him, and they decide to pull through instead of brute forcing their way across to get the space. And they allowed EG, or Envy, to set up. And for Rossi to have a highlight reel of an ace to push this into another overtime.
It's an elimination game, but neither team even wants to lose the first map. At this point, Digizine puts another marker in the first blood column for this map of Pearl. And now it's going to be Envy moving forward, not having that Eggster entry, all on Keznit. It hasn't been a problem before.
Bao talked about a Demon 1 cosplay before. Can he do the Rossi cosplay on this B site if Envy are attempting to re-hit B?
He's top fragging. Confidence is there. Crosshair is ready for sure. Com trying to set up a bit of util. They get Dart for the fast lane, and they will insert with that on Envy's side, just for a second.
That Smokes is just going to force Keznit to look for a different spot to take here.
Yeah.
But it comes down to Oki.
Is he ready? Called upon in this position multiple times here to see if he can start off the team with a big kill.
And if he falls, he doesn't. This is perfect to start, and he slows things down, and there's 30 seconds left. I was going to say they're so separated that if he falls, that's a weak A site.
Raises his life expectancy, heading out a little bit to get another kill there. Knows he gets shot from one side, and they're looking. He gives that to Superman, and they're just playing peekaboo with Envy in sight. Another defensive round for Evil Geniuses.
Envy once again on this map. forcing themselves to just dig as deep as they can. Remember, there was such a big OT game against Cloud9 when they played this map, where Demo and Farm dropping close to nearly 40 kills. But he was actually representing C9 at that point.
Yeah.
And I was looking at his game, I was like, well, if Pearl is going to be left in the pool for Envy, you have to put Demon 1 on that chamber. He's still putting up numbers on his Astra, though, so. But overall, EG is looking really good into these overtimes. Back and forth we go, but they're still back at map point.
What was it? C9 Energy that traded defensive sides too until they started trading attack sides in overtime. It just seems like teams cannot get a grip on what the whole fundamental of the game was going for. They love that defensive side for both right now. We'll see if Envy can get theirs strong. So we go to 15-15.
Okay. We're tapping and just leaving. So they don't want to let anybody know on Envy's side who picked up the orb, who could be the one lurking, if there's still going to be a lurk after. This means for me, it's, I was going to say maybe some sort of find the op again and just explode as a team.
Cutting through.
Going to crash out. Did you peek? Okay, I got a question mark on his mini-map there for a quick head.
Anything.
Oh, Eggster's out. Easy. Great shock dart to come through. Not too much chip damage, actually. Still holding. Smoke clearing is actually real scary, knowing there's operators in the game right now. This swing's gonna have to be fast. Smoke goes down once again, and it's still delayed. 25 seconds left of the round. This one goes to a pressure cooker. Not sure who it favors just yet, but it's gonna be a quick scope. No hit, no one down yet. Still 5 alive as the site is pressured, and Envy's just on the outside ring here, looking to get back in. Bow starts with number 1. keznit starts to answer, but that's gonna be 3 quick for Evil Geniuses. And this could be it. First map going to them. 2 more kills. Rossi and Eggster stand tall here on the defensive side. An operator to come through. It's not enough. Digizine cleans them up, and Evil Geniuses will push it through for a victory on Pearl.
And you will definitely breathe a sigh of relief for EG. This was an 11-5 scoreline, I think, going into the first map. They let Envy creep back up for them to get warmed up going into the second map. But finally, at least they're able to close it out in overtime from heroic plays again coming out from what we've seen from Digizine, from Bao. And already the conversations coming out to making sure that they know what mistakes they could fix going right into that second map.
How often do we see that quick huddle, right? Usually it's like, all right, we'll talk in the back, but you're right. Just quick little touches that they know they need to work on. A game that was very much in Evil Genius's favor there. And will be something they can look at for why it turned around so fast. But it's something that EG has been plagued by. They seem to right the ship here, but it can't rear its head anymore this series, it seems.
Yeah, and that's just basic Envy. They always have slow starts on first map when it comes down to series.
Right. They're only getting
they
faster.
Always bounce back into the second map, making games very close, and even closing out this series against Envy. So this game is still anybody's in the series.
We'll be coming back for Corrode after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's Evil Geniuses versus Envy here at VCT Americas.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
forward to catch someone off guard. 2 off guard! 2! No way! Right back in their favor now.
Direct to the dome of Exeter. Nathan wide open, popping though, taking over. And he's not finished. Hungry for that final kill.
Hey guys, I'm here with Coach Potter after an insane map where it was so back and forth. We didn't know what way it was going to be closed. Now going into that second and third, those are maps that you lost last time against MV. What is it going to take for you to carry the momentum of this map and to get that one?
It would be nice to convert the 5v3s a little bit more cleanly, but you know, for us, I guess I gotta say the positive thing is we got it out of the way in map 1. You know, the last time we met them up, the doubts and the paranoia started kind of creeping in for us, and it really deflated our confidence. But coming into this one, we already got it out of the way in map 1. So map 2 and 3, we're ready.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Potter is so real for that comment.
Oh my God, the 5v3 that Rossi gets the ace, crazy.
Yeah, that one was gifted. But hey, you know what? We're here now. They're up 1-0, and they just have to win one more map in order to stay alive here in the lower bracket. Let's talk about how they got it done. Of course, a big part of EG's victory here, even though they played it very close in the end, was them winning the pistols, was them winning the bonuses.
Yeah, I mean, this game looked like it was going to be a 13-4 at some point because, again, like you said, they converted on both. It was off to an amazing start from Evil Genius, and I think especially in these early rounds, Bao had huge impact for them to take it over the edge.
No, he did. And looking like hindsight, they really needed to win those first 3 rounds on the second half there in order to bring this into overtime eventually. A game that really we didn't think we're going to go, or I didn't think was going to go this far. But, you know, Envy did have a little bit of that comeback. It just wasn't enough. But EG looked so clean, especially Digizin and Oak, because Digizin was taking so much aggression on that defensive half. And I think that ties into what Potter was saying with the confidence. I felt that from them this match.
Yeah, I think a few individuals that really are highlight worthy here as well are Bao and Digizin. You just mentioned Digizin. Bao dropped 30 there as well. Like, that duelist duo looks really clean when they're on.
It was really good. And Bao also just like, you remember the first game he played actually versus NV2 was his veto going absolutely nuclear. He does the same thing here on the Killjoy of all things. And whether it was on those pistol rounds having huge impact or late round moments as well, him and Digizin were the backbone of this EG team.
Yeah, I felt like he was really good at kind of playing more back on that A and going in for that retake, or even kind of flooding towards that B side. I really liked EG's B hold here and the amount of utility that they had to delay it there.
Bao also had so many of these rounds where he had like a shorty in his back pocket. He's getting a ton of kills. Like, he was kind of just the pistol expert throughout this game. And it's funny when you look at like the score lines here between everyone, because the map almost felt like a 2v2. Because you had Demon 1 stepping into this roster for Envy, looking phenomenal, and also Eggster stepping up, I think, pretty consistently throughout this game to keep it so competitive.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggression, a lot of gunfighting happening here, and that's clearly, of course, a strength that we know Envy has, and they were leaning heavily into this one, Emily.
Yeah, they were starting to kind of win rounds just by doing that. You know, EG and Envy were kind of just brawling in A main. We saw them do that towards dugout, and that's where Envy started to find their success. As soon as EG started playing a little bit more back, kind of playing a little bit slower, is where they kind of were able to close it out there.
Now, of course, we only see what we have on screen, but our very dear Mimi, she got the inside scoop from Envy. Mimi, what did you hear in that first map?
Yeah, much like how I've been hiding in the corner listening to you guys, I was doing the same to Envy throughout the start of this map. The big elephant in the room is, of course, Demon 1 coming into this roster. And if you were thinking about his performance on Cloud9, having a lot of ideas in the pre-round, putting himself in positions where he's telling his team what he needed, I think we had some of that here from Demon 1 as well. But the big difference is that he was playing on the Astra, and he was joining into a team that already has a lot more voices and a lot more players that have preset ideas going in. So I think in some ways, well, he still called out tendencies and what he felt in some of these pre-rounds. This was a bit of a step back for Demon 1, and still trying to find those places to get his word in. Getting the word in, though, that was really the name of the game for Envy. This is a team with a lot of players with strong opinions, a lot of players who are very strong strong individually and have reads of where they want to be to thrive. And the make or break for Envy is navigating those situations correctly and defining what call they're committing to in time to properly set it up, especially when they're having to micro at times utility from players like Demon One or even other members of the team because so much is on the fly. They've had to really balance defining the chaos, and the mix wasn't there in the first half, but it improved in the second to make it close. We'll have to find out if that's enough going into Corrode as we check in with Envy's coach.
Ahead of our map 2, I'm here with Coach Stunner, and I want to ask you, Envy has been the topic of conversation in social media for the past few days. Can you tell us and give us a little bit of insight what this past week has been for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a busy week. We had to make a change, so we made our change, and we're trying to implement Max, and he's doing a great job.
All right, best of luck.
Concise and to the point. We are now heading, of course, to their own map pick of Corrode, a map they won last time, 13-10. They played a mirror match. Will we expect to see the same today?
I mean, we'll have to see, because the roles get funky. And the thing that interests me the most, listening to your report there, Mimi, is that how different it was for Demon One stepping in here. And I want to know how much of that is necessarily him on a new team versus the role he was actually playing. Because, like, back with Cloud9, for example, he was allowed to play the chamber. And I think if he's allowed to have that free reign again, to call what he wants to do early in rounds on an agent like the chamber, he'll be in a good spot.
He just wasn't the priority on the Astra, I think, so had to take that step back in some ways. I imagine if they put him on a chamber, I think the win condition is actually going to be having some of those other players, your Rossies, your Poppins, take a bit of a step back and ask him, what do you need to succeed? Because I really see getting him on one of those roles and letting him succeed the way he did on Cloud9 as a priority to win this map too.
Absolutely. Now, Riff and Vans will be back with map 2 Corrode right after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
We fight, 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 never broken. You know together we're chosen. Gonna be fearless. Oh, fight, fight, fight with the voices. Your only mother's to woman. Gonna be fearless. Fight, 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 never broken. You know together we're chosen. Gonna be fearless. Oh, fight, fight, fight with the voices. Your only mother's to woman. Gonna be fearless.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our first series of the day, where Evil Genius has taken the first map in OT against the comeback of Envy. And that was close. Honestly, looked like Envy was going to take the game. So they're going to come in hungry here for the second one on Corrode.
Ooh. Okay, Corrode, and then Demon One going to play a Viper.
Okay.
So I think I looked back. When was the last time I played Viper? Last Viper game, Icebox against MIBR, March 2025. So he's bringing it back, just like he did on the Astra earlier on. But this is definitely a big question mark again. We just talked about that in the first map, where Demon One, you know, he's not the type of person that would play like a Viper type of lurk, especially when you're looking at the last time you played on Icebox. He never really lurked on that
He's
Viper.
he's more anchored in watching.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if that's similar looks, but that's going to give an opportunity potentially for EG to take over a little bit of that role swap coming in here for Envy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We thought that it would kind of fit around Demon One, but it seems like Demon One is more fitting in to the team here. So that's going to be a very interesting thing to see.
Yeah, and even for me, we saw like some role switches going from Pro before, and I was like, oh, well, maybe if we're going to go into the same type of composition that Envy has brought in the past on this map, then I put Demon One on the Omen instead, and then have Rossi go and play that lurk role that he just tried to do on KG before.
Exactly.
But maybe it's just a plug-and-play type of thing, and it's also another one of those, okay, well, we have 2 weeks to work things out and iron out our kinks, replacing now Demon One with Inspire, so there's only so much you can do in so little time, and maybe you're just trying to making sure that it works out in your favor. The positive thing about it, though, at least for Envy Sun, if you're an Envy fan, is the last time they played against EG on this map, they converted 100% of their men advantage. So every time it was a 5 versus 4, a 4 versus 3, a 4 versus 2, anything, They always converted it, and EG were never able to get one of those disadvantageous turnarounds within the round in itself. So if you're seeing Envy score first bloods now on their attack side, you could probably see Envy go with a very strong second map of their map pick here of Corrode.
Yep. Oh, keznit, solo play. Love this. Gladiator status all by himself. Up mid. And they weren't even ready for it. EG still trying to rotate and figure out if that was real or if that was the fake, but the spike's being planted just about 20 seconds into the round.
An insane start. Didn't even have a chance to see if we pop in actually bought util for keznit.
I was like, somebody told EG it started, right? This is crazy. Oh, the trades, just a classic to ghost trade from heaven. They're allowing the angles to be open here. And here's the retake, a bit of protocol with the utility used, but now the detection and the flashes. Another flawless, kind of the name of the game towards the end of Pearl for Envy. That's a crazy pistol round, honestly.
Yeah, solo dash up there. Barely any util to help out, and keznit just finds an opener like that. That's insane here. And you come out with full force. I mean, you're catching your opponents off guard. You'll take it for sure. EG was not ready for that.
No. And they were ready to almost take it slow, too, on anything on the back half of this round. But 100 miles an hour was the name of the game. Oof.
You got another round to the tally of the 100% conversion when they have a man advantage against EG. Now, in Ares on the attack side, Poppin is trying to find something with the Prowler and wallbang here, but they're expecting EG to go from sort of aggression play. So all of them staying back after into the spawn after the Prowlers came through, and besides the insert right here from Eggster.
Almost gets out. A nice cleanup there.
That's a big pickup.
It's a very big pickup. We'll catch Eggster on the first blood. Connections 2 as the map goes on is now Envy rather makes their way through that link. Safe for now. keznit's ready to show something and get out of there so the team can finish the process, and they're getting a little close, and they have to all stay now. Paranoia delay. EG's setting up well, but they're not under the skin of Envy yet.
They're afraid of this lurk, so they have to plant deep in the site, but all 5 of them are looking to stay in. Nice job by Demon 1.
Very nice. Doesn't matter if it's going to be a rifle or a pistol. Still uses the sidearm effectively for 2 there at the right entrance to A. And now they just wait this one out. And only losing 1? No, they've lost 2 more. Superman has something to say about it. Has the Outlaw readied and almost gets online for another shot here. Calm with the Sheriff. 2 quick shots. 1 already a body to Demon, and that's enough. But Rossi cleans it up. Keeps the round safe, but they do take quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, and that was a great release for EG. After you get that kill onto Eggster, you've already gotten a weapon and so much map space. The only gap that they had was towards middle, but you gamble stack right with the instant rotate from Common to the A site. I think going into 2 beautiful shots from Superman on that 2 versus 4 here. Right here, there was just a little bit of one too many peaks that didn't really allow Com to really move up. You're trying to hopefully waste some bullets on your opponents, and Com finds the surprise attack as you're reloading, but they stopped the bleeding for Envy, making it fairly expensive, as their buy is still quite good going into their bonus.
And they split A site here to work the right side towards the elbow. Easy take for Envy. They want to go fast on this bonus round and get away from any of the quick pressure. How about Digizine finds a kill. Another one from backside. A 3rd one! A 4th one! Digizine going for the ace here. He's going to try to find Poppin, but he gives him the swing. And that's going to be a back shot from Bao. Finds the flank. They come up quick. Man, Envy went fast, but Digizine went faster.
Yeah. It would look like EG were caught a little bit towards that A site. There was some good values. I saw some tethers on the ground, so information was there for Envy, but as they tried to scale back up, Digizine finds a timing.
Who is this guy?
Oh my God, Doug!
He's like, well, my ace.
Yeah, he's like, this is, and also this is too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. He did whiff a little bit on Poppin towards the end when the other shots looked fairly clean. You're definitely going to take any round so far for EG to not allow Envy to snowball any of these rounds. Rifle for Digizine again. He kept it from that previous round.
Yeah.
Now EG are on a fast rotate already, though. I don't know if Envy heard that, but they are still going to go for a 5-man pop.
They're crashing into the site. Quickly seeing a ping there. Everybody's about to get out safe. Ooh, Calm caught mid-spray there on the Odin by a quick swing. Superman's already elbow. A high-low kind of peak. And he gets cleared. These things fizzle out for now. It's just going to be detection from Digizine Ultimate. He's grabbed it for so many good kills on this round, but it looks like things could go EG's way. Digizine being a problem in sight here. We're looking for kills from Okeanos these last few rounds, and you're going to find it. They just clinically pick apart Envy one by one to find their way back in after that dimensional drift.
Look quite dangerous though. Bao just got instantly caught by Demon 1 in the cave. Again, playing just to the standards. You see a dimensional drift come through the site. There should be some players flowing through. You're trying to run some util around the information that you seize from Digizine right here. And then you catch them off guard with these aggressive angles. Thankfully here, another big flank. Okeanos has been doing that on Pearl and doing it again this time around on Corrode. It's a nice little two-piece. Ties up the game and breaks the econ for Envy one more time. And Envy will go for it again. This time around, though, there's no Nightfall to really try to clear towards the elbow.
And they should have early info. So they get a quick peek out here on the right side of the map. Or the left. A nice drone. Oh, drone to safety. You could actually see Superman coming in for the assistance there. Nice teamwork, but Envy's still going to try to encroach onto the site. One clothesline, another clothesline from Superman as Demon 1 is finally able to trade to kill back, and EG go again. I was going to say into that defensive mode, but it's still a kill mode. Digizine finds one.
Odin picked up. Spike will go down. Demon 1 has a stinger to work with, but up against 4 players. Keznit at half HP.
Oh dear. One killed back. All that Outlaw still going crazy for Digizine, and they saturate Demon 1 so he can't go anywhere. And they tie his shoes together right on top of the spike. Another 3K coming through for EG as they start getting these ults online early and just having advantages to retake site over Envy.
Yeah, and you're seeing like the adjustments that you're doing to change the meta, having to play against a Waylay, the drone, and then you have a player to support. Little micro things that changes within VALORANT here with these new agents and patch changes. Something also that Furia did quite well in their openers and their matchup against Sentinels, just to bait out the Waylay and have a second player just behind the one that should get punished to do the punishment onto the Waylay dash. That was nice. Keznit couldn't get too much space out of that one too, and no shenanigans out of Envy's aggression on their eco or their half buy.
See if they maybe force a hand at the Viper ult if they can get into B fast this round. They have conditioned it a few, so maybe this is just saying, hey, we're here again, get that same rotation out of EG, and then they work the map because they still have somewhat of a default position to start.
Yeah, I think out of 6 rounds, maybe 5 of them was a start into B. Even if Keznit on the piss round, dashed towards middle to get that first pick, the main players were still leaning towards this B site to start. They're forcing EG to push forward and hopefully into their crosshairs.
Bao backs up, realizes this is danger, chooses the right side to back up on. Ooh, saturate. Oh, can't follow up on that. A great cleanup here by the team of Envy. They get in. What is this drop from Superman? He swoops in for a 3K. Oh my gosh, and it's cleaned up with the 4 inside the mind of Envy as they're making these sight hits.
It ain't a bird or a plane, it's a snake and Superman, as is Viper, dropping down on a double flash of Digizine and Bao.
No way.
There was still vulnerables coming through. That was still very nice. I mean, even if the flashes didn't get value, you have to stay towards that back of that hut. Woo. And he finds perfect timing. We just talked about it, that you don't always have to play these flood retakes on the side of EG. You try to catch them off these timings. The look that we saw when they played that drop down onto Loud on Haven.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing a whole different EG and how they course corrected their defensive side on Corrode, and it's beautiful, man. Such nice things from Superman.
After their loss to Sentinels the next week, they win. They asked Superman in the interview, it's like, what was the things you need to fix in that loss? And he said, you know what, I noticed I had a lot of little mistakes, and I'm considered a rock of the team. So if the rock is crumbling, the rest of the team can't perform. So it was really on himself that he took that to bring his play back up, make sure those mistakes weren't there, and you get these kind of plays in the end. Crazy stuff from Superman. 11-3-1 on that Viper right now.
bringing the ult out with that round. And the rest of the team isn't having any trouble fragging as the site hits to B have just absolutely been snuffed out. It looks like we'll condition one more time for Envy here. It's going to be a lower buy as they, again, default the map.
Yeah, you have no choice. You've shown so many times towards SB side, but you haven't really converted rounds since you got into the gun round for AG. So you continue to show this hand. The difference right now, though, is that you have inserts towards this A side. So you are, I mean, there was a fake TP that went towards that side of the A as you saw Rossi come across towards B. But that said, it was trying to make a lot of noise on, I guess, both extremities here so they could potentially go for a late rotate back to A, as Demon 1 does have that slow control over towards that A main.
Buy it, though. Oki low. And they're going with the regular Prowler hit. Dash in. Oh, the target acquisition from Superman is unreal to understand that situation. Digizine's there already to assist at elbow. And it doesn't take many members of EG right now because they're all putting on a show if they're asked. Demon 1, last one alive with his Guardian. We'll see what kind of damage he can put out before they find him.
Superman is locked in for sure.
It's crazy.
It made me chuckle a bit because it just gave me flashbacks into their matchup on Abyss before, where Superman saw the Yoru clone, turned around, and still shot the Yoru clone after he saw Exer run into Ivy, and he got flash and died. And this time around, he knows which to choose and punishes Exer right away. But the flick onto keznit was nice. I mean, it wasn't the strongest of buys of Envy, but you're on an island right now, and you're trying to get your 1 and 2. You're looking at the setup from EG. They're giving so much responsibility onto Superman to 1-4 hold, solo hold rather, towards his B site. He's doing an excellent job at it.
Man, they are bringing the pain here at the B site. And again, that, like you said, it was a low buy, so you're kind of affecting a little bit of the map on the right as we saw it, and they tried to get into B off maybe a sneak attack. Still doesn't work. EG's ready for everything, and it doesn't look like they're over-rotating either. They're going to anchor everything until they are 100% confident, and this is leaving Envy with little options. A push. Oh, now EG want to go active. They're going to try to get a force on this A main after so many rounds. Huge saturate, but no follow-up. Envy is able to react in a split second.
Tried to do a little bit of a MIBR flare.
Yeah.
And it's fair because EG has shut down B site every single time. So they had the perfect read for an A site hit. Just unfortunately, the combination wasn't there, and Envy's already having an early 5-on-2 situation after a plant here on A site.
Well, round after round, it looks grim when you're losing, but it's still only 5-2. This could bring it to 5-3 potentially, and again, we're right back in there. We're 5-1 on Pearl, and Envy still made that comeback count.
You're right. Despite EG looking very good in this defensive side, it's still a very close game thanks to that pistol round that was very nice from Envy to start. Saving these 2 weapons, though, would be huge, and also getting exits on top of that. Economy for Superman is low, but for the rest of the team, they can actually go for these type of fights. Envy recognizes that. It's been quiet all along towards spawn, so they want to clear it as a team, and they'll keep all 5 of them alive.
When they do it, a lot of times it's flawless. They start to stack that money, and it can be a problem. Envy keep everyone alive for this round. That doesn't mean EG's out. We should have money to come back here and buy it, but it was really nice consideration, the attack. They went through a saturate and a paranoia. So it actually took quite a bit here from Rossi to make sure they didn't get double flanked, or double push, sorry.
Missing that recall too. Just trying to get his 1. It was locked in at least to just try to get 1. But it looks like Envy was just ready for that. The thing is too is you can start cycling some ults for Envy on the attack. Op comes out for the first time though for Digizine.
Okay.
Just playing it towards this A site. The fake TP. Making it think that it went all the way back towards spawn. Look at how it pulls 2 players back here.
They are looking. On a little adventure, as this is going to be Digizine taking front site now to see how that site was spread. And how does this creep in? Oh, it gives them a little spike site, or a little entrance into the site too. Really cool pit. And we're going to just split the pits as well. They don't actually cross.
No.
Interesting formation.
So
interesting.
Everybody having their own line of scrimmage, pretty much.
Who's going to visit who first? That's the question.
It'll have to be EG.
Yeah, they have to go in a search.
Poppin is sitting right on the edge. Actually, he's kind of in a little crux between both of them. That's kind of crazy. Nobody's found him yet. He's going to encroach back into their own. Calm on top, trying to make it work. Oh, do they drop him?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, they drop it. Pull the pants down and see if it can work in their favor. Calm is there to get a kill with Superman. Poppin's looking left and right, trying to find the right angle, but there's just too many ways to swing. The hospital flicks are necessary, and that's going to be one kill. Oh, shoots him in the butt! keznit gets the kill in the clutch. What a chaotic round of Viper ults, and it's going to be Envy coming out on top.
That's what was missing towards the end. Envy, yeah, you talked about the pit dropping.
Yeah.
As the spray is coming out from Calm, where it was starting to do a little bit too much damage here on the top of the hut. Actually, it was Demon 1 dying, which is the reason why the pit dropped. I was expecting Superman to drop his here so he could get some value on who maybe else could be hiding out in the open. Still some good shots came through and some good trades, but it came down to the clutch, where unfortunately there, you see the disappointment out from Potter was close but no cigar, where the timeout now comes in for EG.
Yeah. What a chaotic round to happen on. It's like, honestly, if anything in these last two rounds has been indicated from Envy, it's that their disrespect has got them a little bit of an advantage on what's happening. The firepower that they do bring and being behind each other on those hits. They won't have the dimensional drift anymore. It has made things a little easier, so you have to note that for what Envy's been doing. They do have Poppin's ult, though, to make sure they can just swipe a sight and see where those trails lead them.
The play was still very nice for Envy. I just
so
love
nice.
that fake TP from Rossi out towards B main. You can't really hear the audio, so then it allows for you to pop into a weak site. The thing is, though, is that EG, despite Superman showing some rounds where he could drop down and surprise 3 players and take you down, EG is also very protocoled when it comes down to the flood retakes, and that was something very dangerous that you need heroic plays, needed heroic plays from keznit to stay alive in that match. But the Odin is quite strong for Calm.
What's Calm doing? I was going to say, he's up there at the front of B. Is he going to try to just rip off a dart and try to go right up the gut here of a push? But no, it looks like they're holding back for now.
Okay, this is a forward snake bite just to get Digizine at this line. Tried to jump spot TP, but Digizine was just out in the open and had the crosshair placed easily for a headshot.
Too fast. Just too fast. Oh my gosh, he's all over the map. Omnipresent Digizine, another op shot. He's going to show himself now at the A side as they already have a push coming down and reclaiming the space outside of A for EG.
They're closing all the gaps.
Yeah.
He's basically rotating to make sure nobody's going to creep up here towards the A link.
They might see the spike.
They will see the spike for sure.
See the spike. Oh, and on the gun round too. It's a little ways away from everyone that needs to do a plan. What even is that sliver of keznit that he saw and was able to shoot? That's incredible.
One enemy remaining.
And yeah, just a round of evil geniuses, easy shots, great crosshair placement, and shutting down Envy as they search the map out.
EG's turn to get a flawless and a perfect round at that. It's all Digizine not getting 0 damage off the op kills and Spooner playing the off angle. I was gonna say, like, when just before this kill happened, right onto keznit found a pocket to creep out towards the A-Link and make a difference, but as soon as he leans a little bit back, everything gets locked down, and Stunner was not happy about that one.
Oh, he's just watching what would be kind of inserts get taken down in 1v1 situations, and it looks kind of like there's no idea behind it when there really is.
Yeah.
They're getting snuffed out there on those plays.
And I think what got good value as well for the off there from Digizine out towards that B main is, remember we were talked about the constant conditioning that came out from Envy at the beginning of the half, having Poppin move forward, Prowler into that spot, trying to see if anybody's there, trying to spot where the off could be in the first place. But as they started winning some rounds, they could finally start tempoing away from conditioning that B site hit, or the B site start rather, and EG were kind of ready for that one, so they just wanted to post up the up there thinking that, you know what, they might try to walk contact player or something like that, and you got tremendous value out of that read.
It's going to be A once again. I think we might get a dart down middle so they can clear that right quick from Calm. And Envy is looking to at least put some noise on this side of the map. We're going to get a
convergence path into a Hunter's Fury.
He's right on the other side of the wall, ready for this.
Actually, they're going to ult it with the Yoru too. So after this timeout, it's time for EG to up the tempo.
Waiting for the commitment. Oh. Not a foot. The too many have passed. They really couldn't get past the forward line there. They held it for a bit. Com's able to take down Okeano, so he gets one. Not the one he wanted. They continue to push in. Envy now has all of this space on the right side. And they've forced a flub in this situation from EG. Digizine good for one in the smoke with a shorty. Looks like he might return again after Com gets these shot down from the Odin. There are slivers of health on these members of Envy limping around.
Joel will see him too. Swoopman gets the flank kill as well, and low HP players on the A site now for Envy.
Demon One's the only one that's a bit healthy in this situation. Forced to move because he's orbed out by the Yoru ult. Oh, the plan goes down, but he says peekaboo. And now Demon One is known from the A link as he jumps up to Superman to try to get a kill there. Supa playing his life, just reading that he's being pushed, turns at the right time. Oh my gosh, you can't ask for any more from the EG players right now. They are just giving Envy the worst time.
Still finding a gap, and look at the respect. Look at Superman rotating all the way back towards middle.
Jeez. And even Digizine, a 3K to sit under the crosshair of Demon One's placement there. And just make it look easy. A 7th round now for EG.
How did that turn that back for EG side? Because again, the play, I thought it was going to be a dimensional drift, but if not, okay, it makes sense. You put the Yop at that line, but the Yop was playing an off angle, watching it passively. So the Yop missed everybody from Envy, and they instantly got punished. But Digizine finds redemption, shorty in the site. And then great delays from him as well. Dimensional drift, good thing he stayed alive. Rights his wrongs, and EG gets the round still.
If I'm Envy right now, I'm terrified of any smoke in front of me. Yeah. DG lives in there. He has been in the majority of the smokes Envy's trying to enter. Doesn't go too far on the peak. Eggster hears the TP back. Parallel convergence fake on the right side. A lot going on from Envy here, team wide. This is taking a lot of parts in place to make it work, and they have sold Evil Geniuses here on the push towards A. Oh, hello.
Yeah, never really showed any fakes in the first place. Yeah, the ult gets info, but this forward position, it's a one-for-one trade-off, but Digizine's still up.
Somehow the trade is always there. What positioning by EG to be right on the anchor of each other. And yeah, Com knows. It's like they've planted where we weren't there. They're going to push for space. And yeah, it's covered. Beautiful X-Fire there between Com and Bao as the angle was approached. And Rossi sees one, almost gets a second, but it's a cleanup by Okeanos there. EG are gonna look to grab 8 on this first half and clean it up nice.
Always seem to have found an answer against all of Envy's attempts here on their attack side, with the exception of the pistol round. But all the rest, and as soon as you're able to get an op or a snipe in the hands of Digizine, something that he hasn't pulled out too much in that first map, but he's done quite well here.
All right, we are going to be throwing it down for an interview with this half being over. Let's head over to Dryad with Furious Nerve. We're going to be hanging out down on the stage.
I'm here with Furious Nerve ahead and enjoying a little bit of the games as well. Nerve, I want to ask you, this Envy team is a squad that you played last year when you were playing in Challengers, and you even won against a few of them. How do you see them right now, and what do you think are the strengths, the weaknesses on this matchup that they have against CG?
Well, first off, the team is a little bit different. 3, 4 different players now. Regardless of the changes, I think they're an insane team. And somehow, like, they keep bringing in more mechanically gifted players. And I just think this team is so mechanically gifted, and on any given day, they can out-aim any team.
And I have to ask you, we are very excited waiting for your matchup against MIBR. And I just want to know, is Furia going on a run?
100%, 100%. I think everyone has us as an underdog. We've won 3 matches, and people still have us as an underdog. I forgot the odds, but they're pretty crazy. Everyone has MIBR winning by far, but this is Furia's year.
And my last question for you, in this game between EG and Envy, who do you have winning?
I have EG. I think EG are looking really good right now. I think Superman's playing insane right now. I traveled with EG in the offseason, and I tell everyone I think Superman is the most underrated player. This guy is so good, and I love Superman. And Bao, all of them.
Thank you so much, Nerve. Can we hear for Nerve as well? I feel like you guys were excited. And let's send it back to the game.
Well, it has to be nice then to see Superman absolutely crushing in these games, having heaven drop plays where he just waterfalls onto a team's head. 18-6 right now. Yeah, it's a good life for the Cape Wearers.
Yeah, 18-6, Digizine at 18-5. So when you have someone that's an opener in Digizine with the op, and then somebody that anchors up, and it's a B-side no entry for Superman on that defense, allows EG to have a strong start going into their attack side.
Where do we see the Envy now has this defensive side? Is there an advantage they face, right?
Yeah, their guns.
It has been the story. Has been the story.
So you'll have to be clean here, but the underlining thing is you have to notice now, unfortunately, Extra has been shut down on the attack for EG, against EG so far, and you're hoping to right the wrongs as well for this star player who's popped off on the first map. He starts off by walking down middle.
One of those silent jumps was not silent, so Rossi's forced to move off his initial line there. Smoked out anyways. You called the mid push, and they push and pull. A kill on both sides to start off. A little bit of util used here. But that insert of Digizine is very nice. They seem aware though. Little left-right crossfire going on.
Just got into the smoke just in time, but they need the rest of the team to make the chaos here in the front of the site before.
They're waiting for that peek. They kind of set up to look at A-Link there and see if anybody would peek. There's just a firing squad outside the site, and Envy is actually walking into it. What a slowdown there, and freeze the round by EG.
Spike planted.
Slowly, Demon 1 has to clear every single angle. There might just be too many. We asked for the first one. I like that. Com's like, nah, I'll run away. We're all going to get together outside the site and play safe here.
Especially when two of them are one-shottable now by Demon 1.
I don't even know if Dart's up soon. They're just playing it very, very safe. At least for the pick, the peek, and the quick touch on Spike. Oh. Superman again. A 3K there. Even at low HP, sturdy on the pistol round, and another one for Evil Geniuses.
I love the little combo at the start at middle. Com got value, I think it was a drone that he got the tag on. And then because the bandit shot the util in the first place, it allows Oki to separate and isolate that fight, knowing that keznit already ran back.
No, why is it always me? Why?
He has to finish with my VFL. He wants to go to Trent lines.
Yep.
Speaking of which, my VFL has Nerve and Artazine, so I don't know what Nerve was talking about during the...
Oh, okay. keznit trying to get that refract. Get a little information, some damage, anything. But a very, very slow round from EG here in the backside of their half.
There's not going to be any surprise swing outs out for EG. They're just really trying to punish a contact play outside of the front B site. There's so much map given here for EG to take. So that's one orb taken. They haven't heard anything towards aiming yet. Good damage done by keznit to start though, but
and they're ready to end A here. He takes the orb, but then Digi walks away and comes back to see if there's somebody else on the line to kind of trick him.
And despite this being an eco round for Envy, but we talked about here the mid round, how do you find information for Envy's side when Stunner was talking about it with Pedro Romero? You're looking over here, there's a minute left, but everybody rotated all the way back through spawn. There's still such a huge question mark within all of the zone. So they're gamble stacking now for the A site hit. Thankfully, it's a right read, because a drone comes out from EG, and now they're ready to fight.
And kind of doing what they did on pistol round. Set up here in the courtyard, look for some shots before they move, see if anybody will push out early. Some flashes into the site, met with also a paranoia. Everybody comes out of Blindville, and it's going to be shots here for Envy actually to start off. Back and forth, though. 3v3. Seas goes down, but it is not going to be Digizine going down. That's kind of insane. 9 HP, jumping classic. Does Digi push? Oh, he still gets the shot in the air. A 4K for Digizine in a situation where he's also seized up.
I think he was seized up at 9 HP too.
Yeah,
so
crazy.
You saw here, you're just trying extra, just praying that the jump spot randomness, the RNG of the classic is going to hit that one single bullet to take him down. But man, did it look so good for Envy. We talked about, again, the gamble stat on the rotate towards that A site. But thankfully, the reaction for Digizine too good.
Wait. 15 rounds, 22 for Digizine, 21 for Superman.
Yeah.
Holy, these guys are cooking.
And this is such an uphill battle for Poppin, and you're trying to think here, maybe in the comms, will Rossi start stepping up who to help out for these calls because they have no timeouts left. So as EG continues, if they can continue to be as aggressive for these punishments.
Already one of them here. Oh, still going for the fight. It seems like they're staying right in front a lot of util. And it's catching Envy off guard in most cases. Com's gonna get the plant here.
Superman's gonna have to start hurrying up because he's chilling towards the elbow. How did that miss?
I don't. He danced with the util, shot through both armpits. Maybe I don't know. It's a question we have to look at for later. Sees just outside. Com is safe here. Paranoia, but the distance is there. Oh, he shoots back at the crosshair, just at the muzzle flash. That's insane. Com down. Rossi, so much to do here. Creates some situation for himself that makes it feel bad for EG, but they still have answers for the situation. He tries to get half here with most of his HP going the way of the snake bite, and Superman cleans that one up as he knows he has the upper hand.
Yeah, and he knew Rossi had to get it at half at least.
Yeah.
So runs back in, has to eat the snake bite, and no choice but to have low HP once he's at half point. But Calm staying alive, I love those, again, being very sneaky here. He had drone, getting ready to drone out towards main, still survives. The thing here, at this position was quite nice. He avoided the Prowler, got into that smoke at the limit of the Prowler, yet still gets the kill while he's full paranoid.
Ew, keznit just whip! Bro, it's always on.
Because nobody ever does that. 2 rounds away from facing elimination. Envy need the answers now, and EG will not even allow them a chance. They are making this look so tough. Envy came in with some changes to see if it would be the right choice here. And it'll play after kickoff, but it does not seem like they were able to get the pieces in order for this series, and EG is punishing for it.
Envy needed some answers, but EG keeps making that test difficult.
Yes.
An instant kill and then a 140 onto keznit. They dropped 2 players in the process. Orb now being picked up. Drone is still available too, so right now EG could continue to play a clean round to get the late info. We'll probably spot Demon 1 in the sight. Yeah, you just saw him.
High flash. It's going to be a good kill by Eggster, and it looks like they're able to thwart the take so far. Envy or EG stopped in their tracks. 8 HP, trying to play his life. Oof.
And 10 on keznit on the rotate.
Oh no. A possible game point for this one. They go for a fake plant to see if they can pull anything out, and actually planting in a little bit better of a spot as well, under that Viper orb. Orb's gonna drop. They're not looking to save. Oh, the fake from Digizine draws keznit's attention enough for the kill to come through. No mistakes from this guy this series.
No. And for EG, I think the confidence is going to be oozing right now.
Oh my gosh.
At map and series point, we just talked about their last 2 times. They had an 11 scoreline against Envy. It was a comeback game. It was dreadful, actually, for EG. But now as they instantly cross from 11 to 12, they're looking good.
Okay, bro. You should. He insta-killed me, bro.
Bao is going through it on stage right now. He'll never want to remember this series, even if it is a W. Push forward, Okeanos. Hardly ever on that quick, aggressive play, but they're still trying to find a little bit through it because Envy probably isn't expecting it. The Hunter's Fury Digizine follow-up throws Envy for a loop to start round 17.
And as things calm down, though, it's still EG with a player advantage. Okeanos did get heavily punished in the first place when Envy knew potentially about the type of map space you're trying to get at the very beginning with a double dash, so they instantly go for some util right in that pocket. But now EG are just going to wait. I think they're understanding too that Envy will have to try to find some information in the mid round, but as they lose Pop in the first place, well, this is going to be very difficult with no Prowlers and Haunts.
Yeah, everything becomes a personal check. You are the turret, you are the sentry.
And that's why EG staying as a group, going for instant trades. I think this is a perfect call right now for EG in the mid round.
Wall goes up. And cruising through here. Rossi looks to get a peek actually as it drops. Maybe an upper hand. Oh, he still dinks Superman, but he controls the aim.
30 seconds
How couldn't that go in a kill for Envy? keznit trying to be fast. Does he know there's another one mid? Oh my god, another drop in his sight from Envy. Using a bit of Evil Genius's own medicine on him. Calm, 31 HP in a pickle. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Marinated by Keznit with the 3K. And Envy stay alive for one more round.
What the heck happened there? All I saw was 4 players instantly dropping on the kill feed.
That was a Superman play by, who was the judge there? It was Exter. Yeah. The rest of the team were getting kills around the map as well.
And good on Demon 1 to stay alive too, once he got spotted.
We go again.
12-5 scoreline. Still very close to a big ults, actually, for Oki, Digizine, and Superman, but Digizine will pick that up.
No way, another one from Exter. What a flash to play with Demon 1. A great anchor on the play, as well as Poppin now moves over to gather that space for the team. And now EG, we haven't really seen them have to deal with these rounds where they've been whittled down to start. Losing Calm, losing Okeanos. What's their entry now?
At least Bao still has his 2 smokes. But the other thing is that we didn't really have any type of like lurk or insert for Superman. But what he could do is keep playing this wall up and down here to keep some players to listen to audio cues, and that's Keznit. So you're still somewhat thinning the lines, and you're selling this fake on the B site to start.
Keeping him guessing. He has to consider there might have been a timing, too. Digizine now going to the other side. They see him orb.
No
Superman!
way!
Through the saturate!
He only had a sheriff!
That's insane. And he actually got hit by it, too, at the same time. They're going to go ahead and get the ult down, and Digizine finds him through the middle! Looking to put Envy to bed. It is only going to be Rossi coming through spawn now with the Bulldog 3 standing in sight here for the side of Evil Geniuses, and Digi's still even covering the flank so the team can watch spawn. It's just a push out. Rossi tries to get in. Bao gets the final kill. It's not him this time. Bao gets that kill. Evil Geniuses say goodbye to Envy as they move on in the kickoff bracket.
Again, another EG day where they find revenge. A map on Corrode where they were dominated by the 100% conversions on advantages on the side of Envy. But now today, when it matters most, they eliminate Envy, who has made such a big change, and Demon 1 joining the roster, again, adding so much firepower.
Yeah.
But the firepower today was not enough to thwart down EG's chances.
Digizine is something else. The eyebrows raised for a reason when we did not see him in the VCT the year he went back to Ascension, but he became one of the greatest players we've seen in Ascension, and it was no joke because he's carried it back to the VCT stage. The rest of the team as well playing absolutely amazing. Superman getting a shout out from Nerve there, and we saw it in this game just why he got a shout out. Everybody came to play today, and Potter's timeouts were a huge value to the team's win.
Yeah, Superman looking like prime Unk for sure from, again, 5 years ago, going into the gauntlet of the Vietnamese roster of Rise. But this time around, man, fitting perfectly. And you're seeing what Potter sees right now in every single one of these players.
It's
and how
crazy.
they can still mesh. Every year you're looking at a rebuild of EG where Potter always chooses like, oh, we have some hungry players that want and have some point to prove.
Yeah.
Like a Ye, for example, last year as well. He didn't have his best of successes for EG last year overall, but now you're starting to see this resurgence of EG with a different type of roster, but all 5 of them very hungry to prove a point, and they've showed it today.
And you see everybody on this team picking each other up at times, filling in the firepower gaps whenever there is one, right? Bao kept saying, why me first? He's also carried the crap out of games for EG on some maps, right?
Even on Pearl just this series.
Even on Pearl just this series. And Digizine, Okeanos carrying, all those guys have shown carry. So you're right, Potter sees all that in the players, and they came to show that clinically today. Man, it was hard to pressure Digizine in this one. What a match for him. I don't know, was he close to dropping 30? Did he drop 30? That's the question. And Envy, a run where they started hot, decided to make some change, which is always difficult, but I can see this team absolutely bringing the fire once they're able to capitalize on everything.
One thing that's cool too is that EG will now face against 100 Thieves going into the lower brackets, and that is another team that has also found a resurgence into a rebuild going into 2026. So I think this upcoming game between those two teams is going to be a fire matchup to witness.
And as we move on to those games, it does mean we have to say goodbye to Envy, who came in from the Ascension tournament firing on all cylinders. Hit some rocks because they couldn't bring the core, and it seems like they're still trying to figure some things out, but not a team to be taken lightly still.
Definitely some big some big check marks, sorry, that you could actually solidify for this team is one, of course, the firepower. Two, you have Demon 1. It's very hard to not say, okay, well, you have Demon 1, they're definitely going to do good,
Instantly
right? So
fixed, no.
It just comes down to the macro to find their identity right now as well for the side of Envy, and it'll look good in the stage 1.
All right, well, let's send it down to Dryad on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Cont.
Thank you guys so much. Can I hear for Cont as they get the win against Envy? Come on. There you go. Cont, I bet you didn't know you were gonna face Demon 1 today. That was a last-minute change. How does it feel not only to play against your ex-teammate, but also to get revenge for that first match you had?
All of it feels really awesome. Like, I respect Max a lot. He's like literally one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. And he deserves all the praise. He deserves to be on the VCT stage. So I'm really happy he was able to do that. And yeah, it's always good to get revenge. I didn't like how that first one, it almost happened again on map 1. But yeah, I'm super happy, and we just have to keep building on this.
And I want to talk about the calling that you've had. We always know that you've been always very vocal in different teams, but now as the IGL, what is it like to IGL this team, especially, you know, having a DG Sin, for example, that is learning English and having a mix of players that maybe you didn't expect to have?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot on the plate, and I think it's definitely a lot of work I have to put in, but also at the same exact time, the guys make it super easy. I'm so happy to be playing with these guys, and as you see, I'm so happy to see Doug activated 30-7 that last map. I mean, it's insane. This is stuff that we've been showing in scrims, and I think eventually you will see it in Santiago.
I'm so excited for that. But in order to make it to Santiago, there's one match that is just ahead of you. It's 100 Thieves. Give me your thoughts on 100 Thieves and why you're winning against them.
I mean, they definitely have a specific play style, but I think it'll be a 2-0 for us. No worries.
It's just simple like that. Thank you so much, Cont. This is everything that we have for the post-match interview. We're going to send it to a break, and when we come back, we have Sentinels against Leviathan.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Bueno, la verdad que jugar en el estadio estuve muy feliz porque pude finalmente demostrar todo eso con el debut, etc.
You saw it in their offseason that Neon was a big, role for them in their team, Leviathan, So I do think they'll be a much harder team to deal with. Fragging capabilities of Sato plus Neon, it's going to be quite difficult to deal with, yeah. John QT, he's been trying. He's insane, we all just want to learn from him because he has so much to offer,
Brilliant! John's been behind them this whole time. Arsenal's not going to be ready for it at all. And an ace from John QT!
That is his second of the series, by the way, one on each map.
I think we complement each other well and just making sure we do well in these matches.
No tengo ningún jugador de Sentinels en específico que quiero enfrentarme. Porque mi estilo de juego no se basa en el otro, solo se basa en mí y en mi equipo. Y la preparación que tiene uno en el día al día ayuda mucho. Así que si hacemos las cosas bien entre nosotros, no hay quien nos pare.
Yeah, being in the lower bracket isn't the best feeling, it sucks. Because now you only have one more life, so one more mistake. We're going to really step up in these crucial moments and make sure every time we play it counts.
Welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff. Zoe here, back on the desk with Mimi, Ender, and Emily. We just got to witness EG taking out Envy. Their kickoff journey came to an end today. Of course, there were plenty of highlight-worthy moments in the last 3 weeks, but they have to go back to the drawing board. They're now going to be from the outside looking in.
Yeah, that they will. It's tough to have to watch on for Santiago, especially with Keznit on the team, but that's how it is. And there's another elimination match coming up.
There is indeed. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about those two teams. Leviathan, I want to start with here because week 1 and 2, they didn't get to play with their full roster, right? They came in with a sub, which is always a difficult kind of, place to be in. Now, Neon became eligible, and immediately they started winning. So the math is mathing.
No, I mean, hey, he's back, and so is Leviathan.
He never left.
Yes, he did. Good play. No, Neon was absolutely on fire. I mean, in his debut, goes 13 in first kills to 2 first deaths. Absolutely destroys crew. It was the thing of beauty to watch.
Yeah, that was very impressive. But the team as a whole just felt a lot stronger when watching them, right? I felt like the thing that stood out to me for them was their team chemistry. They were doing so well at fighting together, but they felt like something was missing. And when we saw Neon come back in, I realized, oh, they weren't just doing like a 1-for-1 sub with PXS. No, they were literally playing around PXS, changing their comps, changing their roles. And now that we see them back on their comfort picks and playing into their game plans that they originally wanted to come in with Neon, it feels great.
I think it answered a lot of the questions that we thought were going to be easy to answer, right? Is Neon as incredible as he was in Tier 2 individually? Yes. Is Spike going to play to his peak form when the team's roles get fixed? Yes. And can they win dominantly against a sub roster? Also a yes. But to me, I still think that because of how dominant that game was, because of how reliant on individual performances that game was, that was not yet the test of how good LEV is as a team and how deep they can go. That was just the hors d'oeuvre of can they shoot good? Absolutely.
Yeah, we've seen Neon beat the teams down in Ascension and Challengers before, right? But now I think I want to see him up against a legit team that's all here and here to play.
It was just so impressive that he came in with so much confidence. Like, no fear, going in. He had aura already on that stage, and he slotted right in. Like, this did not look like his first time on the VCT stage.
No, nerves were not getting to it all. I was honestly a little bit skeptical with how much everyone, specifically Dryad, I want to shout out, how much she was hyping up Neon. I'm like, surely one person can't come in and just dominate and kind of fix a roster. And Neon kind of did. Like, Neon was performing, getting those first kills, like you said, especially on that secondary duelist, which normally is kind of like the cleanup crew. No, he was in there getting as much action as their Neon.
Yeah, I think the way they built around him was really nice, enabling him to like be the first one to activate in a lot of rounds so that the rest of the team could play the control style and go farm kids.
Yeah, and when we talked to the team the last 2 weeks, they did say, like, we're not playing in our roles, like, the team isn't complete, and now they felt like a whole team again with Neon back in the mix. Let's hear what Coach Owner had to say earlier today to Dryad.
I'm here with Coach Owner ahead of their match against Sentinels, and I want to ask you about the growth that the team has had so far. You were the coach of the players in LATAM that today now we get to call icons. So with this new generation, tell me, what is the balance that you're finding for player development and letting them run it down, and sometimes also just pulling back and make sure that those bases are looking good?
You know, this group of young men is not like in 2021 or 2022 that we were starting. You know, this group had a lot of personal development, a lot of work that they did before me. They knew that they want to be professional players since they were like 14 or 15. So it's easy for me, you know. They are very young, but they are very professional. So they make my life easy.
Sounds good. Good luck today.
He spoke a little bit like a proud dad there, like, I watched him grow up, and now we're all here together.
But I think it does mean a lot to Owner to find success with this roster. The last time he was a coach in Americas, he was coaching a Leviathan that is most remembered for saving every round and messing up some of their macro and not quite living up to the potential that that team had at the time. So now with a second shot after more than a year away, he has this opportunity with some of the best talent that South America has to offer to actually show that he can coach a team to success and kind of make up for the mistakes of the past.
Yeah, now, of course, it's unfortunate that Neon is joining them now, a bit later into the kickoff. Now they're finding themselves at the brink of elimination, and so do Sentinels. And quite frankly, like, these are two teams that historically have stronger starts in a kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that, you know, came into 2024 to go on to win Masters Madrid, right? Even last year, they come out as the second team from Americas, even after losing a star in 10. So I think it's interesting to see that Sentinels have been able to find success in previous years, even after losing stars like Tens, like Saucy, being able to rebuild around one or two missing pieces. But this year, with the whole rebrand, it's looking rougher.
No, it is, but I think one key thing in why their rebuilds were so successful in the past, or right off the start they were successful, is because they kind of had plug-and-play players. They had players that were already established, right? There was no, like, question on their strengths and, like, their value that they would bring to the team, whereas this is a little bit more developmental, right? They're kind of aiming for that future success rather than the immediate, bringing up two players from tier 2, swapping your IGL to a different person, right? Like, there's a lot of changes here that's just looking for positive things to happen in the future, in the long run.
Still, if you can't make it happen in kickoff, you have more than like 2 months basically where you're just sitting back and having to practice and prepare for stage 1, and especially for Leviathan, missing the first Masters in a Latin American country, that would be a big disappointment for them. I mean, the last time these teams played against each other, you had Tens, Zekken, Saucy, Ospas, and Cont. Just think about the amount of trophies between those players. Now it's
I'm thinking about my VR.
Yeah, it's a lot. True. And now it's this complete reset back to kind of starting from zero and seeing which developmental project is actually further along.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams don't want to find themselves in the position. Alas, here we are, and for more on Sentinel's new roster and their kickoff struggles, we had Dryad sitting down with Kaplan early. Nailed it, absolutely.
Hey guys, I'm here with Coach Kaplan ahead of your match against LEV. This is a high-pressure situation, but it's not the first time that you've been here, whether it was grand finals or another elimination. So for today, how does this kind of pressure compare to other pressure that we had in the past, and with this specific roster as well?
Yeah, I think pressure is always a tool. There's always a lot of it on Sentinels. It's important to me as a coach to use it, right? Pressure helps us stress test our issues, stress test our systems, the way our roster works, and we're definitely getting put through that right now. I think the difference right now is that in the past, a lot of the time it was just about playing under pressure and getting comfortable with that. Right now, it's obviously still about that, but it's also a very competitive region this year. We're right at the start of the year, and I think our team has a little more growth that we need to go through compared to previous years. So we're really trying to use that pressure during the scrim weeks. Just double down, be very deliberate, and make sure that shows up in the scrims or in the matches.
Which is something that you mentioned as well, where you were focusing on making improvements every single day. And that was the goal for the team. So how do you balance those small improvements and make sure that the players are constantly applying them, even in a situation like this one?
Yeah, I think that during a scrim week, we're definitely going to be deliberate and work on a few target things. And we just need to all be bought in that when we go into the match, we don't need to be the perfect team to win these matches. We don't need to be incredible at 20 things. Working on those things we've been working on in scrims, making sure we're still doing them in matches under pressure, that's enough to win. And I think as long as we understand that, we stay focused on it, and it still shows up.
Makes sense. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Some great insight there from Coach Kaplan. Yeah, it's a different approach Sentinels took this year, more developmental. They're bringing up those tier 2 players, and so far, the results were mixed.
Yeah, I really like how he pointed out he doesn't want to focus on being great at 20 different things, especially having basically a brand new roster. You want to focus on the fundamentals and build up from there.
Here's the question I want to ask, though, going into today. After seeing their losses early on in this tournament to go down to this lower bracket, are they going to make a shift in the direction of the team? If you were one of the nerds staring at Narrate's tracker over the last week, you'll have noticed he was playing, Redux rather. He was playing a ton of that Waylay, which has led to thought as to whether Narrate might be swapped off that primary duelist role after his underperformances to start this off. And I think that is one of the big things to look at as we get set for this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that Narrate's been under a lot of pressure, I think, after swapping back onto the duelist, something he did back when he was across the pond in EMEA for a little bit. But on wearing that Sentinels jersey, it's been a very different situation for him. And I think that Sentinels, now with no real time left to make adjustments and try to figure things out, it could be a lifeline for them to try and mix things up in the roles.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a new system that he has to fit in, and then in a new role, that can be tricky. Now, looking at our map selections here, any thoughts?
I'm a little surprised from the Corrode pick coming in from Sentinels, just based on how they played and performed the last time we saw that.
It's 100 Thieves, but it was a closer match, no?
No, it was. I didn't mind it, but I still feel like there was a little bit more cooking that they needed to have there, especially in their game plan going into that.
Yeah, you got a little spoiler there, seeing that chamber quite possibly here for Neon on one side. But I think so much of this for Sentinels is you can't just rely on John QT again today. He's had 3 back-to-back ridiculous performances, and he's probably the biggest reason that 100 Thieves game was even close.
I mean, he dropped a 30 bomb on a map he lost, right?
Just unreal. But you need to see more. You need to see the rest of these guys, these rookies, these developmental players that have been brought in, stepping up and finding themselves in time to turn the ship around.
And look, you can kind of see it there. Some double duelist action coming in for Sentinels. So Narrate will be on the Neon. Redux takes over duty on the Waylay. But interestingly, this means John QT is also switching up roles. He's now going to be on the Omen, whereas before he'd been playing a lot more of the Initiator of the Tejo.
This is a big swap, but I honestly do really like seeing Neon on Narrate kind of being the cleanup crew instead of being the one to have to take that initial first space, because I do think that was one of the things he struggled with. He got shot down super quickly, whereas Redux, I feel like maybe the movement on the Waylay could go a lot further.
I'd really expect to see Sentinels play a lot more exec heavy in this game than they have in previous times and try to simplify. And maybe one of the things Kaplan was talking about working on was just running some execs and set pieces with double duelist.
Well, let's see who's going to come out on top on our first map. 2 Americas winners are up for elimination, and anything can and will happen. Good thing we have Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Thanks, Noah. Yes, games like this, we have to be open to anything, because both of these teams, of course, are on their last legs here in Kickoff. For Sentinels, they've always been a fixture in Kickoff, obviously looking so good at last year. They won in Madrid after that Kickoff win, and in 2025, they were great. It will be shocking to see them fall out of a Kickoff so early. On the Leviathan side, this is a LATAM org with a LATAM player and coach who are looking for that opportunity to play in front of that crowd in Santiago still.
Yeah, specifically King trying to get to Santiago, play in front of that home crowd. On the opposite side, you're talking about SEN's history, success at Kickoff over the past couple years. A lot of that driven by John. It started with his addition to the team. He's the last member remaining. Yeah, he set the standard for the fans and the amount of pressure, honestly, that they're applying to this team to perform.
We're pushed up against the barriers here, and Sasu takes an early peek. They're able to refract away, but this is Sen now that can do it. Accelerate here in towards Yard, but it's King and blows, lay them down. Cortezia gets on the board, though, and Narrate with their burst of speed coming off the Waylay has gotten within striking distance of this ace site. Sharp work from Blows, though, and that's going to knock the wind out of Sentinel sails.
And Blows, after the fact, making the right move, which is just to duck back a little bit towards spawn, double up with Spike. A very low Cortezia working his way forward. Neon in the corner, swinging out, can't connect the shots, and all of a sudden the map is split open. This B side, easy for the taking for Sentinels. They're definitely going to get that Spike down.
This is always such a weird juncture on this map where there's a rotate in progress and both teams almost cross by each other top mid. Levy time was slow. They were worried about getting caught or someone was posted up in windows, so they're going to play together. They're going to have a 2v2 though. John and Cont are playing together here. Spike showing himself. Cont is here with his third of the round. Guy is sharp as attack. Now it's on John. Had to clutch a billion times for Sandals. Last time around, but Blows finds him through the wall. 4K off the pistol. And a brilliant way to start this map on defense.
A stunning round from one of the LEV Academy players that they brought up this year. One of the 4 young talents that they have on this team. All of them can frag out of control. The mechanics are really sick. I like the opening there from SEN. Narrate gets on the board right away, picking up this Neon. I think you really want to see that if you're a hopeful SEN fan. And even Cortezia with that triple. He's another guy. Of the pairing, I'm looking at Narrate and Cortezia. I feel like one of them needs to seriously activate today. We've seen Redux post this failure in game 1, drop some sick maps like that 34 kills on Yoru in their last matchup. We've obviously seen John in the peak individual form I think we've ever seen him in the history of Valorant. But they're going to need another guy to step up with them because we've seen that just that duo, that hasn't been enough to get over the finish line. And definitely not against the LEV team that is just stacked with shooters.
They've been missing something. Do they have it here? Have they found it? Caillou gets a bullet between the shoulder blades, but Narrate at least is able to respond. It's just Shorty that takes the fade out.
And Neon not able to get away with any kind of teleport, by the way. Just jumping kill from John, who's now picked up the Outlaw. Every target one-shottable on LEV to that weapon.
Sato gets a peek, knows he needs to move. John, okay. Spike dealt with. King's hunting for Narrate here, who's given him absolutely nothing and is about to be backed up.
Yeah, Cortezia on his way.
Just a classic. Just a classic for Cortezia. Was thinking about setting up a double swing, but I think time is of the essence. Narrate's able to win that fight out on his own, and so it falls to Sato to get in here and dig the spike out. But he's going to be surrounded on 3 sides with Narrate surely rattling the cage to get his attention and finding a 3-piece to get himself out. 4-1 for Narrate, someone who has slumped over the course of this kickoff and needs to step up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he needs that bad, and I'm definitely not mad at SEN getting him back onto a more comfortable duelist role. He's played a ton of Neon in the past. What a kill from John. I mean, that is, I think, perhaps the most crucial one of the round, getting a one-shot classic jumping.
Come
on the chamber that could have ran away, teleported away. Suddenly, they just capture momentum. But the momentum drifting away as we get tech pause real quick.
Kind of walking into this game, I do think that the storylines in terms of the duelists are the most compelling. We've got Neon, who hits the ground running last week and has an insane performance. Plays a lot of Yoru. He goes 262 ACS for the series, 39-21 with a 13-2 first kill, first death. Then there's Narrate, who in an interview was saged out to him basically says, don't throw me out yet. I've still got a lot to show, got a lot to give. And in that conversation, he kind of says that I'm an intuitive player. I like to play intuitively. I don't want to be too structured about my approach, but that means if I come into a game feeling off, or I'm just not locked in, I feel like I have these low lows. I really need to be in a good headspace. I really need to get off to a good start. And then he referenced, obviously, what he was able to do last year, in stage 2, right? Towards the middle part of the year, he said he's got a bit sick during Champions, and he definitely struggled. His gameplay struggled there. But he wants to remind everybody what he was able to demonstrate on that Sentinels roster, and he thinks he can access that here. Not a moment too soon. This is the lower bracket.
And I do feel like that reflection of his own play is accurate in the way that you were watching him on Waylay in the last couple weeks, where maybe it's just something to do with his role on that agent generally. It's just not for him, but you weren't seeing him succeed taking intuitive timings, awkward dashes in where he's getting caught. At times I'm questioning, is this a part of the game plan going wrong?
Is he
it
being
him not having a
micromanaged, or
sense for the Waylay in some of these particular moments? But regardless, Sen just want to remove any possible negatives from running him on that agent by just switching him to the Neon, which is way more comfortable. And this even takes me back years to when he was competing in Challengers and making a name for himself. And when you started seeing rumors of him moving up to the league, it was because of him playing Neon, crushing Challengers teams alone during the Neon meta, and then making his way to K-Corp, eventually back here, right? But this is certainly a comfort role for him, and I just think that's exactly what he needs. Some early momentum, too, like getting this 3-piece to win out that crucial eco round. I feel like that can get him in the zone to have his best performance of kickoff yet.
Can he build consistency? But in this game, can he simply get into the driver's seat? A lot of questions around Narrate, but so far he's been delivering. Sentinels are able to get into that B site quickly last round and have a successful post plant. Now they've been kind of stymied here going towards A. This dark cover is enough to ward them away for the time being.
Yeah, no sense in doing anything too aggressive at the moment. They don't want to run into a stack, but it looks like it's going to end up happening anyway. 4 LEV players are here. Sato with that shorty close up at main.
Sen getting very close without taking any contact. They're aware that LEV are likely just dunk in on the site with pistols, and such blows shows up at the wrong time. Straight to the crosshairs of Redux. Saturate, good connection there. And Sato was crouched into that shot. Kaya steps up here, but he's hit with the relay bolt. Doesn't seem to bother him too much. That was a team.
3 with the shorty.
And there almost was more. Sato could have been a real problem ratting on that corner. It looked as if... Did Caillou get hit by Narrate's relay bolt trying to get in there?
I wasn't able to. I was a little bit too dialed in on Sato just dodging the relay bolts and getting all the kills with his shorty.
See how this goes.
I'll tell you, I'm interested in seeing how good Redux is going to be on this waylay compared to what we've gotten from Sen running the agent so far. Now, honestly, though, all those kills, it doesn't even end up mattering that much because Sen win the eco. Their economy is still super strong.
Yeah.
But it does get Sato very close to the convergent paths. He's just 1 orb away, blows 1 away from the Nightfall because of all the kills he got at 4-piece on the pistol they won. So we could definitely see those ults come into play late into this round.
Shockdart there doesn't clear the trademark out of that B main choke. And Sen are going to double back. They actually were posturing towards the weaker side of the map for LEV, but something has tipped them off that they might head elsewhere.
Now early on, Neon hasn't gotten a ton accomplished on this chamber, but frankly, on the first map on Bind, he started really slow the first few rounds. You saw him whiffing a lot of shots, and then suddenly he just activated and completely ruled that map with the AWP. So could see him take over at any given moment. Here's Narrate in with the relay bolt. Danger for Sato. Yeah, he just has to get out.
Okay, but that gives space. Narrate's able to make use of it, and Sato taken down through that dark cover. Narrate just sprayed in his direction of refract.
The refract didn't get him all the way out the way.
Inside the smoke, John QT is hiding, or rather, that was King Paranoia. It was attempted, but Narrate is in a great spot.
That is a light play from King. Nothing to supplement that. No players really nearby, just wants to get a timing, but with a Paranoia, you have no idea if someone is just going to be stood to the left and ready to go. It's not like you're popping out with a KO flash or something that's going to blind everyone.
It's probably going to be based on a misconception. He probably doesn't think that Narrate is sitting up on that off angle, or could be yet. He's playing Neon. She's fast as fudge.
And Sen just burst into A yard with some speed, and the fact that Sato's Refractus looks like it's placed more for like an engagement towards mid or link where you can get away, but not very good when Sen are running into A yard and you can just get spammed down. Narrate on the
He's taking that fight, man.
He's feeling it today.
A little bit of swagger. That's what we want to see. As Narrate steps into the octagon, that's a 3 kill from him on that round. He's looking good. Up to 7. Already has that overdrive at the ready. Now, this could be a very different game than what we otherwise would have expected. One that can rise and fall on the back of Narrate.
It was just a real disjointed effort there from LEV to try and hold that site. There was no like activation point where everyone suddenly did something at once. There's a flood on the spike tap, like something along those lines. It just fell apart piece by piece. The dominoes falling. All right, Narrate's got the ult into this round. A couple ults for Sen, maybe a pit if they get that spike down. LEV have a meager investment into this.
Sen have been so varied. A, then B, then mid to open. Really trying to mix up their approach here.
Now Neon's controlling B main, so LEV, they're content with trying to fight over mid. Will there be a moment where they try to crunch onto Sen? This Paranoia is ready to go from King. That's going to connect.
Saturate could be huge here. Okay, Redux able to find a kill on Spike before it comes down, and yeah, then the Saturate is easily followed up on. That's the danger of playing in those corners. With Waylay, you can clear them really consistently. Cordes, he has no reason to take an elongated fight with Neon, but probably felt like he had the better. Neon's Headhunter, though, rings out.
Yeah, I would say at this point for Sen, not surprised to see a player with some confidence in that moment, and also the cash to back it up in case they die. It just really doesn't matter. Neon cleaned up by John. Sen make it look effortless on that round. The counter utility for LEV's little stack up towards mid was just far too overwhelming.
Yeah, it's all well and good. I think, you know, King had a paranoia wound up, but he misses the timing because of how fast Cent can be. And that saturate just dominates you if you're sat in that corner.
They're getting hit by a saturate and a relay bolt at the same time. You're fried.
The saturate is really meta-defining, I think, making it punishing to play those corners.
It absolutely is. All right, looks like LEV, they want to contest B main. Just so happens that basically all of SEN are there, so we might see a big early clash.
Paranoia, this time set up well. Sato trying to get ahead of it, getting maybe more than he asked for, but he's happy for 2 and Pulsar now with 16. That's huge.
Nice. What a beautiful play.
Dude, you have no chance to answer that. There's no window of opportunity to retaliate.
LEV are easily in the driver's seat on this round. SEN knowing there are a few players there. They want to double back into A, but that's a part of LEV's trap. They have the AWP on this side of the map, and Neon was dominant with this weapon against Crew.
Could be 2 here. Ooh. All right, that'll cut Sentinels down to 2.
That's just exactly as LEV drew it up. Aggro play in B main. Even if SEN weren't there, you're just trying to funnel them into that operator over on A.
His reaction time, Neon's, has looked astonishing so far in kickoff. Like quantum computing level, astonishing. He just doesn't miss these held angles. You've got to force him off with some util.
Probably going to be a slow death for Caillou. Waits for that wall to drop. Spike collects that kill. Been playing a hell of a lot of Vipers since the team has gotten their full roster. This kid is definitely more than just a duels player, more than the Neon ranked demon that he was known for when 2G were getting into the league. He is very flexible. Yeah, here's that play again. Haunt over tops.
Oh my God.
I mean, crazy. Double dash, paranoia is excellent. Everything about that LEV play worked across the map.
You hear that, guys? You hear that, guys?
Instant reaction there from Neon. Okay, 2-round game. Sentinel's probably happy to get a few of these rounds on the board early. Now they have to contend with the same thing. Again, it's a slowing paranoia that comes out from LEV, this time at A.
SEN getting pacey into this A side. Again, relay bolt towards that connector. Narrate pressing forward on the entry. 3 players from LEV ready to contend this, though.
5 ults, they're going to use some of them here, and Redux is considering the paths first and foremost. Looks like no connection there, as all of LEV actually moved out to elbow. They've given up a lot of this space, and they've got the util to retake.
It looks like Blows is ready to send in a Nightfall from spawn, and they could just fight from elbow, maybe wrap behind, and SEN won't hear them.
Redux, okay, it's a bit of a safe peek here around the corner. He sees now what is at work, but the Nightfall's still going to come through. Viper's Pit on the side, though, for SEN. They are ready to fight down and dirty in these trenches. Spike speculating with some spray. Nightfall did catch on, and Sato's dealt with Caillou. Now, Sentinels are fully encircled. Leviathan, like vultures, starting to make their way in. Sees used, but not followed up on. The decay was shrugged off, but here comes Sato. More spray straight through. Cont is a little bit too slow on the trigger finger, and then John going down. Narrate has to hold up. And that is disgusting. 5 up for LEV. A flawless retake of a Viper's Pit post-plant. You don't see that every day.
You could just feel the walls closing in on them. Every single player is stuck in that pit. Not a lot of options for SEN.
How, man?
I mean, at that point, also stuck in the site. Players are just going to die to spam. I don't even think that ended up happening, really. Look at that from Spike. The adjustment to the right is nasty.
Wow, we've seen this from SEN before. That is a 3-ult round from them. And it's another one that falls flat. A number of their ult-heavy rounds over the last couple of weeks have been pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I think that has been a pain point in their gameplay. They're just unable to press forward, get any space. They're just completely entrapped on the site. Their economy is still booming, though, by the way. Another buy, no problem. Looks like they just want to go back to the well, get right into A.
Anasuri coming out, Narrate dancing amongst the arcs of electricity. It's going to be Spike to fall. And King's playing back at the site. This time, though, not into elbow for Leviathan. They will have Sato up front and center, big saturate, but a slip pass. Narrate's able to take King down. That's the control util gone. But it is a trade that Sato is able to go 1-for-1.
He does eventually have to retreat, though, pinged up. Blinded as well by that paranoia.
That's a nasty smoke.
Look at this battle on the flank. That's going to be crucial. Caillou stepping up on this round. Both LEV players, if they go through this dark cover, Crosshair staring at them.
Well, they're going to haunt their way out of this? Wait for a timing. Sato just walks up. What? Sato for 3 in the round. That is disgusting. LEV with some pretty egregious moments here. Some very surprising turns of events.
Beautiful round there from SEN's IGL. They just go right back to the pace on that A side. Hunter's Fury this time being the catalyst of the site take. Great kill, and at the same time, pinged up King, who later just gets sprayed down when Narrate accelerates. We've seen moments where this Neon is outpacing this defensive Util. That was another one where Neri gets ahead of the Saturate and is then able to kill King.
It's that same angle that he caught King off in a few rounds ago when King just dry swings his own smoke after Paranoia. So they're not used to the Neon timing on this map, Leviathan. It's throwing them off.
This defensive op from Neon really just hasn't had a lot of opportunities because of Sen playing at an explosive pace and just dumping Util on these execs. You're getting the wall coming out from Nere. There's just too much obscuring any reasonable angle that could be taken by an Opera. Though maybe this round will be the moment, unless he just gets forced away by the drone.
It's not the drone that's the issue, because that's been every round. It's the pace behind the drone that makes it impossible for Neon to repost up on angles, but he has to do that. That's dirty. Little flick and gets out. It's such a small window to capitalize, and he nails it.
John, from the shadows, gets behind enemy lines. You can see Lev on the minimap. They are trying to clear their own spawn at the moment. John would be the linchpin of a potential Sen win here, or at least attempt to get back into the round. But Lev should be able to lock this up. They've got a ton of ults.
Ooh, Sato with just incorrect crosshair placement. He's on the assumption that no one is up top mid like that.
So this A site is obviously free for Sen right now.
30 seconds left.
Though they'll be slowly stalled and at least having to use that dart now just to get through the dark cover. So a tool for a post plant removed as Lev attempt to maneuver their way here for the 4-on-3 retake. King still with that Paranoia ready to go. Blows with the C's as well.
So Crossfire is set up here. Snakebite for Cortesier is relevant. They still have this Viper up, and both controllers in play, I think, is pretty pertinent. John still holding mid. He's going to need to get there and help in time, and Caillou just peels off the line. Cortesier left alone.
Yeah, his spot became obvious. Goes down to the spam. Caillou's going to have to do something big here, but the counter spam too much.
Now John has to face 4. He's had some pretty absurd performances over the last few matches, but Leviathan are wise to it.
That's a nice retake. They really just deplete Sen's numbers piece by piece. Isolation on Cortesier first, then they move on. Figure out where Caillou is. He's spamming through the wall, loses that out to blows. Even if he gets that kill, looks like he was about to be swarmed after the fact. So that's pretty good from Lev. And I mean, just as I was talking about Neon struggling to get anything done with the op because of Sen just brute forcing their way through extremities. That time opting to try and go up mid for the first time in a while. Ends up just getting a very free kill for Lev.
Yep, Lev aren't giving mid up for free anymore by the looks of things. We're going to see... Okay, the Waylaid's actually in mid here, so no pop plays on defense from Lev here. It's the Prowler to clear.
Neon is here with that op. Sen don't intend on accelerating in right now, but they're going to have to do a hell of a lot of re-clearing. I mean, as far as they know, Neon could still be anywhere with this op. He could be posted up mid again. He could have a main control.
I think Narrate probably heard the trademark there as well. Even though it's been the prescribed location for it. Doesn't feel like he wants to run up and get slowed.
Well, Sato very weak. Is getting out of mid, back to spawn. So Sen do have the opportunity to walk up here without danger. Though, of course, they don't know that. They don't know that Link is just for the taking as they're working into this. A split, 3 players from Lev, ready to hold this site again. Spike spotted out.
Yeah, he has to give the space up though. Hope to stall out a little bit more. Viper's pit on A, that's where he thinks Sen are going to land. That's a pretty good assumption to make. Redux can't get ahead of the Saturate. A lot of space has been cleared here, but Lev are just going to get straight back into the site. They're going to disrespect this. It's Sato though falling. He was out towards elbow. That part of the map now not under Lev's control anymore. Good ping out, but he's king. He's found 3 in the pit. He's out of the game. Oh man, this guy is trouble. Nothing but trouble. Spike loose, Cortesier has to recover, and he's about to get backstabbed if he's not careful. Beautifully done. Ace for King. Sees that slot in Santiago and is gunning for it.
Stunning hold. Sato hyping him up as well. Why not? That's beautifully done in the pit. Right in time. That gets thrown down by Spike, and King maneuvers his way deeper into the site while all of the attention from Sen was fully occupied on removing the Viper from play.
He has had to be the main anchor on that A site. A couple of rounds, right? The pace from Narrate kind of shook him loose. He swings into an off angle, gets taken down. It's been tough for him to get a feel for the tempo. I think he might have locked in.
That feels like now Lev are on the same page with these holds. They're able to nullify Sen's aggression, but they're right back at it, right into this B site. Redux with that Bucky up close.
Convergent party potentially. Sato might want to go quickly off this.
Yeah, do they try to just hit the gas back in? I mean, not all 5 players are here. They still have 2 in mid on the rotate for Lev.
King TP Tower for info about where Sen are set up on the site, so Leviathan should have some advance notice here.
Sen have no ults to work with. This convergent path's the only one in play. That's Caillou trapped in the site.
Redux already down here, but there's Cortezia. Caillou just needs to bide his time. He knows he's going to have some backup here from main. The problem is, though, just around that elbow corner, and Leviathan have tower control. Caillou has to stay put. Uncomfortable! And Sada's having to beat him out on the swing. It's going to be blows. Deals with John through the smoke, and Cortezia has no business being here. Another pretty clean effort, all things considered. Lev's retakes, they really don't lose many guns on them at all.
No, I love the way that they've been playing the latter rounds of this first half. They've made some great adjustments and really tightened up the retakes and the floods on some of those prior rounds. Excellent stuff from them to make these adjustments. They're spiking over top, and for Sen, they're just never able to claim any forward space. That has been their undoing on a couple of these execs. We've seen it on both sites now. Where, look, once you're in a position as the attacking team with the spike down, but you have 2 guys stuck in main behind a Viper wall, there's just no way you're going to be able to win that out.
So Caillou looking over at it like, I'm not going to get any help, am I? Not a chance.
All 5 players for Sen in B main. No ults right now. Caillou 1 away. Narrate.
Let's notice they're getting into the side as quickly as they can, but will it be fast enough? Narrate is well entrenched, and there's a smoke that keeps Leviathan's reinforcements still in top mid.
Can Sen do anything to actually fight forward, to actually take the space they couldn't on that last round so they can get 6 before the half ends?
White peak for Narrate. They're going to reveal Spike, who now is forced further and further back. This is what you're asking for.
They want to do it. They have 3 players fighting right into elbow, smoke down. They can take heaven control. They realize the errors that they made in that last round.
Okay, that's going to be the action there, back towards that B area. Oh, dangerous. Leon's able to avoid being taken down, but he's in a weird spot. He doesn't really have anyone to play off of. There's the dash across. It's getting hot and heavy here over towards that arch area. Sato's trying to get in. Looks like Tao's where he wants to be. Neon, big pick there. John gets the dropped. And there's Sato once more, drops down. Hard to hit, but Caillou's had 3 so far, and King's on the defuse. He's got to answer. Neon misses the shot, doesn't do quite enough damage. But the classic gambit for Caillou flops. Leviathan exit the half with 7 defense side rounds.
That flank from King was perfect to close out the round. They just didn't expect him to be back in main so late. I feel like the duo of him and Sato have been incredible on this defense side. Just generally as well, King, the leader of the team, being able to make the necessary changes after Sen go on that early run, just playing with this blistering explosive pace. But figure out the answer.
It could have gone very differently. That 1v2 at the end of the round. Nice looks here for Leviathan. They look very adaptable, despite Sen having a good start and Narrate looking decent. There's lots to look forward to for a second half of Corrode after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pretty lively first half of Corrode here between Sentinels and Leviathan. 2 teams on their last legs in the hunt for a spot at Masters Santiago. Leviathan, they give a bit of the map up on a lot of these defense side rounds, but Wyatt, their retakes look meticulously constructed, and man, half of them, they're coming out with only 1 gun lost. It's like 4 players standing when the smoke clears.
Yeah, you take a look at the timeline right now. LEV, they win that pistol round. SEN eco them. Then they go on a run. It's 4 rounds in a row for them, 1 out, because they're playing just a relentless game. And LEV initially couldn't keep up the pace, but they figured out how to handle SEN, who are now going to have to step up on this defense side of their own.
Okay.
Good way to open it for Narrate.
Well, Levitan's ability to pull Sentinels off the extremities now is drastically limited.
And this LEV comp, obviously not as dense with the attacking util as SEN's having 2 duelists, having that Neon and the Waylay. So a lot of pressure on Sato here to perform. That Chamber is not bringing a whole lot to the table in regard to the execs, so...
They only have Paranoia in terms of flashes, so that's a challenge.
Sato lone on A, hoping to draw some attention from SEN, but at the moment their position's pretty unwavering.
Patience here from Narrate. Not forging ahead for anything too excessive.
Very quiet from LEV at the moment. Trying to slowly work back up mid. Sato with no utility in main. There's not going to be a dash and a refract. It's going to come down to straight aim duels. As you mentioned, Paranoia. And then also a Haunt for blows. Those are the 2 pieces of util as LEV. In 25 seconds are slowly working towards B. They have 2 guys towards B. 1 guy in Link, 1 guy on A.
Where are they
SEN have
going?
not moved.
They're bouncing back.
Guys,
they're fake.
We got to pick a site to go to. There's 15 seconds left, and I mean, it has worked because there's some pressure in B with a smoke down, and now the A side is free. I mean, SEN are... They're thrown for a loop, and now they're playing a full 5-on-4 retake.
I like that from LEV. I think they wanted a chance to at least trade top mid if someone randomly took a peak timing. Maybe they were always intending on ending at A, but this has worked nicely. Now Sentinels.
Look at that backstab. He is miles away, though.
But it's been looked for.
SEN might outpace him.
Cont was looking for it, but not quite where he had to be focusing. Spike, that is huge. Now you're on a clock if you're Sentinels in more ways than one. Yes, you've got to get the defuse, but also that Viper is going to be biting you in the rear end if you're not quick. Okay, Kayu's found 2. That is pretty big, and now he's going to get on the spike. Sato seems to know this, but Narrate's going to go out of his way. Surely not. Redux able to put a lid on it. Sentinels take the pistol.
Spike gets that kill on the flank, but SEN immediately then know what they have to do. It's just go forward, and they use the util that they have.
All I want for Christmas is a pistol.
And they got it. Well, there you go. Kayu just casual little lineup, sticks the spike. The rest of the SEN players know exactly where they need to fight because of that flank.
There's a lot of push and pull in that round.
Dude, LEV had me sweating just because they were taking it so damn long, man.
This is a hallmark of Owner's coaching style, though. This is funny. Levitan are like a 3-4 duelist team, but they have a coach that really likes the meticulous game plan and conservative saves as well. Interesting mix.
This time, a little bit faster. Straight into B, but straight out of B.
What do you do now? I mean, your Waylay's entry util has been expended.
And just as a shorty, feels like Sato is basically out of the round at this point.
Oh, John got low-key beat up as well.
Neon trying to work mid. It's a moment where he could take a fight.
All right, Kayu gets the pings. We are Ares gaming, folks.
No, and even on a round like this, they take their time, and that would have been the moment where something could have been opened up. But Narrate is ready to go. Redux in main, and with a couple weak players on LEV and no weapons to speak of, this one should inevitably going into the hands of SEN to even up this game.
Narrate playing some pretty restrained Valorant here on this defense side, but hasn't overpushed into anything. It's been patiently holding angles and has been rewarded
30 seconds left.
2 back-to-back rounds now. This is also a reasonable way to build into a strong half. You're a duelist, you're on defense, you've got to have a good feel for like whether it's safe to be popping here on defense or whether you just need to play for time.
Yeah, Narrate looked really nice at the opening of this game. Still have my eyes on Redux here as well.
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
One enemy
well, that went about as we expected it would.
All 5 guns retained for SEN to play out a pure bonus. A real opportunity to take control of the game on defense.
Not the worst bonus, honestly. You've got an Ares, Outlaw, obviously not the most well-apportioned weapon where your opponents will have that heavy armor, but still Look, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Narrate. It's not flashy. Doesn't really have to be here.
Really got to give a lot of credit right now to Caillou, by the way. He's been playing very well individually, and it's his debut year as an IGL here on stage.
Yeah, from that same class.
And taking over from John.
Yeah, big shoes. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, Sato, yeah, taken down to 10.
He has not had a chance to really play much VALORANT on this attack side so far.
Just as well, because he was a problem on defense.
Neon maybe with a chance there up mid. Redux on this angle, is that? Oh no, just...
He's about to have his hands full.
Centimeter wide of hitting Kid. Looked like that was a damn near a sure kill. These dark covers keep getting cycled down mid from Sen, and it's just making Neon irrelevant at the moment.
They're double stacking a connector through mid as well, Wyatt Sentinels.
Lever set up for this 1-1-3 at the moment. Are they going to really try to commit that far into this A side? The spike has moved through the dark cover right now.
Oh, I like this from Caillou, maybe trying to shock dart off contact here and give Redux some easy kills.
So it's like there's a shot for, one way or the other, right? It's like Redux takes the shot, hits 140, shock dart.
I like that.
Clean up the kill. Yeah, that is a cheeky little setup. Yeah, Lev don't want to overcommit to that A side with only 3 players, and that is definitely the right move.
Heads up from Cortezia. He pulled out of B and might be able to assist here from top mid.
30 seconds left.
It feels like if Sen on defense just don't get heavily dragged around the map and stay pretty steadfast in their anchoring, they can find success here against Lev, who are just going to be hitting these sites with virtually no time left. I mean, 17 seconds, they are in. Oh, that's a hell of a kill from Neon in mid.
Just a good call from Levi Tarnki to hit this B side. Sen, though, do have decent amounts of retake potential with this double Senti comp. John has double smokes up still.
I like this from Lev. They've taken a lot of space here, but Redux gets that kill on the weak Sato.
Returns to get the rest of the damage. He got the start of the round. He's found yet another one. This Outlaw is getting some value. Still, Sen have to actually get a foothold on this B side. They're trying to work their way in from B Arch.
Close with that initial kill. That's
clean.
Well done. And John, yeah, he really can't do all that much to support when he has the Stinger coming through connector. I mean, that's just not going to be good in the fight situations he'd find himself in.
I'm not sure what the tip-off was for Leviathan to hit B, but we saw Cortezia had left his anchoring position on that side to play mid.
They are making the right calls. They are hitting the vacant sites, the pistol round, and now their first time buying. Redux is starting to come to life on this defense half, though.
God, and he snaps back in case there's a third. Okay, bro. Extremely well drilled there from Blows.
He was dialed in. Another one of the players that we were expecting to see in the league once he was of age to be here. Narrate trying to fight down mid, gets in that dark cover fast, and now
might be rewarded.
Up top.
I think he might be rewarded for this. King's about to get forward, and Caillou sprays Sato down through the smoke. Mid presence essentially neutralized now. His Blows can only look on.
I've just never seen Sato with full HP. It's just never happened. Spike opens up this B side though, but wow, what a kill from Blows. I was gonna say, he's in trouble. He's the guy with the spike, but he's going to get towards this B side and should be able to plant it. That's also going to get him the Nightfall. So, you know, despite being at 5 HP and might not being a bunch of value in the gunfights at this point, that Nightfall could get Lev over the finish line.
Again, B is so lightly held from Sentinels that Neon is so far forward through arches, back towards B yard. Like he has got a straight line down towards spawn. It's going to be really hard to get that space off of him.
That's going to be Redux nullified for a moment, but it's Sen going for this double flank.
Spray? Oh, spike, beautiful. Notches his third, and Redux realizes that that font of money has finally expired. He's going to have to get on out of there.
Yeah, this guy is unfortunately forced to save with the AWP. Nightfall just gave him no opportunity to play, and there was the poison cloud in his face, just too much going on.
It does feel like we're seeing a lot of the hallmarks of the double duelist defense side from Sentinels, right? They are attempting to make some of these pops through mid. Just overstayed a little bit. Remember, this was a 5v3. They got the first 2 opening kills.
Let's just Spike individually, winning out that duel on the opposite side of the map, and then Blows wins the duel in mid with 5 HP. To live with the spike. If he dies there, there was spam coming through at him too with the dark cover. Any stray bullet would have taken him out, and that's probably round done. I mean, Spike is just an animal on any agent he's playing, and now we're into a timeout. I mean, I think some people will definitely be questioning Sen taking us to Corrode as their map pick first.
We never even talked about that, really.
I mean, yeah, they played it against 100 Thieves. It was 100 Thieves pick where they've been running that Sage comp they brought into the mix for kickoff. And that was the game where John went nuclear. He drops 29 kills. He has an ace. He has 2 4Ks, 2 3Ks, and wins 3 1v1 clutches, and they lose the game 13-11. Like, I mean, I think people will definitely be questioning why they're here based on that. Now, you have to imagine since then, SEN have been hitting the grindstone on this map and feel super comfortable here, but as of right now, LEV are putting them in the danger zone.
It's such a big pivot, though, of like quote-unquote home map for these guys. To lose it horribly, have it picked to them, and...
They had a home map?
I don't know. Not really. Split could have been it, but they're 0-2 in kickoff on that map. Including like, there's some horrific scores.
It feels like they just don't have a sure map to take an opponent to. Like we're going to see on Bind. That looks like LEV's map.
I mean, SEN haven't played it in kickoff. If we get Abyss, SEN have only played, what, EG? And they looked right there, but wouldn't call it a home map. Let's get back to it.
Yeah, let's see if they can make something happen, though, on this defense side to try and slow down LEV.
Redux is staying.
Yeah, kind of an expected setup here from SEN. You can just stack a site, put the op on the other one.
Ooh, just a bit of leg. And Redux is able to clean up kill.
But I don't feel like LEV are the team that are just going to go ahead and try to rush into some space elsewhere because you died to the op. I think they're going to take their time and try to work the map. And that is exactly what's going to happen. They will not be foolishly running into the Sentinel stack on A. I mean, in fact, it seems like the solo op there is tipping them off to... Wait a second, that's probably the site where there's not a lot going on. Okay, I mean, all right, that's yeah, you can't advise that play.
I think that a flashless comp might like at least one of their controllers for the rest of the round, but...
Neon, no.
Little vertical correction, perhaps? Neon is not going to go for it by the looks.
That is the wise choice.
Again, they are making the correct decision on the lightly held site. They've got that top mid control. SEN also do have to do a bit of work to get back into the map with this level of weaponry, and obviously Narrate's not in a great spot to use this Sparky, but we know what Neon can do. We know she can close the gap.
So SEN, on this retake, convergent paths, definitely of note, and also just everyone else feels like they've all got a full kit. John's got the paranoia, he's got a smoke, they have a recon, they have a drone, Narrate's got everything, they have a saturate. I mean, they've got every single tool you could want to get back in, except for rifles.
Yeah, and they strike it on retake rounds with those rifles wired, let alone a round like this. We need to see them step up. Not a great start, Neon has already handled Redux. It's going to be a flood here out of elbow. Off some util timing, nicely done by Kai. Really just beating the odds. And here's the raid. Here's the bucket I spoke of. And I guess I mean my words now. It's Blues in the corner.
SEN had me worried for a second when they send out the convergent paths and no one is ready to swing off of an elbow. I was ready to witness disaster, but they still are able to pull it off, just swarming with the numbers, and Narrate taking advantage of the Neon movement to close the gap with a shotgun. So obviously this is a big round to put them in position with the off that he saved. Suddenly it feels like SEN are right back in it.
Gotta say, man, Narrate is looking like he's on rails this game. Looking
That wasn't the most hype moment I've seen from Cortezia. And I feel like they need
it's just
him
grim
to be
determination,
that guy.
you know?
Yeah. I mean, that is genuinely part of the reason they brought him in, is that just change of personality that it felt like he had midway through last year when he became MIBR's hype man to bring them back from the brink of demise. And SEN want that level of excitement for their players, and specifically Narrate. That's why he's sitting next to him, to keep his head in the game. Okay, Neon, well, that's a massive risk, and he's punished for a massive risk that I don't know if that's necessary.
Walking up like that into a gun round. Apropos, as far as we can tell, of very little.
Spike wants to take a round 2 against the Opera, but
King just flattens Caillou. That is bottom to top mid action.
Gone on there? Just a one-tap with Guardian. Narrate tried to clear, but it doesn't spot Sato.
Okay, again, just good start to the round for Sentinels on these defense sides, and they just pushed that a little bit too far.
They're just, it feels like they're doing too much, and they're doing it against the slowest team in the world.
Yeah.
Like,
that is what Leviathan are waiting for.
Yeah, it really is.
I get it. You're playing double duelist. Like, you want to be aggro. You want to be active. You want to be trying to pull them around the map.
But they already got a kill. but they already got a kill.
Yeah.
And they have a Hunter's Fury. They have Narrate's ult. That's an easy combo to get back in for a retake.
I guess it's like a knee-jerk reaction. You lose your mid player and you are feeling starved of information all of a sudden.
And and then, you know, maybe they're working on mid, so you want to take some space elsewhere, B main. It's just...
Like when your Sova's dead, you feel like you've been blindfolded. Especially on these maps with really long rotating
I definitely
routes.
get the inclination, for sure. But it just doesn't work out. Well, Redux back on the save with this op. SEN do have a lot of money to buy for the next round. I mean, much like the first half, it was winning an eco round that just gave them a serious stimulus to their economy, and then they were just able to buy for however many subsequent rounds, and that's going to be the case here too.
Let's see how that transpired. That was a nice shot by King. Yeah.
That was on the jump.
Normally it takes an op to do that.
Nasty. Cortez is just a little late on that, not the narrate side.
Again, and that's narrate obviously trying to feel out a timing, trying to intuit a window to go forward for that information. Now you feel like maybe they're better off not doing it, but I will note that when SEN played passively on the map, Leviathan have been rotating into the weak side and forcing SEN constantly into retakes, which have gone pretty badly.
Kaplan showing some frustration on his face there that he's going to have to temper calling into this timeout. I think this is the opportune moment for it. This feels like a really crucial moment in the game. Despite the economy not fully being on the line, this could certainly be the round where SEN are trying to expend these ults. And if they lose here with LEV at 11, unable to get those back in play later, this is going to be a big moment.
Feels like a very timely moment for
I feel like
this
Kaplan was also
sidebar.
telling them to
calm down
on some of these rounds here.
Yeah.
So they are doing a good job getting entries. Specifically, Redux has done a good job with this off. But
we'll point out that John hasn't been or hasn't needed necessarily to, drag Sentinels kicking and screaming over the finish line here. He's had impact, but it's been pretty subdued. And SEN are holding their own, but you're asking for a lot more than that in a potential elimination match.
It seemed like so far, John's games on Initiator are where he goes insane, which he was playing on this map, by the way. I mean, we didn't really take note of it, but he did move away from the Tejo.
Yeah, extra controller brought in.
Back in main. Here's the teleport, so definitely thinks that King could have crossed.
And that's going to be some space given up, but Redux is reluctant. He wants to repost it into a Prowler? Okay. Yeah, thinks twice about that one. Has to get away, but Blows is caught out. King also down to half.
Caillou has been sharp with these ultimates.
Here comes Sato.
And he's out of there. Both times these Hunter's Fury have been used, by the way, by Caillou, who gets a kill, and then he also just tags King, so he's down on low HP. And this is the moment now where SEN just needs to keep control of this round, play for an eventual retake. That's
watch really close for push-ups for info or anything that is a bit impatient for Sentinels here.
We might be getting an awful battle over on the A side. Redux is hindered. The spike is left outside of A. The conversion paths
that can't have been the plan.
Used by Sato. I'm a little lost. King
Spike
is caught in mid.
He's looking for El Dorado?
Yeah, it feels like LEV have really lost their bearings in this round. Also, Spike, by the way, is just flanking through mid. Might catch Narrate.
Does Narrate have
unless the little mini half wall obscures the view.
It feels like Narrate has a sense for a potential backstab because they know how lightly they're holding B.
Yeah, Cortezia fully gave it up. They've been intending on just playing this B side for retake, so it's going to be no shock to them when they hear the spike going down. Wait, Neon knows. I think Narrate he made some sound. He's caught.
Okay, that's a mid presence down. Sentinels now are funneling via spawn over towards that B side, but again, we're going to see them have to try and work their way into archers. But note, Leviathan don't have a forward presence in archers. They're going to have to actually anchor on this B side proper.
One kill for Spike. He'll have the pit, so it's possible that we see that in this post plant.
Okay, Odin Tower. That's definitely a recipe for success. Sato is wise to it though, and time is getting short. This has taken Sentinels a long time to get in position. They got to go now. Paranoia comes through. He's going to be able to catch on the Spike. It's going to be a 2 for 2. Redux in there.
They got to get on this Spike. Time is getting so low.
Oh, it's an easy shot, and Redux able to trade out, but no chance for that defuse. Neon knew exactly what he had to do. And now we're pointing the 2 slope finger at Sentinels. Big Red Bull clutch.
4 on 3, but they just play it so monotonously, getting back in there. The convergent paths was kind of wasted as well from LEV early on. They were playing this site for a retake, but they just did not have the pace there at all to get back in.
Could have gone either way there for sure. That is big from Neon.
How many first kills have we seen from SEN on the second half that are resulting in 4v5 losses when LEV just slow down the game and take all this free space or find a kill somewhere else on the map?
Do you think there is merit in Sentinels being so ready to get off B, to give up that part of the map? Because it put Narrator in a position when where he was pinched.
He also did make the decision to push down mid out of Link. He didn't need to necessarily go all the way down there. So that is him also choosing to take a more aggressive line. But the general idea there of just Cortezia playing back in elbow to hold backside B to make it easier for a retake and give that up when they have man, that's totally fine. I mean, the problem was just not getting in fast enough. They just gave LEV way too much time to just post up and wait on that hold. And
I think if they...
fair enough, Sato gets a nice little two-piece as well.
If they don't lose Narrator mid, they can run to B from spawn. But they're worried about someone pushing top mid, I think, and getting at them as they're trying to cross.
Yeah, that's a potential problem too. All right, SEN, still a ton of cash though, because they won an eco round and recovered those guns, how many, 3 rounds ago now?
The echoes of that round still being felt, for sure.
Yeah, that was on round 17 on the timeline. Still that off in the hands of Redux, who really has turned around the game in the second half, by the way. He was with like 4 and 8 in the first half, 4 and 9, something like that, and has started to activate. He's getting them the first bloods. They just have to win a round off of it.
We still have a game here, but Redux is under refract. He's allowed that to elapse.
Cannot escape anymore, and he is wide in the open.
He has to flick Sato into next Tuesday if he steps up. Sato, of course, still has his mobility abilities. Redux doesn't offer a sound cue in mid, he'll just simply slink away.
Sato does not want to test fate with a swing out. Doesn't know if Redux is posted up on him or to the left, so. What is the move here from LEV?
King probably smokes top mid here and just walks up.
Surely, right?
Yeah, virtually.
And now they can be working Link. Redux is calming that to his team.
Does Redux hear that action from King?
He definitely hears the jumps, yeah. And now LEV, who were just pretty patient over towards B, seemingly waiting out any aggression, are just going to have their Sentinel and Viper pivot towards A.
Oh, that's Redux on the line.
Kill.
Good patience. He could have gone way more aggressive that round and opts not to. They give up mid, though.
All right, Cortezia on the retreat. Snakebite just to delay LEV, and this is the opportune moment for the pit, though he's under a lot of pressure. Caillou.
Narrate's going to be really important here. The solo player on elbow right now, and he gets the better of King. Viper's pit in play. Leviathan are extremely short on options in order to try and take this round away. And it looks like they're not going to bother. Their money a bit funny, a bit awkward. And only 2 against 5 is not odd you want to take.
Time for some vintage Corrode. When things are going wrong, just pick up the double Odin and start spraying through the corners of walls. I don't know how Caillou got the kill in mid, but I think there was some shooting through a wall involved. We'll see on the replay, I'm sure. But all right, there it is from SEN. Capitalizing off this great first kill from Redux, shutting down Sato.
Ooh, see that bullet hole, though?
Oh, man, that was close. That really could have gone either way.
Oh.
All right, Odin moment.
Here's the TP across, perhaps?
Yeah, it might have been, right.
All right, 16 to 15 for Narrate. Has that overdrive now ready. 2 Odins maintained by Sentinels. And honestly, feels like they shored up a lot of their issues in that round.
LEV spending a ton of cash to play into this one, even with the Tour de Force active. But that's the right, line for Neon, but neither op makes the connection. No way. I mean, Redux is just in there. Went for the baby bay jump to get on the angle.
Only works for over 30, sorry. Redux sees the jump across, realizes Leviathan a second, guessing this A push. Now Sentinels might actually be able to have their chips in the right spot.
They've called a pretty big rotate, yeah. There was a full acquiesce of the B side. John got out of there and is now trying to slowly get back into elbow for some info. There was a drone reclear from SEN towards a yard.
I feel like this Viper wall is actually pretty disruptive for SEN on that B side. John has to really respect it.
All right, smoke down top mid, so LEV can threaten this part of the map, but they could just double back into an A split. They do still have King over in A main.
This is a one and done. There's no crossfire here for Cortezia. And Sato's able to swing it now. There is a door open.
Brought to 8 HP. Dash in from Sato on B. They're just dragging the rotates off of A. LEV might be playing
This is
another
sick.
masterclass late round to get a free sight.
Sen second guess it. They're going to double back, but it might be too late. Caillou, though, has dealt with Sato. That doesn't really make it easy for Sentinels to decide where to be right now.
Yeah, Redux really can't fight this. All he can do is just try to post up on a forward angle with the off. Now, the way this pit is placed, LEV are going to be giving up a lot of space. Sen can just take control of the site rather easily.
There's a recon for the pit, and Neon just steps out a little bit too far.
Risk. Yeah, there's no util to supplement that peak whatsoever.
King pretty far off the action here. He's sitting back out towards main. The pit allows LEV to flood back in should they need to, but there's an Odin in play. There's two of them, in fact. This is tough. It's all stalled. Snakebite down on that Spike location. Time is getting short. There's that recon.
Nice.
Spike pinged away. There's two Odins in the game. He's really got to make sure he doesn't get wall banged down. Redux going to get this down to half, and here comes Narrate straight forward, finds his one, and that will be enough. Redux chimes in with the opt to end the round, and Sentinels get within one round.
And contrasting to one of those slow retakes we saw on BB, they're undoing. Sen hit the go button at the right time there. The two players who were still on that A site make the right decision of holding the space in front of the pit. I mean, Neon just goes for a pretty aggro peak right there.
Seen that a few rounds in a row now, Wyatt.
And then Nere makes the right decision of activating that overdrive to get into the great recon from Caillou as well.
Good shit, boys.
That has got to be a gratifying, validating round for Sentinels and the intuition of Narrate.
And despite from round 15 to 19, 4 of them being taken by LEV, because of Sen winning one eco round, they have a way better economy after winning just 2 rounds. LEV are forced to come into this with just pistols and the shotgun for Sato.
All right, no time wasted. Sato trying to get in, and John is laid low.
Yeah, that is some serious danger for John. He is out of there, but at least has Cortezia in sight to provide some assistance if LEV accelerated. But LEV accelerated? That's crazy.
More of a stately trot.
Now, they have lost A main as well. Sen have gotten more interested in taking the forward space there than they have on some prior rounds, where you have Redux taking contact and then Narrate behind the, well, he was behind the box.
They're against pistols here, right? So I think they're going to be able to flip the script on their normal game plan and actually assert their right to some more of this space. Oh, Narrate. Okay, relay ball on the move. It's dirty.
Oh, that's a little awkward. He actually got caught on. Okay, I mean, things are looking awkward across the map, but can Redux stabilize on the retreat in the site ping by the haunt?
Oh, okay, tries to post up on the line. Caillou been deadly consistent, is actually caught inside the convergent path, so he'll be out of the fight for now. This will let Leviathan into A.
Blows gets a gun. He's got the Nightfall for the post plant. 15 seconds to plant, and is going to get that down. Sato forward with the off.
Spike planted.
Brutal stuff. This Viper Wall is actually extremely troll in this situation. Cutting off any chance of getting him, but here's John finally getting into the game, it feels. Snakebite, Cortezia trying to clear the close corner, but Sato found his third. And a thrifty round for Leviathan. Don't forget, it was like 3 classics, a Bucky, and a bloody Sheriff.
If we go to the coach cam, I know what I'm going to see from Kaplan's point of view right now.
Red.
What a frustrating
If it's his POV, red.
Yeah, that's about what I expected. Man, Sen are in some serious trouble here, but I guess maybe it's, I don't know, some kind of universe karma that Sen do get eco'd after doing exactly that on a couple occasions to LEV in this game.
The ledger tends to balance itself one way or another. Sato is 23 and 17 now.
Yeah, has a mental round after picking up that AWP. Crucial kill towards spawn from him. He has really been lighting up Sen this entire game.
Can Narrate pick himself up from a rough round? Redux doesn't have any help there.
Man, it feels like Sen just want to win this round. They're getting really aggro down mid.
That smoke that Leviathan put breaks up the 2 duelists for Sentinels. There's no chance for Narrate to help.
Yeah, they had no intention of taking this one slow. They wanted the round to be done just 15 seconds into it, but now, LEV, First Blood, it's time to walk around slowly.
It's time to walk the dog. Stop for a bagel. An irradiated bagel, of course, but that's the best they got out here.
Neon just posted up towards B main.
Dog walked now. Very good.
What if we all go to B main? And what if we just hit this site? There are 2 Sen players ready to hold it, though. This is going to have to be a hell of a moment from Cortezia and Caillou, who, to be fair, has been playing an excellent Sova.
He's able to avoid that saturate. No one looking at him. Sato on the site now. Kayu's position revealed.
30 seconds left.
He's got a crossfire. He's thinking about a timing through that wall and unfortunately just picks the wrong spot. Paranoia's going to slow things down. Cortezia ready and waiting for King to emerge. And now Leviathan going to keep it close. They've got that player advantage as Spike just rips one on Cortezia and John. And narrate story of this game. He is going to be relied upon to keep Sentinels in Corrode. Spike planted, blows spotted surely around that corner. Fast lane will let Narrate get in, but how does he play around this? What does it imply? Does Neon think he's crossed? He's still watching that line. Narrate has to maybe a wide swing. This, it's hard! And Neon's reactions! Get the result for Leviathan. 13-10 here on Corrode. A Sentinels map pick, and Wyatt, they're just not quite there yet.
Sato comes out swinging that entire game. Some of those attack rounds from LEV were a masterclass at that slow, controlled approach to the game, just working the Sentinels rotates. That's some excellent calling from King. It's the game plan that Coach Owner has provided them with, and Sen really just didn't have the answers for it.
It's the ultimate paradox. This Leviathan team full of really aggressive individuals with aggressive tendencies in a structure that is way more conservative.
They're like the youngest team in the league. You would think they just want to run around and kill everybody.
Only gives them just enough leash. They can run up and have moments like this. And their retakes on defense, Wyatt, were so clean. They're coming out with 4 players still up. They look very, very good on that A side, especially.
Yeah, it's them making an adjustment halfway through the first half on defense. Sen were running them over early, just playing all the speed in the world with the double duelists comp. But then LEV, they're able to take the approach, a stable one with really excellent just 4 5-man floods, big set retakes. That was working well. LEV really put on a show here.
And they're poised with the Headsman's Axe to knock Sentinels out of kickoff as we head over to their map of Vines. So don't go too far at Desk and Zoe are going to break down map number 1.
Put on the gas, put on their neck, standing on business, stop respect. It is a problem, I put it in check. Came out the money, I'm up like a jet. Up like a what? Up like a jet. Claim me with dial, but you ain't a threat. I'm for mega, watch our step. I'm with the gang, I'm with the set. All in, no way out. You scared? Tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out. No way, no way out. No way, no way out. Till the casket drops. Tell them we up, tell them we live. I got the drop top sitting outside. This for the dogs, this for the guys, this for the ones still by my side. This for the ones who counted me out. This for the nights I had nothing but doubt. Bet on myself, I double down. Told them I'm coming, look at me now, look at me. All in, no way out. You scared? Tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out. No way, no way out. No way, no way out. Till the casket drops.
A ver qué tal juega entonces, porque ¡uy! Flow recibe, mete la triple.
We're trying to fight in the middle of the action. Got to be John though for 2 and 3.
One enemy remaining.
An ace from John QT. Brilliant.
Leviathan, they get that win of map 1 at the end, and Owner, something that the community has noticed is that you guys have a slower approach to the attack side compared to other teams. Why do you think this slow approach that LEV has is successful for you?
The attack the last game was really difficult. We took a lot of first blood, you know. I think the defense was way better. We won 7-5 in the defense, but we lost an eco, so we made our life way harder than it should be. But it was a difficult attack for us. We didn't play well. Hopefully we're gonna play better in Vine.
I mean, it's looking good so far. Best of luck.
Welcome back. LEV staying alive in that first half. Much of that, of course, them playing the retake simulator that you specifically are a massive fan of.
I wouldn't say I'm a massive fan of playing exclusively retake simulator, but I will say it was very effective in this game. I think it is really a feature of Owner's coaching style that we saw all the way back when he was playing on or coaching for a very previous Leviathan roster, playing a ton of this retake. And I think against teams that have great retake protocols and know how to pick at you and get aggressive, it can get punished. But in this game, it looked on point. I think especially with a lot of the flanks from King, they looked very well put together on these retakes.
Yeah, what it allows them to do is have that extra time to set up to get the timing of the flanks before fully activating, or to make sure your spacing when you get back in sight is good. By slowing things down and playing together, it helps you simplify a lot of things that unless a team is going to be actively challenging you, like you're saying, they can find success.
I also feel like they were very aware with what space they had and what space they didn't going into those retakes, and never felt like they were caught off guard by a player kind of slipping in towards that elbow. We even saw them keep control of that elbow, making their retakes a lot easier as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking here at the breakdown, Sato was such a standout. Like, he just took over this game. It's so incredible to see him, like, playing this confident, being back on that waylay, which he had to switch things up for the first 2 weeks, but you see that he's right in his comfort zone back on this here.
Yeah, he looked really great on a lot of these dive plays. He's so good, I think, at picking the right timings of when to pull back and when to actually commit to a fight playing the waylay, which I think is one of the hardest things to balance right now. This round in particular was just great with the set play into main. It was a standout game for him, and it continues to show that everyone on LEV is so much more comfortable with the full roster here.
Yeah, and I also think with his saturates, they weren't so much as team focused that we've seen other teams like 100 Thieves do, but I think he did a really good job at isolating those fights with that utility for himself and capitalizing off of it, which is what we don't normally see from waylays nowadays.
Yeah, now, of course, this was Sentinel's map pick. Now we're heading over to a bind. We have seen Leviathan play this twice already in kickoff. They're 50-50 on it so far. But even in the loss against 100 Thieves, they had a really big comeback on their attack in the second half.
Yeah, and good to show that they have some of that resiliency in the late round, or in the latter half of a game, as you should say. I think already they're the ones in the driver's seat. They're not the ones that need to be challenged on that front now. As a matter of fact, it's Sentinels that are feeling heaps of pressure now.
Yeah, I do really got to give props to Dryad. I think he did step it up on that Neon roll, and if they do a little bit of a swap to their bind comp, I think we could see the same success. I think he went like 5-2 in first kills and first deaths, which is a huge improvement for what we've seen when he was on that waylay. And I think if they do adapt their comp to what's been fitting them, especially in this last map, they could find some sort of success here, even though it's LEV's map pick.
Still, I think with the changes to the composition, we saw some of the protocols not fully be in place, and I think one of the keys was talking back to LEV playing so much retake. I think SEN was really struggling to find the right fights to take in their post plants, which I think a team that is more experienced in the composition and roles that they've been playing will do a better job at finding those moments. And I do think that's going to be key again on bind if LEV do play a similar style.
I do think it's pretty easy though. If your protocols are out of place, you just simply have to put them back in place, and then everything
Insightful, wow.
Everything's fixed.
Yeah.
It seems like a very simple problem, Mimi.
Okay.
This is why we pay you the
Kaplan said
medium-sized
they were only
bucks.
going to work on very small things each week. So I just figure putting things in their place is a good way to kick it off.
You should maybe consider coaching.
Yeah. Well,
again, you know. But for now, though, we have to make do with coaches such as Kaplan. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of map 2.
He's going to say what I said.
Thank you guys. Kaplan, we're going into a map of bind that you were second banning in the last couple of matches, and we haven't gotten the chance to see what can we expect from this map, and also what are you expecting from the players on this map?
Nice little surprise strategically for everyone. Really excited to show it. Other than that, really happy with everything we're doing. Just want us to play together a little more as those rounds develop, and I really believe in the guys showing that here.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Remaining positive, of course, 1 foot is out the door already. That's a lot of pressure to put on the newer players as well.
That is true, but I do like hearing that, you know, he's coming into this map with a little bit of surprise. I don't really know what to expect. The last time I heard that, we saw a double Senti comp on Corrode from 100 Thieves. So I have hope. I'm excited to see what he has cooking.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see something creative here. This isn't a map where they're having to scramble. It is one where you'd hope that they've had some time to put something together. But it would be a big shift in expectation if SEN lose here. They're always great in kickoffs. They were the runner-up in 25. They won it in 24. It's their time to lock in with the new roster.
You want to say something?
No, I was just like, that's the juicy narrative right there. It's true. But this has been a very different year already for Sentinels. They obviously feeling so much more pressure. Wait, what's going on here?
Oh.
God. I actually hate everything. I hate everything. And you know what? You should learn your lesson. Shopify Rebellion, they were all over the 6-7. What happened to them at GCC?
They lost.
Yeah, Leviathan just dug their own grave.
Is that a curse? Is that the 6-7 curse?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I still don't know what it means, and I just want to distract from that. I have so many questions. So let's just look at something else. How about we just like change the subject altogether? Because earlier we had an opportunity to talk to Caio about what it brings to the IGL row.
I do think one of my strong suits is to stay calm. You know, as an IGL, you have to be calm. You have to be level-headed, especially because if you're like running around everywhere crazy and calming like very hectic, you know, your team's gonna also see that. So trying to keep calm, and it helps your teammates be calm as well, especially if their leader's calm. So yeah.
Making moves, tell them fact check, go and get the truth. Who you know like us, go and get it jumping, gotta be the shoes. I was down bad, tripping, still kept the vision, had to see it through. Got them all tuned in like we in the hills, whole lot of views. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, whole lot of views for real, just like a real for real. Gotta re-up the deal, we got the mass appeal.
Imagine being Leviathan with high expectations at the start of this year, but coming into this kickoff without all the pieces quite there. However, the moment Neon joins your team, you dominate crew. You go 2-0, and now you take the map pick of Sentinels away from them. You've got to start believing that you might be on a run.
And conversely, in the mental game, they're going up against the Sentinels who have been under extreme pressure, extreme scrutiny from the fan base, who demand perfection out the gate. And they haven't been able to live up to that just yet. It feels like in that regard, this game just have the makings of a LEV win. And now with Sen's back against the wall, in danger of elimination if they lose Bind here. They need to find that resolve within themselves to actually get there as a team. And frankly, I want to see more of the players on this team getting excited, like they care to win this game outside of Cortezia. Like, you're watching LEV, everyone's standing up. It feels like they're into it in that way. They're hyped up. Where is that? I want to see that from Sen.
I mean, I'm watching the pressure.
That's
literally
what it feels like.
Crush them at the moment. I mean, hearing from Kaplan, he's pretty upbeat, even after a lost map that was their choice,
feels
right?
like he's trying to keep a very positive mentality despite the circumstances, and he should, but they are in the danger zone.
Now, these agent assignments are interesting, right? Obviously, no surprise to see John on the Brimstone here, but we have Narrate picking up the Chamber. Redux is going to stay on that waylay. This is the first time we've seen Sentinels in VCT this year on this map. It's the pick of Leviathan, who looked very solid thus far. Obviously, with that dominant showing over crew, especially in my mind.
And you're talking about the Neon debut being this obvious turning point for the LEV team. Not just the insertion of him as a talent, but getting everybody on their intended roles across the entire squad. He comes in, first map in VCT for him, on Bind, drops 19-5 against crew, 5 first kills, no first deaths, completely rules the map with the AWP on defense. Sen are going to be hard-pressed to get these attack side rounds. They're going to have to really dig deep to scrape by in every one that they can get. Or who knows? Having not played Bind, we don't know where they're at. They might not even know where it's at in their map pool, which has been mixed in the results across the board.
Yeah, really, we talked about at the start of this game, we don't know where their home ground is supposed to be.
Yeah, maybe they will get a surprise, and this is it. Maybe they come out swinging and just put the pressure on LEV.
Kaplan did promise a surprise, saying looking for something fun strategically, to paraphrase him in that interview with Dryad. The composition doesn't seem too crazy, it's not too out there. Kind of fun to see Narrate here on the Chamber.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot of Redux playing Chamber actually in the off-season, where he was farming in those tournaments. But with the recent happenings of Narrate on Waylay just not feeling like it's his right agent, he's going to be picking up the Chamber here instead. He can just focus on getting kills. Here SEN on this attack side against the dangerous Leviathan team. Spike solo on A, immediate danger as he peeks out, but does not get domed by the Headhunter.
So far, Leviathan's retakes have been their strong suit in this game.
This guy has got to be on the run. He has no help. There could be a Yoru teleport to heaven, but that is about it.
Hanging around, Spike 1 for 1. No use of the gate crash just yet. Looks like Neon's happy playing from Shao here alongside Blows.
Yeah, it was a fast double TP for LEV. They're really trying to pinch the SEN team right now. 1 player from short, 2 from shower. You're going to have King going through spawn, and SEN looking to bait out some swings with the tap of the spike. LEV will not be giving into that, though. They are content to just hold these angles in a fairly passive way.
They just don't mind not having full information for a time.
That time, Caillou feels safe to stick. Sean trying to peek down short.
Oh, that's huge. Attach rate going to be avoided by Redux. And Caillou moves up as well, but Sato is just folding back on the angle. Is there more to this?
That's nice. I like that. They were hungry for that kill and to also just remove the flank pressure in doing so.
Now return to the fray, but Leviathan have gotten into the site under the absence of Redux. Could flash through the wall, though. That is stunning! And Contezi is able to find 2. This puts King in a virtually unwinnable position now. A step up with a bandit, but there's smoke and mirrors and a sky in his way.
There it is, another pistol round for SEN. Cortezio was asking for them back on map 1. They start off the game in the right way here. Spike just sticking around there, ends up getting caught. I think that's a pivotal moment, making that decision to go back and deal with Sato. And they feel like, that's fine. We can give up the space on site. We know they're going to get on the spike while we're back here fighting him. But we can just pop flash right back through the wall. We're going to take the fight to them.
Just great fundamentals, I think, on 3 or 4 occasions from Sentinels there.
They make the right micro moves there. Now it's all classics for LEV, fully stacked up towards Octagon. Sentinels spread across the map in this.
I did see a fun clip Riv shared on Twitter where you can get the poison orb inside the satchel hanging up on the left of Octagon for a one-way smoke.
Oh, 5-man TP. Narrate.
Okay, well, here goes the Marshal. His namesake in his hands. Narrate's able to find 2.
And the rest of SEN now know it's time to go to B. So they will be on their way there. All good. Probably get Caillou that plant. Get him closer towards the Seekers. And hell, maybe even just throw the gun to someone else so he could take some fights with the Ghost or something and try to get some kills. We'll see. Just depends on the situation they find themselves in, how safe it is to actually try to hunt a little bit.
Doesn't really seem like they fancy that line.
No, now, I mean, we were on Redux POV for a second. That just reminded me of map 1, mentioning the fact that, yeah, he did start that game on attack, 4 for 8. Was looking like he might be struggling on the Waylay too, but then half 2, he bounces back. He drops 11 for 4, had really important op shots, got 2 first kills with the op. Feels like he's right back in the game. And honestly, that's just something we've seen from him in general, is that he has had bounce back games. I mean, in a big sense, in that week 1, he had a very poor performance to open up kickoff.
Yep.
Match 2, immediately bounces back on the Yoru. Last week against 100 Thieves, not a great map 1. Map 2 drops 34 kills, so he is definitely a player that can thrive under the pressure, and he doesn't let one bad performance get to his head.
Well, let's get down to business now as Leviathan finally buy in, and it's a bonus round for SEN that features a number of Vandals. Pretty decent.
Yeah, with the buy up with 2 of them on round 2 and just having some Ghosts, they have a good buy.
Okay.
Well, might be all for naught as Neon just...
Did he just run up mid?
Yep, just walks it down short. Moves Narrate from the round, and Sato just...
We're walking up. We're walking up.
The round.
Okay.
Sure.
well. Sentinels here are going to be looking for a little bit more on this B side, but they are not in a great spot at all. It's a 3-on-3 stack locally, with John being unable to immediately intervene.
How could they crack this crossfire?
I mean, they're just going to walk into it. That has been the thing for this round. Walk up and M1.
I mean, there's just no way they're going to be able to maneuver through this situation. LEV, one player taking contact, two ready to swing out from either side. Just feels actually impossible.
It's a weird round, isn't it, Wyatt? It starts off with a number of individuals taking their own contacts, their own duels up A short here. That throws the round into a very weird spot.
And it's an early allusion to the style that LEV like to play here on defense that we saw was a nightmare for Crew to deal with. That Neon is constantly mixing up his positioning on Yoru. He's great at working the map with his teleports. Not only does he have the aim, the op skill, but he's intelligent with his teleports. He feels like he's always in the right spot when you're watching him.
Took the hit from the Outlaw there, but everybody on Leviathan knew they needed to buy that full armor. Obviously, it's pretty customary for your first buy round, but still.
It's going to be that fake clone TP, but Narrate aware.
Yeah, I think he...
Imagine that. What if?
Sato here is posted up. Oh, that is very crisp, Wyatt. That is very crisp. No chance to even rendezvous out there for Narrate.
The dog getting some extra distance with that stim. Redux is in, does have some control of Lamps. A Lamps that has been given up by King. He's happy to play it backside. He has two friends to help.
Yeah. The question is, how do Sentinels get into backside here at all? I think some showers control in a pinch could be pretty huge for them.
I mean, honestly, I just don't think they try. They can't even really get onto the spike.
Oh, and the molly to follow it up. Yeah, cringe. No plan here.
If they try to go back to B, Spike is still entrenched in the site. This is the move, just
They're going to get seized with the next plan attempt, potentially?
Well, Prowler doesn't spot out anything, so maybe LEV think there's a chance they could be walking away, but even still, they don't have any reason to move realistically.
30 seconds.
30 seconds
Sentinels have been in place for the most part. We're having a refresh of the smokes. Here's the molly to prevent a walk up on Caillou. He is able to get a plant. Decayed down as he is, so there was a seize in the end, but the follow-up there was a little bit belated.
That was big. That was a must-win duel for John.
Neon, though, still posted up in that window, but here's caught to see a Caillou entrenched here on the side, but he's taken down a one through the box, and that's all he's going to get. Still, Leviathan have to continue to make the move. They're up on site.
Senno just ready to drop this wall and face with multiple players off the timing.
That's interesting positioning for that snake biter. There's King. What just happened? It all fell apart.
It just feels a little bit labored there. Sen weren't really spread to take a great multiplayer swing. LEV weren't on the spike. Honestly, they felt like they were just ready for that play.
Nicely done. As soon as that wall came down, we're going to see this on replay.
I mean, that was such a nasty kill.
He was fighting up through the side.
That's crazy shot from King.
Ian, if you're watching this, I'm on 0.1, bro. I'm a 60.1.
What?
That one ain't for us. Bro.
Yeah, no, I guess not.
Ain't for us, little bro.
All good.
All right, Sen, they are going to be forced onto the eco round. You get your standard waylay with a shotgun ready to go over towards B. Oh no, time for a pause, actually.
So Sandals with a good start. Obviously, winning the pistol generally makes you look decent, plus the buy-up of 2 Vandals in that second round and a pretty clean sheet for them heading into the third, which is where things start to go pretty haywire.
Yeah, tough when your rounds begin with a walk-up from someone on LEV that just deletes your
It was Neon, and he had heavy armor. Yeah, heavy armor into the Outlaw, so he's able to win that fight out. And then I think Narrate tries to find his own timing, and Sato's there.
That was a crazy shot from Sato. I mean, yeah, it's just back-to-back first kills, straight up aggro play with rifles, and unfortunately, Narrate being the victim of both of them.
So, Kaplan teased something a little novel for this map. So far, we've seen pretty standard Viper War on A short, walk up, try and use that stall util.
Normal comp. I thought we were going to see something a little bit stranger, but yeah, not the case.
Feels like so far a really fundamental brand of bind. But Leviathan have shown us that they want to get pretty active on this defense side. In keeping with his double duelist comp, I think Neon has just that in mind as we head into this next round. Got a tech pause now to follow that timeout here.
a regular pause wasn't enough for you.
Nah. We put so many pauses inside this bad boy. It's going to be an awkward buy for Sentinels, though. I think that's probably something worth touching on here. This next round is going to only really feature a Bucky for Redux thus far, alongside a couple of Sheriffs.
I would also say that, you know, if you're a bit worried for Sen in this moment, especially in terms of the fact that they're losing these first engagements, Neon doesn't even have an op yet.
Yep.
That's just not even a part of the playing field. Well, I expect on this round, you know, if he dies, he'll probably pick it up in the next. I mean, even if they win and they all live, he might just pick it up in the next because they're filthy rich. So I feel like it's almost inevitable we'll get it into the next round.
Yeah, post-buy, a lot of these Leviathan players are sitting on 3K. So that should tell you everything you need to know about that situation economically. And a huge part of that is King walking up and getting 3 kills as they go for that A-side retake. And again, like some of the util placement there for Sentinels was a little off. Like the snakebite from Cont was short, too far to the left. The spike plant location was actually a little bit deeper. So a couple of things to tighten up there. Again, you know, send maybe some less reps on this map, knowing that they would sort of walk into it. I think they're permaring Haven at the moment. So definitely need Bind to be a fixture of their map pool.
So just to touch on King specifically as a player as well, since Neon has come back, I really like where he's been at as a controller. Because last year, remember, he was doing some role swaps. There's a little bit of duelist from him at times.
Yeah.
And it just never felt like anything was clicking for him in 2025. But now just being back on this stable role where he used to frag out in the past, surrounded by all this talent, feels like he's in his zone right now as an individual.
It's that, yeah. Feels like that Crew Academy approach.
Right,
He's another walk up again!
Yep, time for Neon to walk at them.
There's got to be something. There's got to be something for Sentinels to stop this. This is happening exactly the same as round 3. Exactly the same.
The pace on the dash with the dog is just not ideal, and yeah, this one feeling like it's over. Mitch.
Again, tough round to win anyway. You know you're walking into you know, a wall of rifles.
And now walking into 4 players from LEV.
Sight well and truly stacked, guiding light here. Flash avoided, no info for Caillou there, who's going to be hindered, potentially walked up on. Prowler as well coming to call. That's Narrate down. So want to be over pretty quickly as King notches another 2 to go with 6 and 1. And Leviathan get that flawless round. And that bank is continuing to burgeon.
Yeah, not even an ounce of damage really done. Aside from, I think, Sato has to rebuy armor. I think that's the most significant that occurred. So very clean here for LEV. Now, will we get the AWP?
I mean,
nope, because they, I mean, the situation in which they don't buy it is they just kill everyone. And
look at where Leviathan is standing.
So just, I know, feels like they're ready to walk at them, perhaps.
Yep, watch this A short play. It is...
Or they're sending it. I mean, there's not going to be much walking, actually. More dashing, sprinting.
Okay, what orbital strike catches Cortezia.
Classic combo on Bind right now. The saturate into the strike.
Yep. And also, quite effective is the Seize. Does the same thing for you.
I mean, this timing is just a bit sloppy from Sen there. Redux walking through the smoke into the molly before the flash is coming late. It's just a miscall.
But now Sentinels, again, down 2 players early in the round, have to find a way to salvage. This is similar to the previous round, with the exception of better weapons, at least, for the attackers. Here's some Angry Cabbages. Seekers on the side.
At least, Narrate with a chance, but King backside, able to shoot him in the side.
He's looking dangerous so far. King is everywhere. Look at how he's made these movements. John can't be ready for it. It's another 3K for King. Easy come, easy go. 9 and 1 for the IGL.
Sen are just being relegated to these slow contact rounds because they're losing players early every single time. And LEV have an easy way to just get their anchors on the right parts of the map as well. The teleport, they didn't even have it on this one. I mean, this was just 2 players able to straight up hold that. Just playing off of each other really well. We've seen Blows actually, he plays that elbow side of the map really well. We saw that against Crew as well. He
plays an off angle out in the open. He steps out a bit further past the smoke.
Yeah, he like takes good timings out of the smokes, all that. All right, well, Neon, again, this is what I'm saying. He's just going to mix it up constantly. He's pushed out of the teleport right now.
That's good info, though, off the guiding light.
Yep. Does have to get back, but is just ready to now hold right back into that B side.
Sentinels are allowed to play their game, finally.
Well, that smoke is going to deny Nerrit's ability to play much of the game unless there's an aggro peek from Sato. Jump spot, that's going to be virtually impossible to hit.
Yeah, and he's seen enough. I mean, King hit it with the Guardian last round, but last map, rather. It's got to be a... Oh, wow. Okay, got to be refract out already. Sato gets his.
I mean, to Sato, he might be able to ult him if he really wants. No, he just wants to kill more
What?
guys.
Oh, God, is he just
get more
disrespects
kills.
him. Tries to cross the wall. And so Sato gets his second. Man, that is brutal stuff for Sentinels. They are no closer to having a plant than they were earlier. And here comes the pressure. Here comes the stall util.
Feels like LEV might just be dealing them a slow, painful death blow on this bind
30
map.
seconds left.
They have been
They're choking him out, man.
beyond dominant in the first kill game.
Give me something. We're looking for something here for Sentinels. Blows, avoids that pressure and sees his Redux in place. Oh, it's conversion pass from Sato now. No chance to recover. There is a tour de force in play, and Narrate deals with King. But he has to go huge here. 4 plays there between him and the end of the round. There's no chance to apply. Disrespect! The middle name of Sato, actually, he's got like 3. 4, maybe. But again, he is absolutely living up to it.
He is in demon form today. Best performing player on Corrode, and now he's trying to take the crown from him here, but I thought maybe it's like, it's going to be a moment where he backs up, tries to use the path there, or he could just step forward and get another kill.
He just insists on remaining and then picks up a more aggressive off angle, and he's like, okay, well.
All smiles for Owner. He's just been chilling with LEV Academy, brings a couple players into the league, gets himself back in the league, and now he just gets to watch his youth soccer team ball out in every single game.
Yeah, always dressed to impress, isn't he? Here's Redux. Gets himself up in the box. A bit of a variation on the normal dive here from Waylay.
SEN trying to get the pace back that they had early on in Corrode when they found some success. John with that strike for the post plant, pick for the post plant.
Surely Sentinels on an ultimate round can win it.
They're investing it all. They're investing it all to take this, to get that 3rd round on the board.
It's going to be an orbital strike, should have been required as well. Surely this is it. There's no real flank pressure right now for Leviathan, but I think Neon's looking to create some.
And John, of course, has the molly too, by the way.
Surely a round here for Leviathan. Neon's found Caillou. That's the Sky picked off. Now there's backstab pressure on Sentinels. That's going to have them watching their 6. In the pit, it's getting hot and heavy. It's going to be Redux falling. Narrate trying to step out of it. Here's that orbital strike. Going to be avoided, but Cortezia is down. John and Narrate time, though, really
Still
not on the side of Leviathan. Yeah, Molly to get this done. Blows knows he's cooked. Maybe might try for some damage on the way out. Sentinels get around, but man, they have to scrape and claw at it.
That is classic bind right there. Just line everything up with your brim.
All we're missing is Raise Nades, Gecko.
I know, where is she?
Yeah. Aspas the player. All right, 5 and 3. Sentinels get that round, but they've been few and far between. This push up here for Neon threatened to undo the post plant setup. And Neon actually doubles back to the site.
Nice! I don't care, guys. I just don't care about the round.
Yeah, addressing the fact that they lost 4 players.
Yep.
Cortezia still just like the lone man out of his seat trying to get this team hyped.
I mean, it feels like that should be obvious, but I'm glad he said it. Some of these things need to be put into words. Here's Neon, disrespecting as per usual. Cortezia.
Oh my God, I mean.
Bows out again.
What can you do? What can you do? He is everywhere on the map.
Okay, Redux trying to get in here. He is convergent, so moving at the speed of light.
That's nice. That is very nice. They're able to isolate those players, set up in the crossfire. Blows caught in the path. Behind the smoke. Okay, suddenly into the 3-on-3.
It's going to buy some time. That is pretty big.
One more kill and he gets a Nightfall too. And
he's got all this util. Redux trying to creep up there through this, and the Prowler's going to spot them out. Now he's going to fight for his life. 3 for blows. And it looks like Sentinels are blasting off again.
What were we just saying about him and Elbow?
Yeah, but normally
it is his domain.
Normally he's swung out.
Unstoppable there, man.
I mean, that is just going to be a gut punch. How do you come back from a round like this? Not only this moment, yet another in a series of Neon pushing up. I mean, come on.
And that's every single player on this team just being an absolute shooter, but also least passionate owner cam. But I mean, also, by the way, just Caillou planting out in the open when there could be a player elbow still. That's an error. He should have been tucked and is going to regret not being tucked.
I mean, this is riddled with mistakes and unfortunate moments for Sentinels, and now, well, It's a Sheriff Redux.
And after that round, it seemed like, after the round won by Sen with all the ults, it felt like they weren't satisfied in winning because they used ults, they lost 4 players. Well, this is why they were feeling that way. One more round lost, economy is straight back to the bin, and it's going to be a while until they get those real power ults back online. If it all in the half, it's round 10. Redux and John each have 1 orb. They're probably never going to have them unless one of them gets a bunch of kills.
In a round like this, that's looking less and less likely by the second.
Now, far be it for LEV to get another first kill.
Oh, that is such
They love those moves.
And I think, I don't know, you spot Caillou there on the way back?
Loves the round the world.
I mean, it gives you information you shouldn't really have access to. I don't know if he sees Caillou there, though, because of the Viper wall.
No,
Sato turns a flash.
Oh, first kill. There we go for Sen. Narrate. Beautiful shot.
King, a little bit haphazard. Takes the challenge yet again. Brimming with confidence. Now the shorty is able to dodge away from that saturate. He hasn't really given up this space.
No, not at all. One more kill. He gets that orbital strike.
Defensive Viper Spin might be coming in here.
Neon pressuring from the flank as the pit comes in. The Nightfall comes in.
God, this is impossible to play into. Neon doesn't even need to take that shot. John is dealt with. Leviathan, a sign of respect. They spent some ultimates on this round, but ultimately Sentinels are crushed.
A small consolation in the loss. That was basically all classics and the headhunter from Narrate that opens the round up.
Nightfall, Drift, Pit?
Nightfall, Drift, and Pit.
Okay.
They'll take it. They will take it.
I gotta use him at some point, I guess.
It's nice from Narrate, just getting in that position to get a free one. Listen, that being said, though, they're against weaker weapons, but that was a pretty beautiful retake from LEV. I mean, they used every ult to perfection.
Corrode going to be called upon by Sen fans all around the world, but today, he's just had some really unfortunate situations. He's the one that got caught in the saturate and the orbital strike, and he was sat up mid.
Yeah, he's kind of just been that guy.
And honestly, he has not done anything wrong, really. And you see, gets up. They spend 4 ultimates on winning a round. He says, it doesn't matter, guys. We need this round. Let's build off that. And something I'm noticing about Kaplan is that it feels like he's being pretty measured in his expectations. That interview with Dryad earlier on said he's actually pretty happy with what he's seeing. I don't know how you can exit kickoff at this stage of things and you know, maybe maintain that happy feeling or that satisfaction. But I think there's an awareness that this is going to be a longer-term program.
There's definitely a difference in the pressure that Kaplan feels the players should be under versus the community and fans of the team right now, where he understands and feels like, of course, they're not going to be in the perfect place right now. The year is just starting for them, but it's the Sentinels' namesake. It's the success that Kaplan and John have had in the past that has gotten them to that consistent echelon where they're making all of the globals that now has them under this level of pressure. The victims of their own success right now.
You want to play?
All right, out of the timeout. Narrate ultimate popped. Can this be their 4th round? After we mentioned they got 3 ults out of LEV, so less danger. Caillou 1 orb away from the Seekers here as well, so there was a possibility. And matter of fact, I think the last gun round they got is when he was able to use them.
So some stall util for Leviathan. They might actually... Okay, just position a bit further forward. No really thinking for a pop, but they can quickly get a 3-way crossfire going on. Okay, unnecessary, just not needed. Yeah, that is brutal.
It's just these simple setups, crossfires, swings off each other from LEV, and unbelievable aim skill that...
Okay, it gets worse. Looks like bad things come in more than 3s for Sentinel.
Well, it just has them feeling like an unstoppable force right now.
What are you forced to save this? Surely, look what the spike is.
2-on-3 though, 40 seconds. This late in the half, 2 rounds left. They have the loss bonus. Man, I think you're just trying to see if you can get a crazy kill.
30 seconds left.
Corrode and John try and make something happen here on the move. Corrode's first shot is very
honestly,
wide.
They had a chance. They swung out further than Neon was actually holding for them for the off. So LEV, you know, somewhat of a risk taken there, but still, what is the meaning of risk when you just don't miss shots? It's really not a risk.
Look at Neon making sure that he is everywhere. This time it's an aggressive push up into showers. It's different every single round. He really is putting a lot of work into varying that approach. And yeah, I think there's an awareness from Spike that they took a risk there, but gets him out of the round. No harm, no foul. Well, they lost one player. Acceptable.
King just at that casual 14-4.
Another orbital strike to end the half.
Narrate with the AWP, feeling the pressure from that teleport, and there it is. Sato overplays his hand and is caught out.
Still going to get aggressive on the other extremity now. Sentinels want to back away from the shot. Oh, that's brutal. Caillou and John lined up and knocked down like dominoes.
And and they felt so good to get that first kill. And now back to a situation of, are we just walking into A again, a moment where Neon just has these well-placed teleports. He's in the right place at the right time, all the time.
Yep, he is the sleep paralysis demon that Sentinels are grappling with. He swipe a wall, lets him get up on short, and Narrate's unlikely to expose himself to Neon in the near future.
Oh, tagged up King. Cortezia trying to work.
Neon spotted now.
Through lamps, by the way.
I like this from Narrate. This is pretty audacious. There's enough space here to main for a plant. Stall though. Yep, it's going to have to be an orbital strike. Oh, into the TP even. Are we pivoting? Quickly, Neon. Gate crashes back over to the site. This might have to be a pump fake, and I think Sentinels are doubling back to A now.
Ends up being the perfect play from Redux, and King spotted out. Narrate is lighting them up.
3 kills for Narrate.
Determined to bring them to 4.
On for the ace here. He really has been the spearhead in this round. Here's the plant. Flash blooms overhead. Walk out for Neon. Narrate for 4. He has got to be the one that pushes Sentinels, at least into halftime with 4 rounds, to their name is Spike. Shuts him down. Both Sen players here back-to-back over towards that Lamb's direction. Spike needs to get busy.
He didn't get the ace, but that has to be enough from Narrate for Sen to get 4 rounds here. Time is ticking. Spike, cloud up to tap the spike.
Snake bites here for Cortezia.
Not getting flanked. Double face forward.
There it is, Sentinels. Trying to make that first half a little bit more respectable, but it felt like Narrate is just pulling kills out of every orifice to give them a shot in the round.
Real heads-up play there from Redux. Takes that teleport really fast to rotate back, and that gave Narrate the timing to get forward and get those kills. To take some of that space, because it baited Neon away. Yeah, that moment right there is huge, and then also just Crosshair, perfect to deal with King. A good final round for Sen. And perhaps a hope for them is, when you think back on that first map of Corrode, starting on attack, Redux didn't light them up, didn't put up numbers, switches to defense, and then he goes 11 for 4. So maybe he can bounce back again.
All right, let's not mince words. Quick break. We're going to be back into the second half of this bind map with Sentinels' chances at staying alive in kickoff on the line.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In 2024, a dominant showing in a kickoff led Sentinels to Madrid, where they won it all. 2025, similar story. Great start to the year, represented in Bangkok. This year, Sentinels attending that first Masters event of the year has never been in more doubt. A brutal first half with a pistol round 1 sure converted on, and then things got ugly, and they got ugly fast, Wyatt.
It feels, I don't know, poetic, ironic, something that in this very moment, it's Narrate putting the team on his back to get them through this game. Sen in that first half had 4 first kills only, but they all came from him. He's just doing everything he can on this chamber to get Sen across the finish line here. King 1 for 1. Aggro fight from Sen straight out of hookah, and it does pay off.
Okay, nicely done. Narrate plants his feet over on A short. Gets himself further into the map. He's definitely expecting LEV to angle towards that hookah direction. And Neon is ahead of the guiding light, but there's going to be a lot of players looking at him. And some sharp shooting from Cortezia. We'll put this round to bed. That's both pistols, one now on bind.
Back on map 1, Cortezia was acting like this team has never won a pistol round in their lives. And now, since then, they've won 3 in a row. Second half Corrode, both on bind. You cannot ask for much more to get right back into this game.
Now, I think
what a tap on the last one.
The contrast for me that I'm going to look for on this attack side for Leviathan is that on defense they're so active, right? Neon's always on some part of the map.
Yes, and on attack they're so slow.
Very slow.
It's the exact opposite.
Yeah, really, it's a weird team. Their tempo is the inverse of what you would expect to see.
No, it feels like we just keep talking about it over and over, but it is just so funny that you have the most cracked out children on this team, and then you have them playing the most disciplined Valorant of, I feel like, any team in the league right now when you watch them. Oh, that's easy for Redux.
Yep, Spike walked into that. I think Leviathan are trying to get this one going pretty quickly. Sato is noticed crossing under hookah and is picked off.
A little bit of info. Why not?
Now, Leviathan at least get a plant, so something to hang your hat on.
Yeah, they will eventually have to deal with the Redux in hookah.
Neon's not leaving that corner.
They cannot.
Yeah, going to be hit by that Trailblazer. And King at 35 will make a swift exit now as the wall is rather permeable to those Spectre shots.
Nice and easy round for Sen. Lev will feel, all right, we got the plant, sure, why not? We have 5 classics. That is exactly what Sen needed to accomplish. Good for Redux to get another one on the board. I mentioned at the end of the first half, but he really did turn things around once he started playing defense on Corrode. So you have to hope that he can get there. I mean, really, you're going to need, let's be real. We're going to need multiple Sen players to get online if you're a Sen fan. Like, they have been struggling outside of Narrate. I mean, specifically, honestly, I feel like the elephant in the room today is John. You know, on map 1, he put up 126 ACS. That's the weakest performance he had of any map, including when they lost 13-5. He still put up 205 in that one. So he's got to come to life at some point here. He has been their best player up until today.
Yep, he was 274 ACS over that whole series against 100 Thieves. Incredible showing, but it felt like an outlier for sure.
So LEV were able to take some space over towards Shower, just a slow walk up from Sato and safety. Virtue of a haunt that was thrown deeper, knows that he can just claim it for free.
I do think this play towards B long for Sentinels is one of the more compelling parts of their setup here.
Yep. Cortezia and Narrate, they're next to each other on stage and next to each other over at the teleport. Just ready to play off of each other here.
Judge for
Narrate,
Cortezia.
He's taking this contact so he can teleport away and try to bait them into Cortez. And will they fall for it? No, the clone!
Oh, Cortez had an opportunity there to do something nasty.
He was trying to bait, but he got baited.
That's it. That is, what did he say? Poetic? Ironic?
Something like that.
It's rough. So now, Sentinels aren't having any players pulled off of that ace site, though. They're kind of happy to leave Narrate over at B.
LEV were doing a great job on Corrode of just dragging those rotates to the exact wrong site. But now Sen, they are stacked up for this A hit. They're ready to go.
Minute Redux in with the Guardians able to get out of Lamps and find a big kill. Blow's going to be dinked low, but King's attempting to stand up in his absence. The Guardian's really been ringing out, but the B side has been left for now.
Oh, late teleport away, but what a catch from John. Blows us down. I mean, Redux rushes to his demise, but ultimately an irrelevant one because they just don't have time to get the spike to the site.
Hey. Too slow for Leviathan.
Oof, Spike can't even save the gun. Bonus round converted for Sen. They're right back in the game. Give me those Redux highlights. He was kind of looking nasty with the Guardian there.
Those A short plays honestly have been the best look for Sentinels on this second half. It's also in the pistol where Narrate's able to control that space really well.
Yeah, that's a nice shot there supporting Caillou. And also, honestly, even though Caillou was pinged up and under a lot of pressure, I think he did a bunch of damage there, so, you know, wasn't too bad.
Come on.
Man, a few words? Save them for the, save them for the mid-rounding. Still, very good sign. Sentinels this time hold serve. They're able to win that first buy round. Game's going to get tighter here. Redux wants to take this fight.
Yeah, and time to get out of there. Except it go. Wait, what? You just refresh right to. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no reason to have one place earlier, is there? But no. Cortez on the hold, all good for him.
Yeah, should be in a comfortable spot here. Neon shows himself. Cortez here very quickly makes that adjustment. Blows with the Bandit. Might want a weapon upgrade if he can get it. It's Spike trying to get in close now with his Stinger. John is on the hunt, and yeah, that Odin for Caillou. Certainly going to be a wrinkle in the plan for Leviathan. We have, finally, a game.
Really solid hold there from Cortezia back sight. Redux goes 1 for 1, bit of delay. The rest of the rotates come in. Ready for that rush over top. And into this round, SEN, by the way, 2 ults to play with. So they are in a good position to take down this full buy round. Nere picking up that operator as well.
Virgin pass off the rip.
Aggro play, flash, dash in from Redux. Does he try to go further?
He's going to have help, but look, yep, Redux.
No, he knows that that's unwise. I mean, they're going to kill anyway on B long, so why go for more?
Yep, Sato down, and there's Redux. Eventually, Neon shows himself. Here comes Sen City.
Oh, where did these guys come from?
Finally unleashed. And now threatening to go ahead on the map pick of Leviathan. Remember, now you start thinking about, just a little bit, start thinking about that map number 3 of Abyss creeping at the edge of our periphery. Because Leviathan don't have any more business trying to play into this round.
Another map, by the way, 2 of 3 in the pool that Lev just haven't played.
it. They've only played like 4, before the series, only 4 different maps. So, it's a little interesting. Mostly, yeah, I mean, we've seen them on Pearl, Buy, and Split a fair bit. Sentinels didn't want to go for Split. I don't know if that's going to be much of a go-to for them for the near future. They've veered away from picking that map.
Yeah, they picked into it, they tried it, and it just has not worked out for them.
And we'll
have... saying, I mean, it is just struggles for them right now of trying to pick a map to go to as a home map. The pool is
it feels like, yeah,
very weird.
They put so much work into trying to shore up their Corrode, it feels like, because they knew teams were picking it against them. So, they end up being in a decent spot against 100 Thieves on that map. Then they say, okay, we put so much work in this, let's make it a fixture. Let's double down on this now. We've had to spend so much time on trying to shore it up. Let's make it our strong point instead. The first outing for Sentinels in kickoff here on Bind is looking good after a really rough first half.
Let's see what happened with the kills here. So at that same time, there was the play down A short with the paths that then Redux opted to not overplay. A wise decision. They already got the kill elsewhere, and Neon tried to take some space off the refract, but just went right into his crosshair anyway.
I think that represents Redux also starting to get into the game on Corrode. We talked a lot about like these defensive plays from Sentinels, how aggressive they're trying to pop. Narrate, is he going to be looking for too much action and overstaying? Redux playing a lot of top mid on that map, really patient, despite being on a Dauntless, despite I'm sure the temptation to go forward and try and make something happen. I think Sentinels realize just how important it is to have stalwart anchoring on the A side. And Redux has shown so little of himself. We saw those tight angles he was playing with the Guardian where he got that 2K. And that's the game plan for him. Don't put himself too much on the line and just buy time. Slow Leviathan down. Because once they want to get going, once Leviathan decide to hit W, they do hit you hard and fast.
Owner calling this timeout as things have completely gotten out of hand for LEV. It was really feeling like the game was just in their hands, and some of those rounds, you just felt like the game was inevitably over. But suddenly SEN have just come through with a surge of momentum in this second half to string 5 together, matching the best run that LEV were on when they played defense. And LEV just buying what they can to make sure that they're ensuring the full buy on round 19. Still have to deal with this narrate op that's going to be positioned down short.
Oh. Okay, Prowler's going to spot this out pretty early on. This feels a little bit dangerous. Look at Leviathan already pushing up, and Redux is unbeknownst to them on the other side of this wall. King is going to show his full rear end. And Redux gets himself 3. Sato was a minor wrinkle in the plan, which Redux will attend to very quickly. Ironed out, and Sentinels get to 10.
And that little Bay play, it didn't work over at B long. They try it at short, a little bit better.
I feel like that really could have gone either way. It seems like Leviathan are just not that interested in clearing this. I mean, there was a Prowler that went here. Would they assume that it was just narrate?
Yeah, I mean, that was the intention of the play. Just narrate, break the Prowler, and narrate, make the noise, teleport away.
Clever.
And yeah, even though they sniffed it out on the last round and dealt with Cortezia when they were running that play at Belong,
exactly. Yeah, the same look. You're dead right.
Well, narrate posted up on short again, but this time a bit more passive. All right, Sato.
I think that confidence is starting to build. Leviathan still have some weapons to make use of now. It's going to be a very early nightfall. Is Leviathan trying to get into the site?
I mean, it hits John only, and he's miles away anyhow.
Yeah, I don't think Leviathan are gleaning too much information from that exchange.
SEN are able to close this distance towards site. Maybe they try to throw the pit down with Cortezia. We'll see if that's an option. Redux, great damage there.
Yeah, and safely working his way into the site. Good damage, like you said, on Neon, and look at him go! Neon caught out in the open quite low and is easy enough to pick up. A Spike falling. Sentinels now with some self-belief, a bit of vim and vigor. And a spring in their step. Gonna get the plant down. John at least trying to get a tap on here.
Half. And even at that, it's just blows alone, trying to swing out. All right, Redux just being obnoxious.
And there it is. John gets it to half despite the molly being in play. And Sentinels be able to finish the job. Brilliant. 3 rounds in a row, if not more. They've got to be feeling themselves now.
A completely different team just decided to enter on the second half. It's a completely different player. Oh, again, he is just repeating exactly what happened on Corrode. But I think to an even greater extent right now.
It's been a perfect half so far from Sentinels.
I gotta say, he is a player with just a ironclad mental.
It's okay.
Respect to him.
Just defuse. Win the round. Nice round. Let's go, boys. Come on.
Wait, narrate bringing the vibes.
Yeah, okay. I'm about it.
Moment.
Yeah, he's starting to pipe up a little bit. Posting up on this angle, risky. Yeah, he doesn't fully commit to it. Wise to the fact that Leviathan are trying to hit the hard and fast, and Cortezia was there to help narrate.
Yeah, he's just in that perfect spot to be able to kill a potential waylay dashing forward to try to catch narrate. They really just have that set up.
I can't believe I'm saying this. We might be headed off to Abyss. I mean, it looked like it was very unlikely in this first half.
Oh, no shot from blows, but it doesn't matter. I guess Kaplan, he wasn't lying. They do have some cheeky little game plans for this defense side.
Yeah.
We didn't see it on attack. We were questioning, why did he say that in the halftime interview? But
even outside of the double stacks they've been putting together, that moment from Cortezia being positioned to help out narrate in the case of a fast push, that's just really nice.
Well, yeah, if it wasn't that molly, it would have been the next one. So
molly and snakebite. That's a lot to deal with. So King on the stinger, nothing more.
Nothing like the feeling of your entire team dying while you're on the lurk, and then they're all watching you just slowly.
That's kind of what Narray was dealing with last week, a lot.
30 seconds.
I will say, I'd look towards the ultimates in this next round. Both teams are going to be toting quite a large number of them. Leviathan are equipped at least to fight to stay in this game, but boy, the wind has changed, and it's changed very quickly. Dominating second half here from Sentinels. A confidence that looked completely absent, I think, at the start of Bind, and even if you look over towards the last few rounds on Corrode. It's like a different team. It's night and day, and it's about bloody time.
Look, I know I'm beating this narrative into the ground, but it is crazy that Redux first half is 3-9, and then right now second half he's 13-3. I mean, he's just good on defense at Waylay, I guess.
Sentinels here for the map to take us to Abyss. Of course, going to pop some of these ultimates. It'll be the dimensional drift here for Neonies who wants to get forward.
Yeah, they want to try and pinch Cortezia in the pit right now if they can.
Convergent pass back and forth. Neon emerges and deals with Redux. That's the Waylay now down. Guiding light. Sentinels trying to get back onto this B side of the map. It's going to be Spike, though, falling elsewhere. That was at A. That was the lurk player. The action's definitely here at B for Leviathan.
Spike planted.
It's 3-on-4 for Sentinels, in which they have to get a lot of space back, trying to work through elbow right now on account of the Trailblazer going forward. So Kaio at least knows it's relatively safe.
They've got elbow. Kaio's back up in there. Can he fight against multiple players, though? Yeah, here comes an orbital strike.
Oh, I think he was seized as well.
I think he was given just enough rope there to walk straight into that, but here comes John, steps up, being quiet this series so far. King notches 3. A costly round for Leviathan. A lot of ultimates, a lot of players down, but they are going to stay in this game, if only just.
The King just will not give up. Great round from Neon, and I like the game plan there from Lev with the pit going down B long. They just try to circumvent it, play around into sight, and then eventually crunch Cortezia, where they have blows working up B long at the same time.
They choose to give up elbow just to make sure they get a big orbital strike. King very animated there as well, despite fragging out 4.
You know what to do.
Sentinels, though, still have a number of match points at their disposal.
Lev worked that Prowler up short and doesn't spot anyone out. So Neon is happy to take the space, try to post up on a deeper angle.
It's felt like they've been starting to read Neon a bit easier, Sentinels, but Nare won't be ready for that off angle, and he's going to be legged down. Down to 30.
Neon gets out of there straight away, and now Narrate, after also just being seen, wants to pick up a new position. He's on the way to B.
Okay, Redux trying to make a play straight through the TP, and then all the way back.
Bold. Bold and confident from Redux.
And he's rewarded for it. Now we'll see if things settle a little bit.
Yeah, it feels like we're right back to where we started, except Narrate moved over to the B site to try and throw off Lev, get that op into a different position. Now he's on that B site.
Yeah, tucked.
Completely alone.
Tour de force, but he does also have a judge, so he's got modality in play.
But he has no teleport.
Honestly, I'd be concerned about all these tools that Lev have to clear his corner.
Yeah, I mean, there's a strong chance a Molly just comes his way right into that corner.
Some pretty feverish chatter I'm hearing on the stage behind me from Leviathan. They're trying to put it together.
Player on SEN has moved a muscle on this A side.
Hey, oh, I like it from Nare, but again, he was one and done virtually.
Yeah, he's put in what feels like a damn near impossible situation there, tucking into Cubby.
They spend the pit here just to make sure. Leviathan desperately want to get to 10. Neon will be attending this smoke here. No flash to help SEN get out. They're going to have to contact this or play through smoke. John QT hits right where it hurts.
Fast trade from Cortez. King tried to swing off of that, but just gets removed from the server, I believe.
The Sky Smokes get him back into the site. Now into the pit.
Yeah, he has an opportunity to at least tap this, get some info when the guns start coming through. No, he's just in with the shorty. All right.
Don't hate it. Redux trying to make a bit of a move. Cortezia here looks like he's satisfied with some exits. Good weapon for it, that's for sure. Trying to keep a lid on that Leviathan economy. Make it costly!
Right.
He'll get 3. And Neon saves the op.
Lev starting to heat up a little bit when SEN have applied the maximum pressure of getting onto this match point. Winning, what was that, 8 rounds in a row to get there?
And so value for Leviathan, they're actually rationing these ultimates. Each round they're getting 1 or so.
Crazy kill from Sato. Man, his aim is just, I just love to watch it. It's just pretty.
Yeah, it's crispy. King, of course, able to get so many of these multi-kill rounds. He's up to 21 and 13.
And we are approaching that zone in Valorant where you're trying to make a comeback, but the other team eventually get some ults to play with. So Lev will have to deal with Seekers, and they're going to have to deal with, I think, crucially, that orbital strike. We really, we could see a moment from SEN where they do go for like the saturate play, trying to get back in on the site and retake, and then orbital strike someone. They've got those kind of options now.
SEN are refusing to move off their line so far.
Yeah, Narrate is watching showers over on A. He has a trip over towards short that can be played off by John. It's a good little passive setup, so everyone else can play B.
Blows looks like he's to be the catalyst here. With some util that might get Lev going.
They want to bait someone from SEN into the jump peak, get more info at B long a little bit later.
SEN have given up a lot of the map on the A side as well.
Yeah, they're content playing a passive setup there, where they just have the op for shower and they have the trip.
This means, though, that play up A short isn't really being attended. SEN can't watch it unless they try and just
also,
swing.
if that trip pings and slows someone, we might just see an instant orbital strike.
Yeah. Okay, here comes the Nightfall. It's going to move John out of the way. Narrate going to be marked and decayed down. John there to help him, though. Orbital strike at the ready. Lets it go onto the spike location. It blows, it moves off, and there's King taken down in the ensuing chaos. Now back on top of the stim beacon. It's Spike! Sprays him down. He's low himself, but he's certainly made an indent. Looks like Blow's found Redux now. It's going to be tough for Sentinels to fight out of this one, but look how low Spike and Blows are. 3 up, post-plant. Cortezia trying to put this to bed before it becomes a problem.
He's got an iconic clutch on this map last year. Wants to recreate history.
Leviathan are really split. Cortezia on the spike, gets it to half. There's some sound baits being made, but Cortezia is confident, comfortable, ready to step up, finding Neon and handled. Another match point goes by the wayside, and Leviathan now threaten overtime.
Surely we don't go to OT, Mitch.
It's
surely 8 rounds in a row for SEN, now 3 in a row from LEV. All that timing is just gross from Spike. They use that orbital strike, SEN, to get the players off the spike. Then they feel like, okay, maybe we can take some lamps control, but Narrate's watching with the op. Great little play. But then Spike continues to fight, sprays down 2. Massive play from him.
Round number 24, the last of regulation.
Can SEN just close out this game? They had it in their hands, and LEV want to rip it away. Trip over towards Octagon from Narrate, and double posted up with Cortezia, who is fully tucked.
Sato wants to try and, dig this angle out.
SEN want to go for another bait play.
Does Sato see enough there?
Ooh, wow, Redux again with that teleport through, and then around the world. Get back over to the A side.
Okay, one of the players has had to give up hookah, so that is now Narrate playing on the B side itself. No longer a double stack in Epicent. Tunnels! Redux just gets a little bit too exploratory. Wyatt
thought that the Trailblazer got all of the info, but Neon tucks around the corner, makes that info as false as it gets. SEN now have pivoted all their players over towards A. They think the hit is going to be coming in that direction, and they are right.
Caillou playing from behind triple is going to have a lot to look at in a moment. He's going to be feeling the pressure. And Util clattering overhead. He's going to be seized down, decayed, and dealt with by Sato. Spike is still looking to work the B side of the map. Odd little situation there, but we'll let that go.
Oh, John, just not expecting a player push there. Narrate gets a fast one down short, though, onto King, but you have to be watching Cortezia. Narrate.
Hit with the convergent paths. Is there going to be a push behind this? It looks like Leviathan are going to leave it. Are they aware they're not? Cortezia is able to get the backstab because of the weird chips in the night situation at hookah.
Well, why would they ever expect Spike to be there?
And now Cortezia has to clutch for the game. Up against Spike. Both rookies last year, both highly touted. It's Spike to take us to overtime. The relief, palpable. A winless second half for Leviathan up until Sentinels got to 12. And then they come alive.
You can see on Spike's face, he thought he screwed it up when he missed that first shot. The relief then that he was able to get it after the fact. There's just no way we're going to OT. That is crazy. This is an insane game. I mean, he can't believe it. But also he's just thanking whatever gods he might believe in that he was able to connect after he whiffed first. Crazy.
Deep breath now. Sentinels playing in this overtime for their kickoff life. A loss here means their shot at Santiago goes up in smoke.
Neon takes the line over at B long. With a teleport, right back over to A. Standard setup from him to just provide that op support on either side of the map. Shower controls for LEV as well. Sato just has that for free.
Yay. No, Lamb's presence is so interesting. We can cross the site now. There is a smoke that obscures the advance here for Sentinels.
We may be headed to just a full 5-on-5 retake unless King gets a kill spray through. Caillou's so weak. He comes down to the molly.
Does get the spike plant, but that's a loss of a player for Sentinels in order to achieve that.
Is that a fair trade offer? Oh, what a shot from Neon. 3 versus 5 now for SEN.
This is getting worse. Narrate was glass cannon. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Redux, though, is still entrenched here. Can he get further past his line of scrimmage into the back of the side? Okay, Snakebite's going to force him out.
Right into that.
Oh, my goodness. Hammer and anvil style util usage. And now the follow-up is sublime. A flawless round for Leviathan. What a retake.
Util is just stunning there. And the pace that it was distributed at, I mean, no hesitation, everything in the right spot. The molly into lamps. Oh, I mean, what a shot from Neon, but it immediately just routes the SEN players right into the saturate that was going forward, and the spike was getting stuck at the same time.
It's giving Corrode. Saw the same thing from Leviathan on those defense side retake rounds. Talk about a confidence breaker.
After an 8-round run to get to match point, Sen are now on the verge of getting knocked out. And Narrate oversteps. King takes advantage, exploits that movement, exploits the overextension.
Narrate, the double-edged sword, the play that really kept Sen going, got them going in that second half.
I mean, hell, even in the first, he's the only reason that they had enough rounds to play with in the second half.
But off the rip, he's out of the round. Now those beads of sweat starting to appear on the forehead of Sentinels.
Who on Sen is going to step up now in this 4-on-5? Does anyone risk going for anything proactive? Surely not against this LEV team. They are disciplined, patient.
A rotate's been pulled off the A site. Do Leviathan have an inkling of what is afoot? A lot of this Sky util being thrown.
Yeah, and you could see Spike just calming that they flashed down short and it didn't get any pings.
Okay, Prowler into Hookah. Leviathan with the player advantage for the match. Neon sees Redux, his glass cannon though. That's risky business. He's able to get off the line. And now the Spike is heading over to A. They've made the right read, Wyatt.
Sato has controlled Shower this entire time. They're more than happy to go back. Center trying to beat them to the punch. Dash from Redux and Spawn. They need to support Caillou. Does he try to hold this down alone?
Here they come, 1-for-1. Caillou has fallen. They're going to have to get into the side pretty quickly. Sentinel's wasting no time, but time is short. 12 seconds. Blows has to plant. That kill from Sato could be everything. Redux is a little bit too slow to stop the planter. And now Sen, with 2 players, had to make a miracle happen. Their kickoff life on the line, and Redux is going hunting. Neon sees him coming. The Saturate would have done him in anyway. And now you spotted out Cortezia. 1 bullet in the chamber, maybe all that he needs. It's a missed shot for Neon, but he isn't punished for it. King will simply step up and sit them down. What a world we live in. With Sentinels not going to be present at a first Masters event. The Titan from the depths drags them under.
King puts them down and continues his journey to try to play on home soil at Masters. This LEV team are the real deal. Neon comes in. They've got all the talent in the world. But you can't help but feel for Sen. They lost an OT last week to 100 Thieves when they were the ones making a late comeback.
13-11, 16-14, a really competitive series.
They had that match in their hands, just storming back into that second half. On match point for what felt like ever, and it's just slipping right out of their grasp.
We've talked about it, that Leviathan may well find themselves on a run. They are still alive in this lower bracket. Opponent, TBA. They have now advanced, of course, into a matchup against Cloud9, Wyatt. They played them already. They were 2-0'd in that.
They played them
opener
already, but they were lacking one Valorant child phenom who is now in their roster.
A very important element, a noble one, you might say.
Not only providing some outstanding opping, but also just getting everyone onto the intended comfortable roles. Man, I feel like we've never seen King like, I don't want to say maybe we've never seen him like this, but I will say we have not seen King in this form in a while.
Yeah.
Finally, he's got a unit around him that it just feels like it's making him comfortable. He's just in position to not just be like the veteran presence on the team who's supporting all of the young upcoming players. No, he's also just going off.
And the game style here for Leviathan is so obnoxious. They're constantly using Neon aggressively, pushing up on that defense side. He is finding first picks 2 rounds out of 3, and he never does so in the same place. Sentinels, they adapt. They get these little 2-player setups, making use of Chamber's ability to get out and leave an insert player behind on some of these close corners, and it really does work in some important rounds. But Leviathan are firing on all cylinders. John QT doesn't really seem to be in the game today. Narrate, honestly, for me, great job. Generally, I think what you hope for from him, what you kind of expect, but it's far from enough. It's a tough result here, and I think LEV are so modal, right? When they go on this offense side, look at how they're slowing the game down, pulling Sentinels around the map, and always seem to make the right call in the sites that they rotate onto.
Saying there's something sadly poetic about the last outing for Sen in this kickoff being Narrate's best performance, where he was the one keeping them in the game throughout that attack half. I mean, they had I mean, they had a good showing in some of these games, but I think their map pool was kind of their undoing at points as well. They just weren't able to find a home. They kept coming so close. I feel like they were making people believe. We saw John in unbelievable individual form. I think Redux, the bounce back after that first match, just really showing how talented of a player he was amazing to see. But sadly, just not enough for them at this kickoff. And it's the first kickoff in, what, 2 years that they're not going to be qualifying for a Masters.
Yeah, I think what John has never missed that Masters 1 with that Sentinel squad. There's a lot of work to be done there, surely. We're going to head down to Dryad on the stage with a Verizon post-match interview with Neon.
Thank you guys so much. I was hearing the fans. Can I hear it once again for Leviathan and for Neon as he moves forward in the lower bracket? The first thing that I want to ask him is the fact that he's currently undefeated in this stage, but this was a very close matchup. What did it take to make sure that they won those rounds that matter the most? Neon, felicitaciones por la victoria. Esta fue una partida en la que, por más de que no hayas perdido ninguna partida hasta ahora, fue muy peleada. ¿Qué hace que ganes esos momentos más importantes?
A ver, más que nada, nosotros en los momentos más difíciles intentamos tener calma al 100%, porque por más que estaba peleada, nosotros sabemos que nosotros imponemos nuestro propio ritmo de juego, así que intentamos siempre hacer eso. Por más que estemos perdiendo o ganando, siempre jugamos nuestro propio juego.
He's saying that the main thing that we have in those difficult moments is we just stay calm. We know that we can force our own game no matter what. So in those moments, we know that we can adapt and just continue playing our own game. Ahora, now for the second question that I have for him is, what is it like to be a player under King, a player that has been a legend and that had an incredible performance today? What does he have that other teammates maybe in his tier 2 career didn't have? Algo que vemos mucho es cómo se resalta King como IGL. ¿Qué tiene él como compañero y como IGL que tal vez otros compañeros que has tenido no han tenido?
A ver, más que nada, King IGL siempre muy bien, tiene mucha experiencia, pero también es un capitán dentro y fuera del juego. Así que eso es lo mejor. Nos ayuda con todas las cosas.
King is an incredible player. He's amazing. He has a lot of experience. And the thing is that on top of that, he's also a captain inside and outside of the game. So that is what makes the difference. My last question is, that next match is going to be against Cloud9, and the first time that they played, he was not here. So now, what is he going to take to win against Cloud9? Who does he think is going to be the biggest challenge to beat? La siguiente partida va a ser en contra de Cloud9, pero la primera vez que Leviathan jugó en contra de ellos, tú todavía no estabas jugando. ¿Qué sabes de Cloud9? ¿Qué va a tomar para que le ganes? Y no sé si piensas que hay alguna estrella en el equipo que te llame la atención.
A ver, yo nunca me fijo en los rivales, solo me fijo en mí y en mi equipo, así que no sabría cómo decirte qué cosa de ellos, solo nosotros vamos a estar muy preparados.
I don't really pay attention to my opponents. I just focus on myself and what I'm doing. So I don't really know what to tell you. I'm just going to focus on myself. This is everything that we have for the interview. Neon, thank you so much. Can we hear it once again for Neon? He continues to be the only undefeated player, by the way.
Thank you.
But that being said, this is everything that we have for the post-match interview. Let's send it back to the desk with Sato and King.
Hello and welcome one and all to Matchpoint. We do indeed have Sato and King joining us. Now, you guys have reaction times on the server, on this stage, and now you have to prove that you have it here as well in a little game we call Allegories. Allegories. Yeah. It's pretty simple. So we have a little timer. Are you guys familiar with speed chess?
Yep.
So you do your turn and then you hit the button. You both have 1 minute on the clock. I'm going to give you a prompt and you each have to just give me an answer to that prompt. The prompt is VALORANT abilities. And I know everyone watching is like, well, that's easy. Well, not really, because apparently most of the players don't actually call the abilities by their actual names. So I can't wait to hear what you guys are going to cook up with. Of course, we have an official ref for all the shenanigans as well, to make sure that, you know, nothing weird is going on. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
If you're prepared? Are you guys cooked, or are you gonna like do well in this game?
Nah, he's cooked. I'm cooked. Yeah, he's cooked.
Oh, he's cooked. Okay.
For sure.
All right. Well, we're ready when you are. So, Emily, start the game.
3, 2, 1.
You're on.
Nope, you just gotta say an ability.
Well, who started it? Okay, he started. Yeah,
wait.
yours is on. Yours is on. Say an ability. Any ability.
The Bring Molly.
But what's
How do you call it?
I don't know.
What's the name?
Oh, I thought I had to say it to you.
No.
Wait, yeah. I'll say
Should we restart? I feel like we need to restart. Okay.
Restart.
Run it back. Don't worry about it. You guys just came off of an insane win, keeping yourself alive in the lower brackets. I understand.
It's
going to
been a
give you a
long
minute. Okay, basically, as soon as we go, who's going first? He's going first, right? Okay, so you just give me the name of any ability.
Okay.
As long as it's the real name, you're good.
Yeah, exactly. And then
ready?
as soon as you said it, you hit the this tappity tap thing.
Tappity
That's the
tap.
medical name of it, in fact. And then it's your turn. And we go back and
I already
forth.
have it.
One in
Okay.
the He's
3,
ready.
2,
You ready?
1, go.
Orbital strike.
Saturate.
Trailblazer.
Showstopper.
He's locked in. He's locked in.
Oh no, he is.
He's so locked in.
He came prepared.
I know, right?
Hot hands.
Oh.
Slow orb.
Is that what it's called?
I think so.
It's not an ability.
No, it's not.
I just got word it's not an ability.
You keep on going. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just a
it could
time
be
ticking down.
anything.
It's just a time ticking down. Stuff like that is so much harder than you would think.
Yeah,
It really is.
I think that's one.
That's Brim's Molly, no?
Yeah. Yeah, hit the button.
Let's go with yes.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury.
Pink shells.
Oh my gosh.
Recon Bolt.
Yeah.
Boombot.
Just looking at me like I would know that.
Haunt.
Yep.
Wingman.
This is so intense for me, and
I
I'm
know.
playing.
I'm sweating.
Dizzy.
See, he's smart. He's just choosing one agent and is going through.
Mosh pit.
Oh, he took him. How are you on time? Can't read the time. I don't know how numbers
I think
work.
they're okay. 20 and 18, 17.
Oh my god.
Okay, 15.
Stim beacon.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know.
Why
And that's game. And that's game. That's game.
Wait, no, there's still 5 seconds.
5 seconds. 4, 3.
Shark dart?
Oh
Curveball.
my god.
Oh.
I'm fucked. It was too fast. Get it ready. Oh my god.
All right.
I thought I was gonna do way worse, honestly.
No, you actually did really good. Way better than I could ever do.
Handshake, please. That was intense. A good game, though. A good game. Speaking of good games, that was incredible. How are you feeling right now? I mean, you still are having, like, your life is on the line tomorrow. Again, it's a short turnaround. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can't say no, really, because you have to play regardless, right?
I mean, tomorr's my birthday, so.
Oh, is it
I
really?
got that buff.
Birthday buff! Okay, that's
Birthday
gonna go
buff is
hard.
crazy.
I told him I'm gonna give you 2 presents. It was today and tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. That's an easy cop out to not actually buy a present.
Yeah.
So I'm with you.
I just
Very
know I'm
nice.
not getting shit tomorrow.
Hey, we won, bro.
That's right. That's a good way to start it off.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see who's still alive. You guys amongst them, of course, because we're now down to 8 teams here in our lower bracket. Any predictions from you guys? Of course, not for your own game, since you probably assume you're going to win that one. Who else do you see proceeding?
I'm personally very biased.
Love that.
Because I love VG guys, so I would love to play against them. It would be sad that one of us has to go, but we're very tough with Corbin. Like, if we end up playing, whatever happens, we're gonna stand up. We're gonna be like, "Yo, I got you, bro." So it's gonna be a very fun match we play against CG.
I look forward to seeing that.
What about you? Also, are you getting
Yeah, I
like
think-
post-match pump? Like, what's happening?
I just need to vent out stuff because
Please do.
I'm too.
This is your stage.
I'm too energetic right now because after the win and I had to run off stage to go use the bathroom.
You made it in time. I'm really proud of you. That's awesome.
Thank you very much. I also am very biased because I also love VG guys, so I'm gonna say that they're gonna win and we're gonna have a insane confrontation at the end.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, we've manifested an EG victory here, guys. Thank you so much for joining us after this incredible match you guys played. And of course, best of luck tomorrow. That's it from us here. But tomorrow we will be starting very early at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Pacific. And that's because we've got a big 3 match day ahead of us. The first 2 are, once again, elimination matches. And then afterwards, we do, of course, still have more to come in the middle bracket. Now, thank you all so much for joining us for today. And we hope to see you again tomorrow.
Elimination match facing these 2 teams. EG is feeling good about their position right now, so can they topple the Demon as he now comes into play for Envy? Oh, not even able to clear the right side. They're so tunneled on what's happening over the util of Evil Geniuses as they continue to clean up Envy. A flawless round to end the first half.
Oh my God, Demon 1 cosplay!
They should stay towards that B site. Another shot from him would be huge.
Rossi!
He gets himself to safety. Now Rossi on 3, and he could deny the round. He's gonna bring him to OT. The ace sits just on his left. He hears it coming through. Oh my God, he hits the ace. On the outside ring here, looking to get back in. Bow starts with number 1. keznit starts to answer, but that's gonna be 3 quick for Evil Geniuses. Rossi and Egster stand tall here on the defensive side. An operator to come through. It's not enough. Digizing cleans them up, and Evil Geniuses will push it through. A great cleanup here by the team of Envies to get in. What is this drop from Superman? He swoops in for a 3K. Oh my gosh, and it's cleaned up with the 4. Met with also a paranoia. Everybody comes out of Blindville, and it's going to be shots here for Envy actually to start off. Back and forth, though. Seas goes down, but it is not going to be Digizine going down. That's kind of insane. 9 HP, jumping classic. Does Digi push? Oh, he still gets the shot in the air. Evil Geniuses say goodbye to Envy.
Games like this, we have to be open to anything, because both of these teams, of course, are on their last legs here in Kickoff. Part of the map now, not under ledge control anymore. Good ping out, but he's king. He's found 3 in the pit. Oh man, this guy is in trouble. Cortezia about to get backstabbed if he's not careful. Beautifully done. Ace for king. Redux gonna get this down to half, and here comes Narrate straight forward, finds his 1, and that will be enough.
15 seconds to plant, and is going to get that down. Sato forward with the arm.
Snake bite, Cortezia trying to clear the close corner. Sato found his 3rd. 13-10 here on Corrode.
Blows caught in the path. On the smoke. Okay, suddenly into the 3-on-3.
Redux trying to creep up there through this, and the Prowler's going to spot them out. Now he's going to fight for his life. 3 for blows. Redux is unbeknownst to them on the other side of this wall. King is going to show his full rear end. And Redux gets himself 3. Sato is a minor wrinkle in the plan, which Redux will attend to very quickly. Snake Bite's going to force him out into that. Oh my goodness! Hammer and anvil style util usage. And now to follow up is Sublime. What a world we live in, with Sentinels not going to be present at a first Masters event. The Titan from the depths drags them under.